Hello. All right. It's okay-ish right now. It's not going at Oh, okay, now it's in. Let me check Twitch. If Twitch doesn't seem to care. So it looks like Twitch is. I don't know why OBS is giving me this. Like, we are dropping frames. All right, it's a bit choppy, but still fine. Okay. Okay, if it's just choppy, all right. It looks on my end, on my back end, it doesn't look good. But it's not like 20k bps. It just looks like it just keeps going from like 3k to 1k, which is like annoying as fuck. But at least it's. Oh my gosh. Yeah, like. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's. I don't know. This is supposed to be like 60 FPS, I guess. I wouldn't be surprised if like half of each frame is being dropped. All right, we'll check out what we have in the queue. We have the backlog. All right. All right, might as well. Technically, the title is gonna be clickbait, but might as well jump on this. All right. So this is a fucking old as fuck. It's not even drama. It's actually just one person who was like, had multiple bad experiences and like made a video and kind of extrapolated like a conclusion I don't really agree with. Because I feel like the framing around it is like kind of like basically a player named Anthony Shu is like defending combo decks, which is fine, whatever. But also at the expense of like mid-range players. But like I feel like the inciting incident is like the more important part, where like no one should be, like no one should be exhibiting that behavior. No one should be getting away with that behavior. You shouldn't be called names for whatever choice you make. I think it's actually, I think it's extremely childish. So I also think it's equally childish to like. I think the okay, enough. The point is, Anti-Jew makes a video about mid-range or whatever. Mid-range it's like titled inflammatory. Yu-Gi-Oh has a mid-range elitist problem, so classic inflammatory title, you know. Um he makes a case that there's people who out there that like kind of like how to describe it, like present mid range, whatever the fuck that means in Yu-Gi-Oh, as like this like it's very well accepted as a strategy, and like any attempts to play something otherwise, or like basically when Anthony Xu plays a combo deck, it preys on these quote unquote mid range decks. So then these people are like upset that he's taking advantage of that situation, and then they call him slurs or whatever. Personally, I think whoever's mad about basically if you're mad about losing the combo with mid range, you're actually you might have like room temperature IQ. I'm not gonna lie. It's like getting mad if you ever play rock paper scissors and you choose rock and they choose paper and you get mad, like bruh. That's how these metagames go. I'm sorry. Like I do think it is true on some level that these decks. Whatever the people are calling like Brandon and Striker mid range, but their behavior is more like they threaten, like they basically set up a board. It probably has a lot of interaction, to be honest. Whether it's negates is besides the point. The main thing that like drives people to play a combo deck to prey on these mid range decks is that you can push through their limited interaction, and you don't have to deal with their follow up, their infinite follow up that comes afterwards. We are back. We are back. When this topic started, here it started on Twitter, but then it became a video. The Twitter thread was worse. I'll be honest. 11 days ago. So this is fucking old as fuck. We're like, the horse is already dead. Reactive trips tier list? I'm not reacting to that shit. I'm good. So that's what's going on. Like, these combo decks are just playing, like I said, if you play combo deck into these decks like Branded and Side Striker, you are just, taking advantage of what, you're sidestepping having to deal with their infinite follow up. It's literally just choosing scissors when your opponent chooses paper. That's it. That's all it has to be. So turning this all into like elitism and shit like that. I think most people you will run into that for most people, for most decks. Most combo players are like, some players say this bullshit too. They're like, my stun board is acceptable because everyone's doing 5 billion negates. Everyone's pulling that bullshit. That also shouldn't. I think that's also like stupid behavior. Yeah. Um. So anyway, that's I'm kind of framing it, but I have a feeling like most people are already aware of this. Okay, like I don't know why I have to re-summarize this fucking topic that people have like done to death already. But like my main point is, if you're a mid-range player complaining about combo, it's just someone chose rock and you chose scissors. My bad, brother. Is jelking it? Okay, we're not jelking, bruh. I know what that means. All right, so this is just Josh reacting to the original video. We could watch the original video, but I'm good. I'm good. We might as well. Someone normally I would react to the original video, but I'm good. I think I have a good grasp on the situation already. You just play YGO, accept it, like Tasku, yeah. The unacceptable part is being called names or slurs or anything like that for just choosing, strategy. I think that's never acceptable. That's why I hate it when people in chat are like, hero players are brain dead. I'm like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I don't know why we're like drawing lines in the sand just because like it's okay to say the deck is unfun to play against, but people actually go as far to say that X player is mentally deficient, and it's just like, dude, you're just as bad. All right, like. Is Jelk in it? Is Advanced York in it? Yeah, it is. It is. I'm gonna get the hero player right now. All right. I hope you win. Like I said, I'm not telling anyone to have to enjoy hero gameplay, but you don't have to like call people names. You're actually insufferable. You know. Like I also hate hearing that shit too. It's just like I like fuck you. Stop bringing that shit in. Anyway, I guess the long story, hate the player. Sorry, hate the game, not the player. But even then, that also has. It's not. I don't think that's even good advice. It's just like, just be a good. Just be, you know, just be mindful of people. You know. All right. I don't know. Uninstall Master Duels. That's my best advice to you. Anyway, so is mid range the problem? You know, it's very best spot. Yeah, sometimes you'll get lucky. All right, so this became a whole thing. Sorry, this became a whole thing. I already said my piece on it. Whether we should, I don't like the idea of categorizing Yu-Gi-Oh decks into mid-range and stuff. I think it's just better to describe their behavior, since a lot of decks do behave similarly. There's just not enough turns in the game to really like categorize a deck as aggro or combo or whatever. We don't even use the word combo right, bruh. We're just like we say one card combos, brothers. When it's closer to like linking, you know, like a. I guess the combo you could think of is like fighting game combos where you link certain buttons together while they're in hit stun or whatever. But yeah, the MTG stuff is like I don't know. I think it's just better to describe how decks behave. You know, some decks, you know, attempt to, you know, play their whole hand out. They, I don't know. It's more complicated, like because there's also different interaction. You know, you have interaction in the hand, interaction in the grave, interaction in the back row, interaction in the field. You know, you can go wide, you can go narrow. Yeah, I'm small, so my arms only got mid range. True. Yeah, I don't know. It's just it's also kind of annoying because like I will say about the like the mid range elitist problem or whatever. I do think if someone describes their deck as mid range, there is some implicit bias of like you like if there is a bit of implicit bias, you know, if you describe something as a combo deck, usually it's used in a slightly derogatory way. It's supposed to lean towards like, you know, this is like some hand vomit deck or whatever. Versus, you know, if I call my, you know, my deck mid range, it's kind of similar to how people use fair, where they kind of like convince themselves that the number of interactions that they set up that aren't negates, aren't like use combos of turns. Our decks don't even do what combo. Yes, I from what I understand, combo is literally like you wait a few turns or whatever. You know you basically in combo like we don't play our hand out immediately, and like as far as the combo decks I've understood, like you take some time to assemble. You know, you know a bunch of cards, and then those cards once they're assembled, that's your game plan. You know, you achieve your win condition that way. So like I'm not even gonna say like a Yu-Gi-Oh analog or something like that. Tell your Josh cry about common dogs how he enjoys grinding with his opponent. I will say Josh's like Master Duel streams are not the most enjoyable for me, but like because he used to not do that, you know. So, but like I'm not saying he can do whatever he wants on the stream, but I would just say that's like kind of like something that I don't like. I just don't like watching Master Duel streams where like people like just in general where people are like, you know, what's the word? Whinge, I think is the word I want to say. Is blurred mid range combo the past few years of cards really? It's since the dawn of time, man. Mid range has been in misuse for so fucking long. Since I was a wee little, you know, since like at least 2014. I'm pretty sure before that. 2014 is when I just became aware. Pure Ryzeal is mid range, but the chat is super brain. Okay, I don't think you should go that far, but for what it's worth, when you get like big enough, you're gonna get a lot of people voicing their opinions, and a lot of people have some stinky ass, unfettered opinions, bruh. You know, like unfortunately, that's just law of large numbers. You know, if you go to DK chats, you're gonna see the same thing. You know, a lot of people. It's just it's not a Josh thing. When Reggie was young and spry, that's true. Compared to Farfa, I don't know. I don't enjoy either of those. I'm good. But anyway, this isn't even about chat. I was just talking about like, you know, again, the mid-range discussions lost. It's kind of okay. The first, no one seems to care about like the fact that like I guess it's kind of like implicit, right? I don't. Okay, maybe you can turn the mid-range thing into something interesting, but it is kind of just like GPD Baguska Denver with such a nice mid-range board. Yeah, I know. Baguska pass. Baguska pass. Treat their opinions when you don't have to worry about it. Okay, you don't have to call them low IQ, but bait, I guess, helps is a better way to put it. Though some people are actually just serious. All right, what do we do here? This is an hour long. Okay, we'll just do this. Let's just jump in.
On Twitter yesterday, and I decided to talk about it on stream today because I do think it ended up being an interesting topic. So yeah, it all started yesterday when I saw a tweet by fellow duelist Anthony Zhu.
This Twitter thread sucks ass, brother. Don't read this. Well, I mean, okay, it depends on what you want out of a Twitter thread. This sucks ass. Like,
who's been a waste
of my time.
This past season, and I also think previously, who said, it really rubs me the wrong way that most Yu-Gi-Oh players seem to think that mid-range value piles that go +8 every turn cycle is wholesome Yu-Gi-Oh, but when a high engine combo deck exploits their deck's low interruption count to OTK them before they follow up, it is evil Yu-Gi-Oh. And then
it's just your classic Twitter, or like the quote retweets are like
I'm not sure, so I just
not understanding. Like the original tweet is like super inflammatory.
Well, first of all,
is there good Twitter threads? A lot of them are just boring, like informative. But that's also just me, you know. This is Josh's reaction. This is Josh's reaction to the vid, yeah.
Mid-range beats aggro and loses to combo, but in Yu-Gi-Oh, where archetypes are muddy, mid-range players get to think that their value deck should have 0 bad matchups. Combo is made to beat value. Why should it be any different?
I think this is everyone. If you talk to people, a lot of people are like, it's just I don't know how to describe it. If you, I don't want to say everyone, but like, this isn't like a mid-range exclusive thing. When people talk about support that they want, a lot of the times they want no barriers, no restrictions, no locks, no weaknesses. You know, when they come up with their own, like a lot of people just kind of like whinge and like come up like this is just like I don't want to say this is human behavior, but like I just don't want I don't think it's a mid-range exclusive thing. This video is just crashing out. Okay, or we'll probably skip that then. Okay, I don't want to like discussion video is better, really? Well, why did someone? Okay, no one linked the discussion one. MT also made a short on this topic. I see. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'll see how far I get into it. But yeah, like the whole point of this, the moral of the story is no one should harass you for your choice of deck. Like, I'm reacting to you, reacting to Josh, reacting to a tweet. Yeah. But I don't know, the whole mid-range thing, like, there is a little bit of bias, you know. If you call your deck mid-range, it's kind of more socially acceptable, you know, like. But sometimes people also misuse the term to just like escape, like evade, like judgment too. So it's like just use it to classify every deck, you know. It's cool when it has strength and weaknesses. Yeah, but yeah, the whole like, but like I said before, like if someone playing mid range, and okay, I'm only using. I hate the word mid range. I'm only using it because we all understand what this means when we're talking about. We're talking about decks like Branded. We're talking about Sky Striker. We're all talking about like anything that has like infinite follow up. You know, after setting up like kind of like a decent interaction board, and that's not all that you know what I mean. I'm only using it. I hate the word though, but like you shouldn't complain about losing the combo because you're just basically it's scissors losing the rock. That's it. There's nothing good. Is mid range equals jack of all trades? It doesn't make sense for Yu-Gi-Oh because Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have like from what I understand mid range. Okay, so there's different roles you can play in Magic from what I understand, but there's also more turns to adopt those roles. So you can be you know aggressive. You know you oh my god. Basically in Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, a lot of the games are determined within the opening hand and, you know, going second, you know, and maybe within those small decision making you're doing while you're trying to break a board or hand trapping, you know, you can say you're adopting different roles, but it just Oh my god! But most people, hey, when they drop the bird, I hate on turn 2, bruh. You don't think branded is mid range? I just think that's just a bad word to describe Yu-Gi-Oh decks. I still think it's still good to talk about how branded behaves because it is kind of the way branded behaves is it's just a deck that, like, the board is pretty decent for what it's worth. It's just a bunch of removals, It's just, pop, 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 fuse, shuffle, shuffle to destroy your follow up. End phase, I get all my follow up back. But I, like, bled you dry, basically. You attempted to break my board. You used some resources, but I, traded up. When you go first, when I go first, some hand traps aren't that good. Like if you normal summon like a Lacrima, right? Imperm Ash, don't trade too well into it because you can at least have another play. If some people hold their interaction for sequence, you've developed your board a little bit more so that after sequence with Imperm, you can do more things. So with those types of hand traps, like those types of hand traps, you also trade pretty well into those. You also branded. There's also like another behavior that branded doesn't necessarily share, but you can play a bunch of hand traps. So going second is a little bit easier. Any Chobi players, CDH Yu-Gi-Oh? I feel like people. I don't know. That's Commander, right? Isn't that kind of new relative? This thing, the whole Magic comparison has been kind of entrenched in Yu-Gi-Oh since like the beginning. But I guess yeah, I don't know that much about Commander though. I just know it's really popular in like Turbo or Stack Slav. That's pretty funny. That's probably closer, yeah. Ah, fuck. I know Sax is Floodgates. Santa Curly is pretty similar to Yu-Gi-Oh. Ah, okay. For marriage, cannot OTK. Well, you can OTK. That's like it's more like you can't really push. Like if you set up 3 negates, it's pretty unlikely that the going second hand for this deck we're just trying to classify as mid range to be able to push through that. That's why they use part of it is because they don't have like quality extenders to what I mean. They have like the stuff you have to choose from are like normal summons or something like that, or maybe it's just one really good starter and then 5 billion ways to search it, but not all of them are made the same. But there's like a lot of hand traps. That's why sometimes they'll play hand traps. But like what I'm describing is branded doesn't necessarily fulfill that, right? It checks some of those boxes, but Striker doesn't fulfill that. But it is a deck that behaves similarly, where if you go first, your board isn't that oppressive, but you are threatening. You basically decided the game if your opponent can't kill you. But you have some pushes going second, but it's not that crazy, I guess. What I'm like when I think of like a quote unquote combo deck, I think of something that has like a bunch of engine. So before it used to be characterized by these engines, it used to be characterized by bricks, like Adventure Engine and stuff like that, or like but you have multiple ways to push. Like if one start, you kind of need one engine to absorb certain hand traps so that your other starter can go through, and then there's bridges in between that threaten to that absorb those hand traps. You have like how to describe it? Like I think the Rolad combo deck, it uses Adventure Engine. It also like basically the Rolad combo, pure Rolad just fucking. I've never seen Mind Shuffle resolve. If you play pure, and I've spectated pure Rolad, their Mind Shuffle gets ashed, and they don't have very much ways to push because all of their starters are kind of redundant. Like they all get to Mind Shuffle, so you can just wait for Mind Shuffle. It's not every game, but it's like a lot of, but that is very common if you play pure. So then people pair like another engine that to push through that ash or to absorb that ash. So then you can set up the Mind Shuffle. There's more going on. I'm oversimplifying things, but like like you kind of see it. Anyway, what I'm trying to describe is how decks behave. You know, and you notice it gets more complicated too. And I understand if people use, you know, these quote unquote mid range combo, but I just don't think they describe how Yu-Gi-Oh works at all. And like, if you use that and you expect me to understand what you're saying, I can try, but I don't like to assume. And then, you know, there's like miscommunication and stuff. And it's just like, you know what, just tell me what the deck does. You know, it just like, it's just so much easier for me. And this video on the roulette combo was really informative. Nice. Nice. Saw Yu-Gi-Oh as Dota or Tekken because of difficulty. I've seen Tekken have like a bunch of the humble Cradle Farm game. What the fuck is a Cradle Farm? You catch most of the debate by always how a lot of people shit on others for the deck. That is not cool. That should never be part of this game. That is actually even more conducive to people leaving than whatever bumfuck decision Konami makes. Because if I'm being honest, like a welcoming community that's more like open, like it kind of makes me sad. Like I will, okay, there is some truth to like, okay, if you set someone up with like a simple deck like True Draco, they're probably not going to make that many friends. But instilling that expectation into them, like, oh, you're going to get made fun of if you do this, you know, don't go to locals with that, someone might punch you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are we implicitly accepting that behavior? You know, it's just like that's like, I've had some bad experiences locals too. Luckily, I'm, you know, I glaze this game and I can find other opportunities to play this game, you know. But like, there's just some like annoying as fuck people who like, if you do anything, they're gonna start growling, bruh. Like anything that like inconveniences, they start. I can't describe them any other way, but they start growling. And you're just like, oh shit, bruh, you okay? Like, in my head, I'm thinking that, but like, that is like, they're just weird, man. Like. Remember Just Brought Peleas? The opponent thought he played Sun. He told the story on stream. Yeah. See, I'm not a fan of Paleo either. I think it's kind of funny because of Josh, it became more popular and people iterate. I actually think that's kind of cool. That's actually one of the coolest things about Paleo. But a lot of the deck is just kind of like stalling. And eventually it's going to kick your ass. But it takes a while to do it. So I'm not a fan of that. But that's not a Paleo player thing, you know? That's just like, honestly, I don't even see Paleo that much, you know? Anyway. Cradle Farm is one of those core macro archetypes out there. See, my favorite card is Dark Seymour because of Paleo. Someone out there, someone loves Invader of Darkness because of fucking Runic. But anyway, I got sidetracked. The point is, this, I think mid-range as a term being useful, people have tried to use this box. Yu-Gi-Oh has never fit this box, and Yu-Gi-Oh has gone more complex as, you know, the game has gone on. You know, before, like, there was a time where you could sit on a floodgate and you still wouldn't be, it wouldn't be auto win because there were enough turns in the game where you could feasibly draw out, or you could like turtle a bit and then your opponent doesn't do enough damage. Nowadays, there's the Yu-Gi-Oh isn't like that, you know. There used to be, you know, it has had multiple phases, but like the ability to OTK was not as free as it was today. So it's just like, and we're still bringing up mid range, bruh. I found a new goo for detail. You should see this. All right. Does anyone have? All right. I thought I was gonna look at this. Search mid range is considered a formula for statistics. True. I mean, the MTG one makes sense, but I'm not well versed in MTG. But like, it's very clear that people are trying to describe behavior of, you know, a certain deck, and I just think calling it mid range is like, it's also relative too. It's like you can have a deck in the meta that behave like people that just like plays on a different axis. So let's say if you guys remember, if I don't know if you guys remember COVID Dragon Link, but COVID Dragon Link was insane, with Link Cross and stuff, and that was the quote unquote combo deck or whatever. It just set up like an unbreakable board. Um, you know what? I'm gonna say Elf Note. Relative to Elf Note, you know Elf Note, the wholesome hand rip, negate or whatever deck. You know, it's playing that role. You know that we can pretty much agree that's kind of a combo. And so relative to that, smaller combo decks, you know, that behaves kind of similarly. You know, you have like you know, decent monk engine. You don't run that much hand traps or whatever. But the board you is pretty just simple. It's much simpler than you're not threatening a full negate board or whatever or hand rip board like Elfno is. But then that becomes people will call that shit mid range or whatever. Yeah, combos to win combo, 2-card combo, yes, and you have to. It's like you have to take time to draw into it. You know, it's like it's what people would call control in Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever. It's like that's why I say like I don't consider this shit a combo deck. You know, like if you're trying to make chain material FTK, I would consider that a combo deck because you actually have to. Even back then, you had to like stall to assemble chain material and fusion gate. Now you don't have the luxury to stall, so now you have to also assemble Temple of Kings. You know, you remove the K9 says it becomes VS the mid range part. I don't even agree with that, man. I don't. That's like that's a whole VS is very unique, but I would not call it like. No, it's like that deck is definitely very aggressive, or like it is trying to like just that deck can do a lot of damage in a bunch of turn too. I don't know. It does a lot of things. It just doesn't have like a specific 1-card combo, right? So people are more like willing to call that mid range or whatever. But to me, that's closer to a combo deck because you can't play without opening specific attributes or whatever. Remove the VS part, you get rid of variance. Oh my god. No, okay, but like I said, but that's kind of like how people like when you have different roles in the game, right? If you ascribe one deck existing in the meta as combo or whatever, if you since that already exists, like I said, Elf Note or whatever, you other decks can get away with being called mid range because they don't do as much as the other deck as the quote unquote combo deck that most people agree is combo or whatever. But I don't know. Point is, I don't know. It's kind of like for me, I don't really expect the community to change, but I just think it's just so much easier, so much more fruitful if you like don't boil it, try to fit like certain decks into boxes, you know. Once you start, also it's just more helpful, like if you start like understanding what decks are trying to do, within the context of Yu-Gi-Oh, like trying to abstract them into a label is just like, okay, maybe it's easy. I don't know, dude. If you talk to a new player about mid-range combo or bullshit, they're not gonna know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm gonna be honest. No one gives a shit about this. It's not even that helpful. Like so like even that usefulness is like wears thin. So, but okay. Wait, I feel that way about words like consistency too. I've always been against that word because a lot of people use it to substitute in lieu of explanations, and it kind of substitutes like it just assumes you just have to make assumptions on what people are trying to say with that, you know. But whatever. I'm just a big fan of like talking about mechanics and like how in deck behavior and stuff like that. But I don't know, whatever. If the community wants to, whatever. I'm not gonna. Anyway, we didn't even get to the fucking video. Okay, this is just the Twitter. Okay, I don't give a shit about the Twitter. This shit sucks. All right.
In order to do that, I think we need to watch.
Hey guys, Anthony here, and today I wanted to.
I will drop a link to Anthony's channel in the chat right now as well. He's been doing a lot of good content for combo players recently, so check it out.
Issue that I've been seeing pop up more and more. It's happened to me at.
This is so funny because he's just like, here. Hello, guys. I'm here to bring you guys an growing issue, a pressing issue, something I've observed quite a bit. You know, and that applies to a lot of things, which is kind of funny. Like this urgent epidemic of mid-range elitism. PowerPoint presentation. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. This one reminds me too much of work. Hello, Ray, Mr. Fresh. This reminds me too much of work, bro. This is the Google Sheets default template. Oh, I think this is Google Sheets. But...
at locals, I've seen this happen on Discord and group chats in all sorts of places where I feel like this issue needs to be brought up more and talked about in more detail, and that is why Yu-Gi-Oh has a mid-range elitism problem. So you may or may not know, I recently have been trying to
Hilariously, I'm more of a mid-range player. I'm just on my combo arc. Okay, fair enough.
talk about my 60-card roll-lag combo deck, and I've got a lot of people like playing it, and I've seen it talked about in other places, and I've seen like it being played in locals and people's reactions against it. And here is what I wanted to say about like a lot of the stuff that I've seen going on. So let's get to the presentation. So what is a mid-range deck? So coming from other card games, a mid-range deck is a deck that usually aims to slam the most effective creatures on curve and curate their game plan based on their opponent's deck.
Okay.
Versus an aggro deck.
So this is something I just want to, as a caveat before we even join this, the rest of the video here. I personally, I find this, it's something that's been frustrating me more and more over the recent months or weeks rather, is that the classifications that we have for Yu-Gi-Oh, they don't work. And I am guilty of this as well. I constantly use terms like mid-range, control, combo decks. I say it too because it's just engraved in everyone's...
Like, don't get me wrong. If this is just like a word people use in circulation, you know, I've already accepted and made my peace on that. But like, just don't expect me to like assume I know what you mean when you say something like, I've heard a lot of wild decks called mid-range. Okay, so I'm just like, if you like, I think during Drytron format, I think Tri Brigade got called mid-range in comparison. That's another one I remember. I was like, but like even it wasn't even satisfying enough for people to call it mid-range. They were like, oh, this is actually combo mid-range. You know, I'm like, what the hell what are we doing here? What's the point, man? Or aggro, you know, like we're just like, okay, we're just making up shit. We're just combining shit. But whatever, I made my peace. You know, people, you know, like it's not a bad thing that people use it as shorthand, you know, but it's just like people mean. I did not make my peace. You know, it's just annoying having to figure out what people mean by this shit.
The magic terms for describing what a deck does. This works in almost every card game I've played beforehand, but it doesn't work in Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, like we do not have the same concept of mid-range, aggro, and whatever, because in all other card games, this is specifically tied to a mana curve, right? Like when you spend mana for cards, there's a very obvious question of, well, do I play a lot of small cards so I can start playing right from the beginning of the game when I have a low amount of mana available? As a result, however, I will run out of cards quicker because I play more cards over the course of the first couple of games.
Like for me, my experience with curve, I love triggering level 6 on turn 3 to stay on curve. My experience with curve is Pokemon TCG Pocket. That's because you have a resource that's generated, like, you know, one little pip that's generated each turn. You have to allocate it, you know, specifically. You know, if you have, you know, there is a little bit, even though the game is kind of, you know, the turns are pretty short, there is some concept of like a late game card, a mid game card, an early game card, you know, in Pocket. Point curve isn't that real when it's tied to the Pokemon? Really? All right. Whatever. I guess this is why I my lack of MTG knowledge is gonna bite me in the ass. But yeah, all I know is like that's my basic my only understanding of curve. Make official name for these type of things, the category? Nah, I don't know. Like, okay, if I don't, just because it's official doesn't mean, I don't know. Rare candy on curve. Fuck me, bro. Wait, oh my god. Hydreigon beating my ass. Curve matters more when the cards have actual class. I see. Oh my god. But yeah, I like basically I'm just saying I have limited experience with this concept. But at least like I don't know. I feel like okay. You know what? Fuck me. I'm just keep
I
going.
play more expensive, usually more powerful cards, and therefore my deck is slower, and so on and so forth. And of course, they have like a middle ground, which is what they call mid-range, right? You've got aggro, which is trying to aggro the opponent down before they get to play their expensive cards. You've got mid-range, which is somewhere in the middle, and then you've got like control and combo decks, which are usually
There's
working towards
a
a top end goal of the curve somewhere and win the game later down the line, and they try to like drag out the game for that. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have the same structure, right? Yu-Gi-Oh, the game of Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't.
I'll bring it
work
up
like this,
later.
Where you have a limited amount of resources in the beginning, and you work yourself towards being able to play more expensive cards later down the line. Yu-Gi-Oh is a game where essentially both players start with all their resources immediately in hand. Every card is theoretically playable from the get-go, and as a result, every game is forced to play quote-unquote a fast game right from the start. Like there's no like, oh, I'm saving my biggest cards for turn 3 or 4 in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like no, you play the card, you play the game right away, and you are forced to compete over the board immediately. There's no questions asked here. Like of course, some decks feel more aggressive or some decks feel more controlly in Yu-Gi-Oh, but just every single Yu-Gi-Oh deck right now tries to take part in this. You fight over the board turn 1, essentially, right? Which is, once again, not a good or a bad thing per se. It's just one of the things that makes Yu-Gi-Oh the most different from all the other card games in the world, and I think is actually one of the reasons why it is still so successful is because it gives you a meaningful change of pace compared to other card games. As a result, however, these kind of terms don't really mean anything in Yu-Gi-Oh words, right? Like Yu-Gi-Oh is a game. The way I liked describing it in recent months, and I think I'm going to make a video on this specifically soon, is that like Yu-Gi-Oh is not a turn-based game anymore. Yu-Gi-Oh is a game where if you go first or you go second, you have a different role in the game. If you go first, your job in Yu-Gi-Oh is to make a board. It's like to create a sort of puzzle for your opponent to solve, right? You present your opponent with some sort of puzzle at the end of your turn that they are then trying to solve on their turn when they're going second. And your job as
You know what?
this
is pretty good. This is a pretty decent way. I think it does kind of capture. I think I've seen Judeo describe outing Liger as a puzzle. But I think you could apply that in general. I think the Liger one is funnier to me because that is actually like kind of like it's not necessarily it's like a one player experience, you know. Not necessarily because you also deal with the Hound, and then other people will support the Liger with other things, Impulse or SP. Sometimes I think Baguska is legal in TCG. I heard about that before, but. Missing the piece to out the puzzle? Yeah. That fucking sucks, bruh. Oh my god. But yeah, I can buy that. You know what I mean? That's like that actually helps illustrate what's going on in Yu-Gi-Oh. At least better than fucking mid-range.
You can prevent the board from happening. You can OTK over the board. You can clear the board and go for follow-up or whatever. But that's how the game of Yu-Gi-Oh works nowadays. There's almost no deck that does not participate.
Bagush still legal in TCG? Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it's legal.
Goes first, wants to make a board, and every deck that goes second wants to either prevent that board or play into it. That is just how the game of Yu-Gi-Oh works. And within that framework, we do have decks that work a little bit differently. Some decks are better at making a board that is harder to break. Some decks are better at playing into boards than others. Some decks have a better going second because they have a better way of answering the opponent's threats. Some decks are better at preventing a board. Some decks are better in the long game, so if their board gets broken, it's not as bad as if another deck's board gets broken, and so on and so forth, right? But everything falls into this kind of category of player 1 makes a board, player 2 plays into the board. Every Yu-Gi-Oh deck abides by those rules, even when they make more like outside of the box decks recently that don't even want to go first, like Tenpai in 2024. Tenpai still played within that framework, right? It was just Tenpai wanted to always go second and always OTK through the board, but it still was that kind of game, right? Where player 1 makes board, player 2 tries to break board. And I think that the terms of like combo, control, mid-range, aggro, they don't really work in this context, right? Because almost every Yu-Gi-Oh deck can be considered a combo deck, and in most cases these days, it's not even really combos anymore because it's just one card, which technically, if you're using Magic terms, that is not a combo. Magic players probably look at you really weird when you explain to them that we have one-card combos, which is kind of like a it doesn't make sense. The term one-card combo in itself doesn't really even make sense. We just use it as a way to describe the fact that a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh turns these days, a lot of our combos are just sequences of plays that start from one singular card, right? It's not actually a combo. You're not combining 2 cards in your hand to do something, whatever, right? It's just a string of this card searches that card, that summons this card, we combine those to make that, and then that gets you that, and so on and
there
so
are
forth.
one-card combos now in Magic?
Like in a lot of ways, but it's not really a combo.
Do they involve
right?
Fantastic
Card?
Card?
You used to have this maybe where maybe you could call something like Wind-Ups in 2012 a combo deck because it's trying to combine Magician and Shark to do something crazy or whatever, but in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, we don't really have combo decks in the classic sense, or something like that, right? And so, ultimately, the way I look
oh my god, someone in the chat said it's a fighting game combo, not a combination combo. That's kind of what I was like, how like fighting games like link together. They require some setup. Ah, okay.
Evaluate for myself. This is a very subjective process, but the way I think about Yu-Gi-Oh decks and whether I think they're healthy or not is how do they engage within this framework of player 1 makes a puzzle and player 2 tries to solve that puzzle, right? And if, in my opinion, if a deck goes first and makes a puzzle for the opponent that is not solvable, I think it's failing to work in this frame because Yu-Gi-Oh at the end of the day is a 2-player game, and but we'll get to that. I just wanted to preface that because I think this framework of decks, like how you categorize decks in Yu-Gi-Oh, or how we as a community do this, doesn't make sense anymore in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It hasn't even made sense for a long time now, but I feel like, especially right now, the more we talk about this, the more I feel like we need a new way to name these decks. Like, we do not need to rely on Magic terms from 25 years ago when describing modern Yu-Gi-Oh decks. We kind of just need our own.
A mid-range deck tends to control the board versus a control deck. The mid-range deck can aim to play aggressive. The main thing about a mid-range deck deck is it focuses on the trading of resources and it focuses on card advantage. So here are some example mid-range decks in other card games. I played Shadowverse, I played a little bit of Magic, I played Hearthstone, and in these games, usually the mid-range deck is the type of deck that it slams the 1 drop on 1, or it doesn't have a 1 drop, it slams the best 2 drop on 2, it slams the best 3 drop on 3, it slams the best 4 drop on 4, and then aims to value you during the game, but it's not necessarily skewed towards control or aggro. It's usually like the most balanced type of deck. And why do so many players like mid-range deck? Mid-range decks are often seen as fair card game decks. When a
Oh my god, this is the Patrick Chapin. What was it? The book he made? I think it was like next level magic. Oh my god. Next level magic. Patrick Chapin, next level magic. Like this graph. Oh wait, what? How? Okay, I'm at 1080. Okay, this is just crunchy for the love of the game. What the? Okay. Well, this is okay. He's blocking it. But you can see unfair, fair, aggressive, reactive. And okay. This is a throwback. If you have some cards in your graveyard, you can tutor, Underworld Breach, recast, tutor, does just ruin the game. I see.
Strong, it usually means that there's a back and forth in the game. It means that both players are having a chance to do what their deck is intended to do, and there is a trading of resources going on. One side is slowly accumulating card advantage over the other, and people.
Which
like
deck would you
games
say that you
are
hate the
aware
most?
one
Thank
side is
you,
slowly accumulating card advantage.
thank you,
This I agree
chatter.
with. This is one of the main reasons why people like these decks in other card games.
That's my
And I
favorite
think
type
this
of
is something that-
question.
In Yu-Gi-Oh terms, you can break this down to interaction. I think is my personal thing when I evaluate whether a deck is good or is healthy or not. Is I like it when decks interact with each other, right? Like when a deck wins in some way, shape, or form by simply not interacting with my.
To be honest, I don't really buy this either because you can still have. Okay, I don't want to be like, but you can have something like Detonator, and that is like a lot of interactions in one. It's a little bit easier now, but like time has shown, or like Konami has released like support to mitigate that, and people have okay. Here's my point first. I think you can still decide the game based on the interaction you set up. Like if your opponent hand traps you twice and you set up like a reasonable half board and your opponent's on 4 cards, your opponent will probably still need like a third piece of non-engine to even have a chance, right? Even though the board normally that board probably wouldn't cut it if your opponent had 6 cards, right? But since they hand trapped you twice and you set up this, theoretical board that half board, you probably still decide the game that way. Bub. The other thing, so I think of Detonator. Detonator's not the best example, but he is one guy that packs like 5 billion interactions. Some decks just can't play. Part of it is their design. Like maybe they need a continuous spell to go through, and like Detonator just says "fuck you." I guess pen scales or whatever. Theoretically, putting all your eggs in one basket is risky, because if they imperm the Detonator, that means you're trading like 1 for 4 or something. Same with Appaloosa or whatever. But that didn't stop those decks from being fucked. In fact, like that assumes they're alone too. That's about Dracotail Dragon Maid. Oh yeah, that's a pretty solid combination. I've run into it a couple times. I don't hate the idea. Detonator for the Photon Dragon, yes. Yeah, so once either there's cross 2, like once you start layering that, then it just becomes like okay. Drop is the most efficient go second for outing Dedo. Kind of. They like what was it? I think they still had an out to Droplet, unfortunately. In fact, if they had cross up, you don't go even because you've negated a couple cards. You've thrown away a few cards that and you still have to play into like the guaranteed interaction of and then I think there's also like Detonator popping itself with Eclipse Twins or something like that that they could do. I know for sure it didn't do shit versus the world's Ryziel deck. Then Hole Thruster. Yeah, I guess you could do that. Actually, I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a long time since Ryziel. One of my least favorite formats. I hate Elf Note the most, therefore I hate Reginald and KVJ. Dude, I don't even defend Elf Note. I know what the fuck that deck does, alright? That's another thing. Like, like I said, I don't mind people hating on like certain decks or whatever, Just don't call me slurs, bro. And like half the time, a lot of people kind of own up to what they're doing. You know, there's no like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, like Trip does not give a fuck that he's like, summoning 5 billion negates. He'll own up to that stuff. So I think a lot of people like I don't know. The reason why I bring this up is because it feels like people feel justified to call people names because like, oh, these people feel like they think people are like self-important for playing like cheap strategy. Sorry, I don't hate you. I know it's not obvious. Sorry, it's obvious. It's obviously a joke, but I'm just on a tangent. Was usually duo drive, cross, Starliege, Baguska, and whole thruster. Oh yeah, they didn't even have detonator actually. Oh yes, the whole thruster traded in a sense traded with the droplet because it's not super easy to play around it. Droplet couldn't like that layer of back row. You still needed back row removal to deal with that. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah. It's very after you pitched a couple cards. Yes, pretending the deck has been bad for 4 years. That is annoying. But I've only seen one person do it, and that guy is already like sus to begin with. Like he made it his entire personality, and that's just like okay, people like that should I don't know, kind of toxic. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, there is a little bit of like I mean I think that's just people misusing the word fair too. If you call your deck fair, automatically you're shielded from criticism. I don't think it's like a widespread thing, but people do that, and it's just annoying.
That is worse Yu-Gi-Oh! This is subjective, and we'll get into this. That there are some things about these decks that are fun, but I personally think they fail in the sense that they do not engage both players in the game.
Slowly winning over that period of time. And I personally also enjoy playing mid-range decks in other card games. I think that I do agree in the fact that if a mid-range deck is the best deck in the game, it usually means that there's some form of gameplay going on. For example, if aggro is the best deck in the game, then it's.
This is also something that I hated about these decks in other card games. Like aggro decks are my least favorite decks to play against in other card games because in my opinion their game plan is the least interactive out of all of it, right? Because aggro decks goals in
Onomat is fair. Nice.
Is to win before
Colon.
gets a chance to really play.
Nice
like,
smile, bro.
Play some cards, but you try to kill them before they get to do anything meaningful, right? Because your deck cannot last long enough. You just build a really aggressive deck that kills them before they get to do anything, which is the reason why that is not fun for me is because you're turning a 2-player game into a 1-player game.
Control mirrors.
Like, can I assemble the pieces to win the game on turn 3?
I mean, I could see why Josh would would favor like games that don't involve. How do I describe it? Like, because Josh will usually win out in those exchanges, right? I don't know, I just still think about Josh never playing Necros money matches anymore because people like caught up on the Necros goo. So you can't farm anyone again. I lose at every Onomat game I played against an event. I only played like 2 people on Onomat, but I did lose those games for what it's worth. 1,000 hours Paleo Mirror. Yeah, 999 turns. Yeah. I can't imagine that to be stimulating, but yeah.
And that is, to me, it's antithetical to the idea of trading card games being 2-player games.
There kind of is just non-game sometimes. If I brick and you just go 1, 2, 3 and you kill me, and if the control deck is the best deck in the game, well, games last forever.
But whatever. That was just a subjective thing. Like I can.
So, yeah, there's a reason why
I know people who hate long games.
So
like
what is mid-range in current Yu-Gi-Oh? There's some
like they will watch Edison and they'll be like, who the fuck thinks they're like, who thought this was fun because they were raised in a different card game. Haas 199 failure. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. Holy okay, dude, he needs the. This is a lot of text. I'm so sorry. No one's reading this shit. I just like long games. Yeah. No. I mean, I understand. Like, I love the games Senpai provides. See, I understand too. Like I said, this is pretty subjective, right? But it's just like, to be honest, it's not even that like. I think a lot of people share that nowadays. One long game per day. But I don't want to do it every duel. Yeah, no, I understand. Exactly. Yeah. Slides with too much text. This is really bad. This is really bad. This is
Examples of the best mid-range decks in Yu-Gi-Oh right now are
Yeah, I mean, I agree that these are what you would consider mid-range in Yu-Gi-Oh if it was smart to use that term, but I don't think it is.
Rolad mid-range piles, Branded, and Sky Striker.
But yes,
The issue is
Rolad, Branded, and Sky Striker are like the examples
really
of
fun.
mid-range
Yeah,
decks,
yeah,
even though,
yeah.
maybe even the term
Pure
Sky
RT?
Striker, even
Oh
Pure
my
RT control
god.
is a more fitting term for it.
I think it would be
Rolad
fun to
mid-range
learn the
uses
ins and
resolve
outs of,
Celtic Mystic on
but
their
I don't know if I
turn.
have the
If they
patience
go for, like,
nowadays.
on their turn, they draw 3, discard 2. They discard cards with graveyard effects. Oh shoot, they just went up 5 cards on you. And then on your turn, they either add that Celtic Mystic back with a ritual spell, or they have a second one, and then they just go Mind Shuffle, bounce back their ritual, summon Celtic Mystic, draw 3 more cards. They have 15 hand traps in their deck. They have Harmonia. They summon the Harmonia on you. They bounce the Harmonia, and suddenly, like, they're up 20. They're up 10 cards on you. They resolve.
This is a I hate to be that guy, but this is a very exaggerated way to look at it. I get what you're trying to say, though. I get what you're trying to say, but I rarely get to resolve Celtic Guardian twice. I've never played a version of Rollet that had 15 hand traps, and but your point is probably that these decks are still very powerful, which is I can agree with that.
15 hand traps is fake.
Really
Yeah. I feel like that the rollout
Cards
engine
they
is
use to
pretty
their turn.
large.
Lane
All
Darkness
that
is back to
redundancy
hand rotation.
to
Celtic
get
Mystic
Mind
draws 3 new
Shuffle.
cards. They ditch the 2 least popular cards in their hand. And then Branded typically adds the top 3 cards you see on the screen back to the hand every single turnaround. They aim to sit on this 3500 tower card that is marginally hard to out, and then they aim to, during both players' end phases, generate an entirely new hand out of thin air. And if you play against those decks, it's either you do the same thing, or you try to beat them. But if you let them get to turn 3, they just refresh their hand every
Yeah,
turn.
I've never seen Mind Shuffle resolve ever. In my the only person in history who's resolved Mind Shuffle is fucking Joshua Schmidt that I've ever witnessed. At least for pure. Mind shuffling these nuts. All right.
And you're a deck that can't refresh your hand every turn, and then you just lose.
Okay, so I think that this is a reasonable statement. I think it's fair to say that these decks are significantly better at grinding than a lot of other decks in the game. So if you ever enter a grind game with these decks, you are not very likely to win. This is true.
Which one was
However,
Mind
we also
Shuffle?
did kind of already
It's
mention- it wasn't in the game, but
this trap. It has like a 1 per chain bounce level 7 or higher monster for cost, a special summon guy. But it also has another effect where it searches one of the roll ad cards or a card, and then you discard 1 card. So this does pretty much everything. Like all the cards do the same thing, and this is the one card that does something unique without setup. And so if you stop this before they set up, they probably won't. The remaining senders in hand don't like they don't. So it's fake then. What do you mean it's fake? What's fake? As in like what Anthony Shoes was saying, or this card.
it was in the tweet that these decks do have a weak spot, right? You make a trade-off when you play a deck like this. You end on less interruption, right? The chance that these decks boards get broken and they get OTK'd is way higher than if you're resolving a combo dex combo, right?
Also,
so
I also
these decks
noticed
trade-
like when people play pure Rolad, this deck didn't have that many pushes. You know, like, and having played like some Glorp shit decks, that feels like by design too. Like, I don't know. If I've played some decks that just like don't do enough going second. You know, they have set up something reasonable. What does RO means in Rolad deck? Yeah, Ritual of Mind Shuffle ever resolving. Yeah, this is. I wouldn't call this a choke point, but a lot of the cards don't do enough. This is the card that actually like starts, Blackhead is the crazy card going second at least. Yeah, but even then, like, it's like one of the few things they do, and so you just like I don't want to say you just wait for that, but like, it's kind of hard. Like if your opponent sits on interaction, it's kind of hard to force it out. But yeah, just call it Chaos Ritual like a normal person. I don't know. Yeah, Rolad is kind of a sus name, I guess. I'm only using it because this is the context it's being used in. But Chaos Ritual is fine, yeah. I don't even mind Ritual. It's just saying Ritual of Light and Darkness, to be honest.
Now, still, you can still make an argument that these decks are too powerful at what they do, which is okay. But that has nothing to do with are these decks in general bad for the game of Yu-Gi-Oh?
I also feel that way about Branded too. Branded doesn't feel like it has that many pushes going second. It's still strong. Like I said, there's like one high quality card, a few high quality cards, right? But like I don't feel like the Branded cards actually break boards. Fallen Virtuous is good. Like if you just like wait for I guess basically I feel like the only thing I'm threatened by is Super Poly. Or what's called, late game, Brigand summoning Albaz from deck. Raz going to the draw really good hand. Yeah, yeah. Also the hand quality too isn't that great either. So like I'm okay with like people lumping, describing, So like the word mid range, right, is being used to describe like branded and roll out or whatever, and they both behave kind of similarly. So I don't mind that too much, you know. End phase alpha as abuse, yeah, yeah. End phase alpha as, yeah, 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 yeah. Sometimes you can just exhaust, your opponent. Yeah, if I'm understanding, you just freaking brigand end phase. Yeah, yeah, because a lot of, yeah, exactly, exactly. So that's how it feels like you can put, but normal Alvaz, no as make a lot of honest using their board. True. I got the tier 1 in the wheel. Yes. Branded Fusion only. Oh, yeah. Could I forget Branded Fusion? That card's very good. That's also cap. That's also another cap thing when people say like you can ban Branded Fusion. I guess you could, but like people also go as far to say that White Alvaz means you don't need to play Branded Fusion. I think that's kind of fake. I think the fact that you can threaten Branded Fusion, like if you go first and you fall in the virtue with someone, you're threatening Branded Fusion. That's what makes that scary for me. Not, I mean, I don't give a shit if you. Well, to be honest, I'm probably gonna still lose. We're so bad and branded now. No. I mean, it's nice that you can combo without it for sure. I think people are just elated that like, oh, okay, now we don't have to lose the Ash on brand diffusion or some shit. Okay, like that's nice, I guess, but people are elated at that. But yeah, I don't think I'd go that far. Purely is mid range. I don't even know what that means. I'll give you that. You get that one for free. Mid range, I know only scuba deck. Holy shit. We need to just start calling shit scuba.
Compared to the amount of rank game that they have, you're like, okay, this is a mid-range deck that is too strong. Only because I like the playstyle of mid-range decks, I'm not saying that they're untouchable, right? Like we had
But even though Brandon can't go second, if you can survive, the payoff is still huge.
Like yes,
if you can survive,
you're probably not winning because you're not killing them and they win the grind game.
But I don't think you're breaking like an Alphino board.
But that's my point. I'm trying to abuse the fact that there is a trade-off to OTK them, but most mid-range mirrors don't have the ability to OTK through the mid-range players' disruptions. Only combo decks can consistently do that. And this, I'm glad you say this, Anthony, because and I do want to make that clear. I can't speak for everybody, but at least I myself and most of the people who agree with me on this matter, we do not mind combo gameplay when the combo deck goes second at all. I find it very interesting actually. And I talk about this very frequently. When I go first with a mid-range deck, I enjoy playing against combo decks. I genuinely like it. Because it's challenging, because my interruptions might not be enough. I need to make meaningful decisions. I need to make the right calls.
Is Man a mid-range or a stun deck?
I
think that one's closer to stun because it literally does like
there's some real danger when I go.
Okay, it's not actually true because some decks can like work around it. But like there are a lot of games where while I was playing Draco Tail with the Man, there's just a lot of games where they just flip.
But in order for the combo player to have enough pushes going second, they have to have the
you activate a card, they just flip and negate it. You activate the next card, they just flip.
Where I think you're wrong. I think you're wrong. I think it's and it's
is Zonky a mid-range deck? True.
Who make decks have high ceiling but are not.
Man is mid-range.
One of the biggest challenges for the card designers right now, and I think they're often failing at it. There should be more cards who get stronger when you go second.
That deck doesn't seem to have many pushes.
Here's the thing. A lot of the times when you go second, some of your generic import pieces don't even matter. You're not breaking a board.
But your hand has to be sculpted. You resolve Maxi Bua. Basically,
the Elf Note trap is fairly relevant when you're playing into a board, for example, right? Like there's a lot of cards that are distinctly made just to make going second more.
Zonky a mid-range deck.
No issue, literally no issue.
See, I don't. That's another one that people are like, okay, this deck is mid-range because you set on, like, the back in the day, even before Circular, the deck capped at like Super Factorial Set, Wicked, and IP, and like no matter how many Exanders you played, that would be the cap. And people are fine with calling that mid-range. I didn't really agree because you were kind of just still doing the thing where you're ignoring your opponent's interaction and trying to like set up that board. Man is a stall deck. My games against Man are very fast. That's oh my god. They dude, Man does the stupid thing where they threaten like they out resource you. I wouldn't call but they do behave kind of similarly. When they have you leave 2 leftover traps, they go into the fusion just resets everything, so all the stuff you did to trade earlier didn't matter. Man does do that. So it does feel like the game plan against Man is to kill them that turn. So I don't know. you know what? Just call it whatever the fuck you want. It's just vibes at the end of the day.
Because it exploits mid-range. But then the going first is still reasonable. But the reason to play it is because it's good going second. But that is not the case, I don't think. And I
Same
think
as
it's
Brandy,
okay
yeah.
for a
But like they
deck to
definitely
be
play
better
differently,
going
right?
first than
Like
third.
they have
But
access
if
to
you are
different
being
interactions, you
better than
know.
other decks at something is okay.
It's not
But
really one has
the
negates and the
matter of fact is that
other
combo decks are not better at going first than other decks. They are unbeatable when they
has
are longer combo. I think
removal.
that should
I
not
mean
be
that
the
is
case,
a
because at this
significant
point,
difference,
we are
but
comparing, or we are not defending the fact that these decks are good
but
going first. We
also
are saying we're
like
defending literal FTKs, which is what I said,
you know,
as a response to
man
your
uses
tweet, right? I
traps
said,
which are harder to interact with in
I said
general unless you
that,
actually play
that
like
these decks
Red
you're defending
Reboot.
FTKs. You're not defending like because yeah, I don't know.
I'll
Maybe
call
you
it a
defend yourself,
combo deck
but
then.
I think there's a difference between what you think people have an issue with and what people actually have an issue with, or at least myself.
I just think a lot of good Yu-Gi-Oh decks just have that trait of just like having, you know, they set up a board, doesn't matter if it's like a fuck off negate board, but like they'll search a follow-up too, you know. And like something like Barone is fucked because if Barone lives next turn, it's threatening a pop or it's threatening to, you know, reset, you know, a piece from your graveyard, you know. Deck and standard imagines lock you out of doing anything just like man. 07.
What I'm saying is an issue.
Also, I do agree that Fallen Virtuous is a good card. I don't think Fallen Virtuous there's any problem.
I do think you're correct. Combo decks should not be unbeatable, but there has to be a solution to the grind game issue. That's fair enough. I think, and this is something that I would agree. Basically, essentially, in my mind, the best possible solution is to kind of like reduce the power level on both
It's like
sides.
Macari
at the same
Chain Link
time.
4
I would
after
take
Monster
this
Loop.
right 100%. I would immediately say I will trade some of the grind game of
Oh
these
my
decks that I like so much. I
God.
will give it away if I don't get like pseudo FTKs 30 seconds all the time. I would immediately trade for it because I'm gonna be honest with you, a deck
Dude,
that's
Labs
too
still
strong on grind game
feels
also
so
is difficult
bad
to
to
me
play
because at
against
some point it doesn't even matter
once.
how you manage your resources anymore. Like at some point, like sometimes when you reach a certain point with a deck like Brandon,
But I
you
play
would
decks that
literally
don't have that
cannot
many
anymore due to
pushes in
how much follow-up
general,
you have.
right?
It's
So
literally
like
impossible to run out of gas
Lab
very
doesn't have to
right?
do very
So I
much
agree,
to
there are aspects about these decks that are too strong, and I would be
to
happy
get to the
play
point where
with
they
lower power
recycle
Brandon, lower power
everything.
Sky Striker or something if it meant that the lower power combo decks also existed, right? At the same time, I think this is this issue that you addressed earlier, where you said like, well, my combo deck needs to be.
Like I
strong,
feel if
otherwise
you
how am I
play
gonna
like
win
something
if I
like
have FTK because I
Habakiri
use
that
grind
involves
game? From the
Habakiri, you
designer's
probably don't have
perspective-
that
from the
problem
designer's
unless they have
perspective, the same
floodgates.
thing applies to mid-range decks, because here's the thing: if the mid-range deck doesn't have such a good grind game, what's the reason to play a mid-range deck now? What in this environment that they've created, the card designers have created this environment where combo decks are so incredibly powerful. Why would I not play a deck like that if I don't even get better grind game? Like that's the one thing that mid-range decks get that is the reason to play them. Is they get
Lab is
in
control deck,
good
Lab
at,
is stun
right?
deck.
They are good at playing longer games. Because why else would I make a smaller board? Why else would I make a board that sets me up for the grind game if my grind game sucks? Because I can't expect to auto win the game off of a Sky Striker board, right? Like if I make a Sky Striker board, I expect it to get broken. I expect to be forced to play a grind game when I play Sky Striker because my board does not auto win enough, quote unquote. This is a trade-off that I take. If Sky Striker didn't have this grind game, then why would there's no reason to play it?
Dude, I actually OTK Striker quite a bit, which is kind of funny. But there's part of it.
It's like
Part of Striker is like one, the players who play Striker aren't like that. They're pretty wasteful on the resources because they just have an abundance. Two, Ashen Bell. Ashen Bell on 0 go do a lot, and those are not like unreasonable cards to main. And you know, the answer is Charmy for what the issue for like to whittle down a combo deck's board so they don't like or. Sorry, I like missed that.
now your Fallen Virtuous traded with one of my best starters, and then now you're also getting it back, which is kind of crazy, right? And if you're the player that doesn't want to play like these mid-range deck mirror matches, how do you exploit mid-range decks? So one of the biggest issues with mid-range decks is that they don't actually put that many interruptions. If you think about Sky Striker, if you think about Rolad mid-range, like Branded Rolad, if you think about Pure Branded, they actually don't have that many interruptions. Like compared to like Cool Tune can like interrupt you, like Vanquish Soul and Cool Tune, those decks can interrupt you like 7 or 8 times during your turn. They might be small interruptions, but they like pop a card here, pop a card there, banish a card here, right? Negate this one. But most mid-range decks only have 3 to 4 interruptions. Like for example, you take the mid-range Rolad deck. They have the Fallen Virtuous.
Yeah,
they
dude.
usually have
Vanquish Soul has
DLF,
so
they usually have,
many.
like one Harmonia in the hand or an Ash Blossom they drew.
Why not play a
They usually
combo
have
deck?
3 of those, and that's it,
Oh,
right?
I
And
see, I
if you play
see.
against Sky Striker, if they full combo you, they usually have their set 5 and then a 0.
Yeah,
If
so,
you play
like
against
I
Branded,
feel like some
it's
half
more
boards
like
aren't
they
that
have Spell
aren't
Bounce, they have their
enough
Fallen Virtuous, they might have a Jade Banish.
under
They have some-
Charmy
but
because you
it's
basically
it's
turn
it's
into
nowhere near
some
the
like
interruptions that
you don't even have
Sky Striker
the
would.
non-engine
And if
to
you put
like
more engines and more
fight
gadgets into your deck,
back.
you have the ability to
You probably
counter
play
just
Charmies
like
yourself
the
and
low
you
interruptions
probably
that mid-range
open
deck has,
them
and you can counter the game plan by not letting them see the turn 3 that
after
try to
getting
hand off.
Charmies
Because most
yourself.
mid-range decks also instinctively try to play for follow-up. Most of their cards and interruptions usually
So I
have
should have
generate
banished all the
follow-up, right?
rows.
So one of the best ways to
Damn.
match up is either you go first and you set up an unbeatable board of 7 negates, and well, I'm not saying literally 7 negates, but like you set up like double-digit interruptions, so that the mid-range deck usually most of their cards aim to interrupt you somehow, not that much, and then they aim to get a bunch of follow-up back, right? But if you just don't let that happen, you have more interruptions than they have cards in their hand. Usually, they don't win. And then if you go second against them, if you have enough gas where you just gas through the 4 interruptions and then you kill them, they'll never live to see the follow up, right?
Okay, so this is true. This is why combo decks are good against mid-range decks. This is why combo decks are good against something like Sky Striker. And the issue here is that we are talking about two very different things, right? Number one is you exploit mid-range decks by having a high ceiling, so going second, you actually literally OTK them and they never get to realize their follow-up because they just die, right?
Yeah, it's not. This is just like I said. This is just rock paper scissors. You know, if you play rock, as the quote unquote mid range deck, combo deck coming along, you know, is probably gonna play is the paper. You're the anathema to your attempt to win the game. You know, for the most part, you know, this video isn't like the worst. You know, I find at least this part more interesting. You know, no one's like. It all depends on the combo deck. I guess what do you mean, like hand quality or something like that? Still playing hand because they can't push through a board. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. Summon Lucina get popped.
Like I said earlier, is completely fine. This is a completely legitimate like design approach at handling a deck like Sky Striker or Branded or Ritual of Light and Darkness by giving players tools to get out of that grind game by OTKing. I think this is a healthy interaction overall. The issue is with the other side of the thing, where you basically say like, well, I'm going to counter the mid-range deck by making an unbreakable board going first. The problem I have with this is that first of all, you are essentially FTKing the opponent, is what you're saying, right? You're defending an FTK because you're saying, well, otherwise the mid-range deck is just going to outgrind me. The problem with this is that you are
Trans only mons, yeah.
and you are also not only able to do this against mid-range decks. You are
I don't think that card's very crazy. I don't think it needed to pop a card.
Where other combo decks as well, where like the combo deck mirror, if both decks are trying to do that, all of a sudden like every deck is decided by who goes first, and so on and so forth. And
you know what I was thinking? You know, I remember someone asking like, is there a way to beat you know, field spells that already face up with I was like. I was like, I don't think there was something that exists, and there was something close, and it's Toxic Boxfish, but Toxic Boxfish only works if it's banished, so Shifter has to be present. Actually, combos they don't actually describe it. Yeah, I don't like that term either. Combo, consistency, mid range. There's other terms that also like. They just don't explain anything, but people use them and expect you to know what they talk about. I'm just like, bruh. But yeah, combo, like, yeah, there's variation in combo decks too. You know, they're not all created the same. Like, there's definitely a difference between fucking Drytron and combos in action. Fighting game player. Just which combo's long, which combo's short. Yeah, that's probably the most noticeable part.
Like balancing cycle, where like, well, this strategy beats this deck, and this strategy beats this deck, because there's like a cycle going on. Because you could say like, well, aggro beats control, control beats mid-range, mid-range beats aggro, right? We don't have a third thing here in the equation that stops FTKs, because there is nothing that stops FTKs. If a deck wins every time going first, it cannot be healthy in a like triangle format or 4-deck format, 5-deck format, 6-deck format. There's no way to balance that properly. If the way to win going first is to literally put up more interruptions than your opponent has cards in hand, right? It's not like, well, at least the combo deck mirror match is interesting or something like that. There's nothing there. Like, there's no justification for that. So literally at that point, if you're saying,
I love Bubs.
The combo deck needs to exist so that
Show
mid-range
Bubs
decks get checked when they go first. Literally, all we need for this is for decks to get better at going second in general, right? Like decks what we need is decks that are able to OTK decks, mid-range decks going second without being auto-win going first.
I think a video of my favorite combo deck.
That we need a deck to auto-win going first by putting up more interruptions than our opponent has cards.
Reanimator.
Cannot be a healthy thing. I'm losing my mind. Combo decks have good grind game as well. This is a thing where this is just power creep. Honestly, like, this is true. A lot of decks these days just get so much better at this. There used to be a time where combo decks would at least not have follow up because their extra deck was like empty and they didn't have anything. And if you activated like Dark Ruler, they would fall apart in some way. This is something that nowadays the lines get so blurry between different decks. Like, most decks these days just have insane follow up. They just have insane follow up. That's just the thing. If you Dark Ruler a deck nowadays, most of the time it means you lose because you can't kill them this turn, and they do it all again next turn, right? Like, this is just something that is not true, right? Like, yes, Branded has crazy follow up, Sky Striker has crazy follow up. They generate a lot of card advantage. But if a combo deck goes first, like, they also got crazy follow up now. Like, they summon like 5 things back on your turn, search a couple of cards, and have like a bunch of graveyard effects as well.
So that's like a really good method of counterplay. I would say that if you're not a
There's
mid-range player,
also
you're not mid-range, this is a very, very
Juke
good way to beat mid-range.
s-
But the issue
Juke
with that
joint
is most
JJ
of the
Cool
community
Tune.
really hates it.
Leaving
when
that
people
face
say
up
mid-range
is
stop that.
like
You can
sometimes you don't
find
even
buys
have
that
enough
way, 'cause-
interaction to deal with that,
well,
and
like,
then
I play both sides of the clock. I also play mid-range.
you know
I
they
love
just
playing
barely
mid-range. I
break
love
your
playing
board.
these like branded mid-range decks. But also you
The
have to realize
JJ
that
Cool
not everybody
Tune just
wants to
turns
play
any
this together
draw
forever, right? There is time limits
into
to that.
combo.
You guys both know that. If a branded player like puts a mirror match against each other, that stuff goes to time basically every single.
So this is the start of the video where I decided that I was going to talk about this on stream, because from this point on, I actually think we are entering a different discussion that I wholeheartedly agree with, and that is
Yeah,
it's
so
something that I
this
do want to
wasn't
talk
too
about.
bad. I mean, like
Because
at least he
essentially, up until this point,
explained.
we have talked about whether combo decks are healthy for the game, or we've tried to justify.
Like
justify
I'm gonna be
combo
honest,
decks
there's
which is something
barely
disagree with.
okay. I mean, there's some bullshit about like this is too much text. I'm not gonna lie, but some bullshit about FMV's the goat. I fear. Oh, thank you for the raid. Oh, what's up? It's time. Give me. Let me. Coo. Ah, there we go. We still on this? I did it for just for the title. But also I have backlog. Thank you for the raid. Reading stream, is this like Fate Stay Night? No, we're not reading, but like there is some bullshit on the screen that I'm not gonna read. Okay. Wait, he's actually talking about the. Oh wait, I should have read this. Okay, this is where he actually gets into the elitist stuff. More Karibo in the backlog. Let's see. We have. You're making hand traps better against you. Okay, here's Karibo video. It's the same shit. Actually, it's Yu-Gi-Oh's problem isn't with mid-range, it's with macro archetypes as a whole. This one's time-stamped. Why you keep losing by Farfa? With the incredible thumbnail. Wait, he fixed it. Fuck you. Alright, whatever. The thumbnail was missing an E. Elf Note is a very cool deck not to play. Kariba. Okay, so there's one Karibo video, and it's just this topic again.
Something that I fundamentally disagree
So
with.
this part I don't
The
think
so powerful mid-range deck.
I think it's
First of all, I
just.
don't think the classification works for Yu-Gi-Oh, and I also think if a deck's idea is to not interact with the opponent by just making an unbeatable board, I think it shouldn't be.
You can just sum this up. Like the whole elitism thing is kind of just like the issue isn't like, oh, there's elitism. It's just like there's just toxic people who will get mad whatever you do. You know, there's no way to appease these people, and they probably should not be welcome in the community. So it's like this is pretty simple stuff. Mistake by Farfa was intentional. True. He's just baiting. He's just trying to get that sweet engagement bait. Why can't Konami give the JP player Vader hand? Okay, I know you're joking. Okay, chill. Sorry watching it because I thought it was interesting, but it wasn't. It was timestamp. So okay, I'm gonna look at the timestamp, and if it like, I'm gonna
in this fight or flight response mode, and so you either give up and quit, hiding away from your failure, or you fight it and type out yet another Y game bug post on r/Mastodon asking why couldn't I SP Little Knight my opponent's monster after I used Branded Fusion? Why would Japan do this? And is Hideo Kojima giving Japanese players better hands on Mastodon? I read that as a real post like 4 years ago on release.
Okay. So I guess that was the timestamp. Trevor reacts to the mid-range thing? Oh my god. Reacting to toxic Yu-Gi-Oh drama. This isn't even drama. This is like straight up a PowerPoint, bruh. You want the 5 PT shot? Just join my Metafy and play on SP sleeves. Enjoy the video. Play whatever on God's green earth that you want. Literally, who cares? That is pretty much like the whole like elitism part. That is pretty much how it sums. Like you should never be harassed for your deck choice. Like that's like super easy. Like turning this into like actually there's a cabal of mid-range players that are like, you think I verify is real? I always open full combo European version, always bricked. Hell yeah. Got a clickbait? Yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna get into it. Okay. I already said this seems like drama farming. just reacting to this is like I'm okay. Like I'm also pretty much farming. Okay, right now, so I am no stranger. Blue Eyes players are valid. True. What like okay, I get like there's always gonna be unpopular decks, right? Like if there's gonna be some deck you dislike playing. Like Runic is pretty unpopular, right? But like you don't take it out on people. That's like not cool. I'm here, so what does that say? The point, all I'm trying to make is like, I'm not trying to like be dishonest.
I think there are genuine.
I'm
balancing
getting
problems
farm right
with
now.
mid-range
This
decks as
video
well.
is
I
much
agree with that.
better.
I would be happy if they reduce the power level of both
Sun
sides.
does get pretty
but I
bad.
genuinely think that if a deck's goal is to
But yeah, it's not like I'll be honest. Like the gameplay, unless someone summons Fireberry statue and I drew Elf Note Lucina, I'm probably gonna get like a non-game. Like, but I don't know. I'm not gonna like read into that person's. You criticize society, true. Okay, we're just jumping around now. I am getting kind of bored because this part is bullshit. Okay, like, oh my god, he spends a long time on this. Holy moly. Holy shit, this is the entire remaining video. And he just goes back to the Twitter thread. Okay, he just spends the okay. The first part was actually interesting. He was actually explaining his thoughts on like, the ultimate combo versus mid-range discussion with Anthony 3 days ago. So this one's a little bit second part of the video is low-key a guy getting one guy. Okay, so I think I've seen enough then.
And welcome to another Yu-Gi-Oh video.
So this is the follow-up, all right? For what it's worth, I think it's worth mentioning that Xlus or Anthony Zhu was in the chat while Josh was reacting to that video. So it wasn't like, I mean, Josh is, why he looked tired? I think it's his hairstyle, man. Maybe he has the bags too, but I usually when people have bags, I don't like to criticize because I have like if you ever see me in public, I have like heavy bags, so I don't like. But I think it's the hair too. It's kind of like messy, I think it's the hairstyle, to be honest. I think that's like 90% of this. The new room lighting. Oh, I didn't even consider that. He looks like. Oh my god, that's what they say about Kangas Cass. They say he has a resemblance to a particular porn star. Curious how bad the hate on Toon will be. To be honest, it's already like a lot of people have declared that they're going to quit. Honestly, if you survived Malice, if you're a Malice player and you survive the quote unquote Malice hate, you'll probably survive the Toon stuff. I think Malice has elicited like a bigger reaction from people. And I'm not saying that's the peak, but I think that's more or less like, no one's gonna go that crazy. No one's going to freaking, immolate themselves with fire out of protest of Toons. Okay, it's like, like don't get me wrong, people are not gonna have fun, but it's Toons are. This looks like single male room lighting. I see. Hentai protagonist. Oh, okay, I can see that. Yeah, it's. Hope it doesn't draw animosity to the anime, but also as an anime fan, don't worry. I think one thing I will think is like someone's gonna be like, this is why anime decks should not be meta. It's still toxic. I'm like, okay. I don't know. If someone actually hates the anime based on like Toons, that's just so backwards, like. I don't know. I've come to watch Rage Bait. Hello, Jeff. See, I told you guys this entire stream is farming. Thank you for the raid, Jeff. I can see the YouTube video already. Yeah. To be honest, it doesn't make a difference, right? Like, there's a lot of people hate lore archetypes, and I'm not saying people as in like the majority. There's just like a specific echo chamber of people, who don't like the fact that lore archetypes get support. I mean, some of them do turn into slop decks, and slop decks don't have a good reputation. But like, there's already people who, like people. You're gonna find echo chambers for anything. The rage base. Yeah.
That's
That's pretty good.
Recently, I mean, really, when isn't there a lot of this?
You see one more
discussion?
Elf
This
Note
one feels
KT?
important to me.
Oh my
And it
gosh,
is the
my
whole combo
favorite,
versus mid-range
my
discussion that's been
favorite
going on lately.
combination.
You know, combo decks, are they healthy? Are they not healthy?
Hey, Blue Eyes says it's too
Mid-range decks,
simple.
Are they healthy? Are they not healthy?
That's fair.
And so today I invited a special guest onto the channel, Anthony Zhu, who's been performing well with combo decks recently and has been making some videos regarding
What the heck is
effects
a
of
face
combo
of
decks, which
card?
I have reacted to. And so Anthony told me he would like to discuss this on the channel, and it ended up being a very, very good discussion, I think, with an outcome that you might not expect. So I encourage you to watch it all the way through, even though it ended up being a little bit longer of a talk. But also, I think there is a
Crawler
very important
best
message because
lore
we not
deck.
only talk about, well,
Crawler's
combo
so
versus mid-range, but we also talk
legit.
about just in general how
He's the
we
goat.
interact with each other in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, and I think that is something that everyone's going to be able to take something away from. So I hope you enjoyed the discussion. Without further ado, let's get started. Before we start, tell me a little bit about who you are. and
This
what you
man
are.
played 200 paleo mirrors. Here's what happened to his brain. I just realized
I previously did a video.
the chubby emu.
Elitism in mid-range players and mid-range decks, and when I
Sorry, I
recorded
missed the
it,
chubby
was
emu
emotional.
video
I
title.
had made my points like very hard to understand, and deservedly, I had
Okay,
to
his
talk
lighting
about
is so
it, so I wanted to
saturated. Holy shit.
come and like try to in a more like well presented tone to argue
Yes.
and reinstate my points, so they make it easier to understand what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah, and that is why we are here today. And also, I want
Oh,
to cut you
okay.
off right there because I feel like your points, even though you were emotional in that video, I still think you did make your points relatively clear. At least after watching it, reacting to it,
Problematic lighting
after,
difference.
course
Oh
of
my
more time, I do
god.
think I know what you're saying. And
Yeah,
so
lighting
that's
gap,
why we're here
yeah.
today to give you the chance to kind of like reiterate over the
Laptop
And of
webcam.
course, you've been a very successful combo player as well recently, even though you say, of course, you also like the mid-range decks and stuff like that. But yeah,
W raid?
so
Oh
I
fuck,
think
Judeo!
the most important
Oh
thing
my
is to
god,
separate
third
this kind of thing
raid?
into two
I
main
told you,
discussion
this is the
points, because when I watched your
craziest
video, I feel like
farming
there was two main
strategy.
arguments being brought
Thank
up.
you so
One
much
is
for
the whole
the
mid-range
How was
decks healthier
duelings.
than combo decks, should people feel like mid-range is the right way to go about it and something like that, which is something I want to discuss secondly, actually, because I think the most important thing, the thing that also, from my perspective, got you so emotional, was the fact that we need to talk about how people interact with each other in this community.
Who are
For
you?
whatever reason,
Nobody.
they think that their deck is healthier or cooler or whatever than someone else, right?
For sure. I think what originally made it so that I wanted to make a video like that, I would say that video was not well made at all. I was extremely emotional the entire video. It was what triggered it was during the past few weeks I've had multiple instances IRL play where my opponent got like emotional versus me after, or my friends that played.
Forget
the
which
deck
raid I even
after
came
they lost.
from? No
They
worries.
not only attack the deck, but they also attack the person playing it. Not literally like cursing at them, but like figured like you know what I mean. But and also a few Discord communities and like Facebook and Twitter that I frequently like I don't necessarily like and I'm like decently active in.
You
when
wish he
got
talked about
news of,
OCG
like,
stuff?
this newer 60 rollout stuff
Damn.
was quickly becoming more popular. The first thing that they jumped to was to complain that such a deck existed.
Maybe he
to complain
does.
That this deck is like basically just.
Oh, you mean like
shitting on the
his
deck. I
channel?
felt like as somebody who put a lot of effort in like trying to make a breakthrough in a stale format, I felt like my work was either.
Yeah, Shilping mostly just
underappreciated,
talks about his
just
own
because I'm not,
like
the deck
experiences,
was
you know, like
morally, agreed upon
prepping
by
for
everybody.
tourneys and
I
stuff.
felt like that's not okay. I feel like before we discuss whether or not a deck is healthy for game design, I think we should also discuss.
Can we talk about CG?
whether or
Ah,
not
I see, I
the
see, I
deck
see.
has a change in the format and how you should prepare for such decks, and like actually talk about the gameplay instead of talking about whether or not this deck is supposedly healthy.
Yeah.
Having whether or not having multiple bridges or 60 card decks or
Yeah.
like generic link monsters, like don't put game design before real gameplay.
Yeah,
Is
I mean,
what I wanna try to
Yeah,
say.
it's mostly just like,
especially
oh,
because I
here's
think
my
deck
regionals
building is a very
deck
important part of
profile.
the game of
Here's
Yu-Gi-Oh!
my
And even though,
YCS
sometimes a discovery in deck building
strategy.
does not necessarily lead to something that's considered healthy gameplay or something like that. It can still be a very impressive achievement. I mean, think of Mitsurugi Yami or whatever when that was invented. I'm not entirely sure if it was.
Maybe they'll mention the Chinese Discord once or twice.
For me personally, as someone who was a huge fan of Pure Yami and Pure Mitsurugi in terms of their, quote unquote health, and I thought that deck was a little bit over the top. Still, I need to recognize the fact that like this is like a very impressive
Holy
thing
shit,
to
what the fuck
take
is
that
that?
sort of thing and win a YCS with it, right? So it's a very
This video I got translated to top
interesting
comment.
topic,
Wait a
deck
sec.
building versus actual game. But also,
WTF. I told
this is
you
why
that's
I wanted to mention this at the start of the video because I think it's super important that people understand that their frustrations with balancing within the game or whatever just cannot be directed at the person playing the game. I think this is something, and I want
This
to
is like a
because
no-brainer,
in the
like-
comments people are saying like content creators who are talking
I-
about
like,
these
I
issues,
don't even know,
myself
like,
included, one of
um,
the bigger ones when it comes to criticizing combo gameplay.
I
I
feel like
this
this
is
should have
a
ended
I
with
wanna say
that.
that
I'm
I
okay
hate
with people talking
criticizing
about
the
like the
game for its
mid-range
design or
stuff,
whatever,
you
but I
know,
really
because
don't want people to
Josh,
act this way
you know,
towards
is
people who
like,
are playing those decks, enjoying those decks, and are just trying to have a good time playing
you
the
know,
game.
he's just trying to
And, I just
spin
think
it,
that
or not
actually
spin it.
before we
That
start
sounds
whether any
weird.
of this is healthy or
But
not,
he's
I
trying
think
to
the
like
discussion
turn it
about
into
this
something
initial thing
more
is just something that I feel like we shouldn't even have to discuss this, but apparently we do.
more fruitful.
Yeah, just be nice to each other, man.
Yeah, see, this is no brainer. We don't need to discuss why it's so
We
obvious.
should just
Like
all be
you
agreeable
shouldn't
on that. We
be
should
a
just
dick
take
to
if you have
anyone, no
problems with
matter
that,
their
just leave it
choice.
at a deck level and don't raise it up to the content
I
creator.
think my BTB broken. I'm glad.
Gods for the deck or whatever, or like the people playing the deck. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like, I understand the frustration, right? Dude, I just got home from locals. I lost a dice roll to a 60 card Azamina roll at whatever deck as well. I got my Charmy Ash today. I wasn't happy. I still gave
Show
my
comment?
opponent
Okay.
a handshake after the game and said GG's because it's not their fault. It's not their fault. Like, yeah, of course I'm gonna keep talking about in my content how I think these things are unbalanced, but
For
I'm
sure,
not
for
gonna blame
sure.
my opponent for playing Ash Blossom in their combo decks. Like, of course they are going to do that. So yeah, I don't know. This is just, it's something that is, I mean, we are all dealing with that in the YouTube comment section when people get to comment like anonymously on stuff. Of course, people are going to be weird about it, but I just wanted to get that out there. That whenever I critique stuff like that, it is critique at the game and the balancing itself that I'm willing to talk about with people and discuss it, and not let it be like aimed at specific players or people who are shooting. Yeah,
For sure.
And that
I
being
think
said,
we
oh sorry.
have time on that topic, right? Let's go into the actual topic that people
Yes,
want
and
to see.
this is where I feel like we can have some a pretty interesting discussion because your initial one of the, I mean, for me, one of the takeaways from your video was of course the thing we just talked about, and then the other thing you talked about was, are mid-range decks actually as healthy as people make it seem, and are they even better or worse than combo decks to begin with? And that is a discussion I'm willing to entertain. That is something where we can talk about.
Oh yeah,
And
healthy is
one
another
other thing
term that
we
I
are going
also
to refer-
don't like engaging with, because that is also another term where people kind of like pack a lot of meaning into without really elaborating on, and it also feels like kind of like a label people assign certain decks, and when like to avoid critique or whatever. So it's just like, oh my god, like, and also I don't know, I feel like there's not very well defined guidelines on what healthy means. Sometimes a healthy deck could be like dominating a metagame, and then people get tired of it, but like, I don't know, it doesn't really capture to me. Why you do those are the emote you added it? It's not the emote. It's more like the combination of those two that I WTF. It's the emergent interaction of two separate emotes, combining together to form a diabolical creation. Like, okay, I don't give a shit about. It's two, yes, it's two. Healthy for your vision game. Like, okay, like if you're gonna say healthy, right? At least explain what you mean. I feel like I have to like, if you're saying like, oh, this deck is healthy and refuse to elaborate, I'm just like, okay, whatever. Like it's just vibes at that point. To overlap it, some of them are 0 width, so you can do that. So I think specifically, what? There's a plus? I don't even know how that works. Okay, that's a new feature. I have no idea how that works. Okay. Now that you point that out, bruh. I mean, okay, I'm okay with the term being used, but it's just like in lieu of like elaboration, it bothers me. Which is like most things in general. Like if someone says "because I said so," you're just gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Just for the simplicity of it, we are going to refer to these decks as mid-range and combo decks.
Oh,
today.
let me see.
I
Okay,
think I would say
sorry.
that probably makes it easier because one of the things I
Holy!
get hung up with in Yu-Gi-Oh! When we have these discussions is I feel like the term combo and the term mid-range isn't really that accurate anymore when it comes to the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! But I mean,
Wait, this is a significant comment. Holy shit! Give me a second. Should I read this afterwards or before to set the tone? This is a pretty long comment. It's one person and someone else's reply. Okay. Bruh. Because I don't know, this is kind of like spoilers. Here. This is what I'll do. I'll just read it at the beginning. Okay, so for context, I was just sent a translated comment from... So this video was translated and uploaded on Bilibili, and I got shared a translated comment, top comment or whatever. We haven't even started? Yeah. Well, I mean, we got through... What is this? Oh my god, yeah. Okay, this is like 9% of the video. Okay, I'm gonna open media link. Right? Ah! It feels like the two of them are talking past each other. At the 48-10 mark, Josh asks how to deal with a combo deck that established an FTK level board when going first. Okay, so I guess it's spoilers. Anthony's response, however, is mid-range decks aren't teching against combo decks. If they did, they'd win more whether going first or second. Josh is asking about the experience of playing second, whereas Anthony seems to be saying win rates when going second are poor because players aren't preparing for it. Or perhaps, okay, yeah, I don't really have the context for this, but I mean, it's pretty clear. I guess it's pretty clear what Anthony's saying. Like, if mid-range decks were actually playing specific, non-engine for certain combo decks, like I don't know. I just think of like specific is not the word, but the point is they would win more often. Oh wait, that's... I'm okay with really not using. I don't think they are talking about the same thing. I might have had preconceived expectations for insights applicable to both OCG and TCG environments, but statements like, if you actually tweak your deck to counter me, you win more going both first and second, or combo decks often emerge specifically because of mid-range deck, strike me as remarks limited to the TCG context. Oh, I see. Like, if mid-range decks are popular, if you want an edge in that format, you know, a response would be to play combo decks. I see. I mean, considering the current going first strategy of decks like Shining Sarcophagus and Tune, the latter essentially involving hand ripping and setting up disruptions, how exactly are OCG players supposed to adjust their builds to improve their win rate when going second? Furthermore, the OCG environment hasn't really seen the kind of player developed combo decks common in TCG, where multiple engines pivot into one another. Instead, the standard composition remains archetypal core plus a large number of non-engine cards, hand traps, etc. I don't think it's accurate to say combo decks emerge to counter mid-range decks. That's simply not the case. They're designed and printed that way by Konami from the start. And this is the reply, the second part, to this guy. In reality, the current TCG format is closer to the World Championship environment. Recently, in World Championship simulations on Master Duel, deck evolution has been trending towards 60-card pile strategies. I actually feel that players from both formats share a similar sensitivity to meta in this regard. There isn't really a fundamental difference. The reason such 60-card decks aren't appearing in the OCG right now largely comes down to decks like Shining Sarcophagus and Tune. Shining Sarcophagus can rip apart your hand when going first, leaving you no chance to attempt a breakthrough. Is this Elf Note? The Shining Sarcophagus? Because the Shining Sarcophagus that this deck that I am... Yes? Oh, so this is Elf Note. I see. This is not the... Shiny? I see. Breakthrough. While no variant of Tune can be broken through just 6 cards if you're playing 60-card deck. Since players can't rely on the archetypes on multi-card combos to break the board, they are forced to pin their hopes on hand traps to stop the opponent. Setting aside their disagreements on other topics, I think they share a consensus. Breaking opponent's end board using your deck's internal engine while going second is fun. Otherwise, Josh wouldn't stick to the mid-range philosophy, nor would the other players stick to the 60-card pile philosophy. Ultimately, one approach extends the duel to turn 3 or 4, while the other aims to end it on turn 2. Moreover, given how aggressively the TCG hits generic boss monsters, I don't believe the end boards of these massive pile decks are truly unbeatable. I think the difference between them is that Josh pays attention to the OCG meta. He likely knows what Elf Note and Tune end boards look like. And his definition of combo decks aligns more with those OCG archetypes than with the 60-card piles currently popular in the TCG. I suspect Anthony wouldn't enjoy playing against those decks either. Once the upcoming support for Shining Sarcophagus and fucking Elf Note and Tune arrives, they will likely find common ground on this issue. What does mid-range decks mean? It's not a very well-defined term, but in this context, it's being used to describe decks that basically set up a board. They set up like 3 to 4 interactions. They're not necessarily negates. They can be, but they're not necessarily. They often take the form of removal, but the board is just there, so you know it can be broken. But as a trade-off of being broken, you threaten to get back all your resources back after your opponent has exhausted them trying to break your board. It's not just your board. You probably rely on hand traps as well to trade with them and stuff like that. It's like the casual Yu-Gi-Oh term wise, yeah. So like the decks people are using as an example are like Branded and Sky Striker. This isn't in Master Duel yet, but Ritual of Light and Darkness. What is Malice? What kind is that? I don't know. I don't like categorizing. A lot of Yu-Gi-Oh decks don't fit in a box, to be honest. But that deck also threatens follow-up. And it's not it doesn't I don't know. That deck doesn't feel like a quote-unquote mid-range deck that people are using. That deck doesn't have that much crazy interruptions. But it does draw into a lot of non-engine, so it can compensate. But it also has White Binder, which basically says get all your shit back. Malice's combo in that box. Malice is a mid-range deck. Yes, Malice is a mid-range deck in that box. It fucking annoys me. Not that you just, not that someone has. Yeah, Draco Tail's mid-range. It's kind of vibes, but Draco Tail is kind of like that, right? Like it sets up a decent amount of interaction, but you can reasonably kind of push through it if you play like a lot of like you could. I don't know. I'm just trying to get you guys to picture something, but you could picture like I don't know. It's not the best. I want to say Mitsurugi, but you would need an Asher Bell to trade with the Flame first. But you could picture something like a Mitsurugi deck, like pushing past the Draco Tail end board. But the point is, if you don't push past it, they get all their resources back. Urgla, shuffle back, draw the multiple draws off the traps, and Artholian Bound. Branded mid range. That's what people say. But okay, I'll just be honest. Don't get too attached to calling things, labels. Most people can't really agree, and at the same time, I don't know. It's just better if you know what the decks do. But like, oh my god, now I'm pissed off because this category of deck behavior being applied to Malice, and Malice does not feel that way at all. Oh my god. Blue Eyes is tier 0? True. Mid-range equals layered interaction. My bad. Me when I set my layered counter trap. I'm in Diamond, that's all I play against? 07. Branded isn't that fun to play against, to be honest. If your deck can't contest all the shit they add back at end phase. I think I would put it as control more than anything. But people have called Draco Tail mid-range. Also, it all falls apart once you start mixing the archetypes together. Ritual of Light of Darkness in this fucking discussion is being called mid-range, right? But there's this development of like these pile decks that push past, have a bunch of pushes, Ixie, thank you for the follow. First time watcher, what do you play? I play a lot of decks. I've been playing Fairy Tail lately. I play Elf Note too, but that's offline. It's just on my other account. I play Vanquish Soul. I think in the future I have to get to Master 1 with Math Mech as well. But that's just like a for fun kind of, like that deck is like past its prime, but I do it. He plays Man. What the I'm so glad I did not play Man for Fusion Cup, okay? If I played Man, I would die. I'm not a misandrist, okay? But I just like... I would... You want to play Math Mech? Probably not today. Math Mech strongest soldier? I literally said that deck is past its prime. That deck is booty cheeks. Rat Mech M1 prospect. Rat Mech M1 prospect is not looking good. There is time after Worlds, but I would probably want to avoid doing it all because that's like the last, you know what I mean, like last minute, and it's just like, okay, that's just not a good time in general, just trying to get M1 last minute. But maybe a couple days. But yes, there is Worlds. I'll probably be spectating that, and there's not really time to get to Master 1 then. Beverage Farms, remember when Circular was a good card? 07. He was like maybe like 2 months in Master Duel, and even then it was competing with Branded, which had like a pretty good matchup.
Combo deck. So just for the sake of this discussion, I think we should just keep with these two terms, because of course when someone says combo deck, we mean stuff like Elf Node or Azamina, Rolat, Mitsurugi, Adventure, whatever. And mid range, we're talking decks like, I don't know, Pure Draco Tail, Branded, Sky Striker. You guys know the difference. The term doesn't really matter for the sake.
For sure.
Right. So
just reacting? Yeah, I'm just chilling.
Some of the points in your video, but now in a more like you said, maybe
I just woke up from my nap after work. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna start.
Yeah, for sure. So one of the points that I always wanted to get across, and I think was one of the leading factors that I wanted to point out, is that whenever like if you watch a deck profile of somebody that like played a combo deck, and they wanted either one of locals or one regional or like top or YCS of the combo deck, usually you will hear this somewhere in their deck profile when they get to like key cards they think should not be legal. They're like, oh, this card is a really strong card. It overperformed for me, but this frankly Konami should have banned this. This shouldn't have been allowed. Most combo decks players are extremely honest about the nature of their deck up front. They're either like, oh, I'm playing this deck because this deck is very powerful and it's very degenerate. And
oh, I see why he's bringing this up, because he's gonna assert that mid-range players or they're not as honest about the capabilities of their deck. I see what you're doing here. Tricky. Interesting. This is a very reasonable point to make up, but I like this setup. Josh with the messy hair. I'm telling you, this hair is like completing this look, man. It's all his hair. Oh my god, tricky Anthony. I understand what you're trying to do here. There are people who are just like, yeah, my Draco tail makes fair end boards, even though it like pretty much out resources most decks in the game. So it's probably like there's like a metagame. There was like a metagame where like it was one of the best decks. What is his argument? Well, I mean, the whole it's not. He's not trying to like. This all started. Okay, yeah, I don't want to get into it because it's like honestly like. They're just talking about combo and mid range or whatever, but it all started because he made a tweet about how there's some like issue about mid range having elitists or something like that, which I don't buy, to be honest. There's a lot of elitists in this game in general, and it doesn't necessarily these people will like complain about anything, you know. Go second and on bigger board than you if they have high mana in first hand. 07. I totally like getting in the mirror. I mean, okay, the mirror was actually a little bit more interesting, but getting cooked by 5 mana in the mirror was not fun while learning Draco Tail.
I just wanted to showcase that this combo is very degenerate. So like Konami should probably do something about it. And we're not trying to hide that. Oh, and then usually when somebody loses to it and somebody asks me like, oh, how what happened in the game? I'm like, oh, I went first. He didn't have a hand trap. He didn't get to play Yu-Gi-Oh. Like I'm not trying to skirt around the fact that I didn't let somebody play Yu-Gi-Oh. But a lot of the times when you look at like people who play mid range decks, like
oh my god, I told you. These interlocutors, they're not that I told you he's gonna do this exactly what I told you, bro. This is like the easiest layup ever.
Format where like Draco Tail was
There's weaknesses because they look like better to do this. I think a lot of people downplay, you know, if you in the fighting game community, if you talk about certain people, there's gonna be like certain fighting game characters nobody wants to play against, and if you talk to those representatives, they're like, oh, actually, if you knew this, you know, it's actually not that bad, you know, if you knew about, you should they'll downplay their and like, I think it just happens in general. Not everyone does this though. Most people like in general, to be honest, the topic doesn't even come up that often, but like I'm sure if you ask someone, like they'll probably own up to it, you know. But online you're gonna run into those people more often, like the know it, not know it alls, but the, you know, basically like kind of like contrarian, with people gassing it up. Yeah, that's true. There's people who gas up things too. It's just like also who has no business gassing up, you know. I don't know. I think it's just like the internet being, you know, I don't know. Whenever you talk to people about this in real life, it just never comes up.
Tail and the branded players like to I want to say like to cope about how strong the deck actually is. Like for example, if you play like a mid-range mirror match, for example, you're playing Draco Tail, I'm playing branded, or you're playing Draco Tail, I'm playing Draco Tail. You go first, you set up your board, and then I go second. And obviously, since I'm playing Draco Tail, I don't have as many pushes as, for example, a combo deck. And so even though you don't have as many interruptions, I simply just don't have that many pushes. And I don't get to break your board. And if everything plays out perfectly, like for example, if I don't have a vastly stronger hand than you, for example, I resolve 5 mana Urgla going to turn 0 against you, obviously I have a huge advantage. Let's say I don't have that, and you get to combo, and then I get to maybe like throw a few hand traps at you, but obviously because you're Draco Tail, you don't get stopped by these hand traps, and you still put up like a decently strong half board, and we just go through the steps, and I end up losing gracefully. I feel like a lot of the times I didn't.
This example is more
Like,
interesting
mid-range deck,
because
because I let you normal some Lucius, I let you go into an Arthalia.
when Ash and Bell are involved, you can actually push through your Ketu or your Rahus through the flame, and you know that does kind of make a difference. Like sometimes but like, how do I describe it? In this specific example, fuck, I had a point. However, if the person going, I feel like the mirror still kind of favors the person going first. If they open Ash, that shit sucks. Probably one of the worst experience I've had with Ash, like the Draco Tail mirror.
I let you add back some cards, and then the instant you set your Rahu and Ketu, I went into a Chaos and I popped it, and then you activated your Rahu, and then I flamed it. I was giving you opportunities to interact, and that's somehow better than a combo deck telling you that I'm just going to negate every card you played. But to me, that doesn't make any sense because deep in your mind, a lot of the times you knew this game was.
I don't know. This example doesn't seem that too strong.
Instead of instantly losing. And to me, that's not interaction. That's the illusion of interaction.
I think I get what he's trying to say because like you can decide the game based on.
More than just giving you no interaction. That's like my first one.
Yeah. Okay. So let me challenge you on that a little bit, because I get what you're saying, and I do agree on a surface level. I think this is something that can happen, where and it happens to me sometimes as well, where I go first with a quote unquote healthy mid range deck, and I get to a point in the game relatively quickly where I set up super well, and I just know, also because maybe I have like a couple hand traps in hand to back my board up that my opponent can't see, but like I know that I'm going to win this game like 99% of the time. My opponent just doesn't know it yet. You know, they look at my board, they might see it seems like they could play into it, but realistically, they don't know what to do.
I think so.
And this
I think so
does happen, and
too.
I will agree with you that.
But I think it's also
Even
important to
mid-range decks,
recognize where
quote-unquote,
like
even mid-range decks can turn into
there
something
there are
unbelievable
decided
if wrong.
games,
Just because I
you
enjoy this
know.
play style, it does not exempt these decks
But
from
I
doing
think
power, right? They definitely could
there
be,
is
too
also
powerful in that sense.
sometimes some
But I
moments
would
where
like
you
to
can
ask
be
you
like,
if you really feel like the
my
Draco Tail
opponent's
mirror
gonna make a
match,
mistake.
in the pure Draco Tail format was really comparable
Never
to the
surrender.
combo deck mirrors, 'cause
Yes.
I genuinely feel like it works-
Never
there was so much
surrender.
more
You
to
never
a Draco
know.
Tail mirror match. One of the main reasons why I
You'll
like that
face
matchup
someone
is
Master
because
One who
there were
takes
so
pity
many
on you
hands that made going second completely playable. Just to give you one
on your
example, just the
Renko.
simple having one Ghost Spell or one Ash.
Also,
on the spell card,
disconnect
right?
wins.
Whether it's a Rahu or a Ketu, I feel like that alone makes
Also,
going
they
second,
might have fallen
like,
asleep.
playable most of the time, where you activate a Rahu, they flame it, you
Unless
you blow
double
the flame,
loss.
and you get to play the
Oh,
game.
that's fair.
On the
Yeah.
other hand, if you drew a card like Bell alone as your only hand trap going second into a combo deck, you most of the time were not able to play.
I think
No,
that's
Tobin
not-
respect,
I-
yeah.
I
It's
think
not
that's not-
always
I ended up
bleak.
playing Draco Tail the entire tournament. I did
But
not
yeah,
play
there are
I
some
ended
games
up
where you're
playing
just
Canada,
like, oh,
but
I
I
can't.
don't know.
Like my
During basically the entire
for
tournament,
me,
I
those
was
games are mostly because of my hand. Like my hand is just weak, so like my opponent can just like fall asleep, click the yellow button when his head hits the keyboard, and like just stop me from doing anything. Like so, for what it's worth, you know. The economy of food.
was legal and at full power. Like, because the issue was during the latter half of pure Draco Tail format, they hit Draco Tail, right? They like put two things to one, and we didn't have the branded cards yet, so that just like went to shit for like a couple months. But during the peak of that Draco Tail era, the format, like obviously pure Draco Tail mirrors were nice, but due to other forces in the format, for example, the VSK9 deck, like being as strong as it is, you didn't really get to play like pure Draco Tail mirrors that often. And even then, what I wanted, like one point I wanted to bring up about like mid range decks, I think this will lead to one of my next points. I'll use one of my next points to try to refute one of your points. So, as a combo deck player, or like someone who's recently played a lot of combo decks, one big issue that I found in combo decks, because during the NAWCQ, I ended up playing Elf Note. I played Elf Note for the qualifiers. I ended up playing 64 combo rollout. I ended up playing Doomsy. Like all the decks recently, I've been playing as combo decks, and I found that in combo decks, there's one thing that's very clear: the starter extender quality in combo decks are so much worse than mid range decks. For example, let me list like the three big mid range decks, or I'll list two mid range decks and one mid range deck, one combo deck that cosplays a mid range deck. The combo deck that cosplays a mid range deck that I'll show is KT. I think KT has mid range gameplay, but it's frankly combo. They end up way too many interruptions.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
And then the two pretender mid-range decks is Draco Tail and Branded. And to some extent Sky Striker.
Right.
I think cards like White Albaz, cards like Branded High Spirits, cards like Draco Tail Artholion, or Fire Mana, like any of those Draco Tail fusion spells, and then cards like Rotary, like Rotary Reveal Q, Rotary Reveal Rico. These cards, like just by themselves, a lot of the time trade up versus hand traps. For example, if I have two hand traps and my opponent activates Fallen of the White Dragon, that one Fallen of the White Dragon might trade for both of my hand traps, and they still might have something on top of that. If I have like two hand traps versus the Draco Tail player, they might still just end on all three of their traps, and I use both my hand traps. I stop them from going everywhere else, but my hand just doesn't beat the three traps they have. Or like, for example, I play versus.
This one's
I
weird.
turn plus
Cause like, I feel like I don't know. It's just it feels more like a case by case because I have experienced that with Draco Tail. Like if you feel full against Draco Tail, it doesn't really matter. You maybe actually that's not true. I think getting a card back, card back or two, it does pay off. But they don't give you as much as like some other like combo deck. But like if you have a Droll, you have an Imperm, your Ash, Bell. I just feel like they designed those decks. I don't know if they had those particular hand traps in mind, but okay, they set from deck. Okay, they had Droll and Ash in mind. But like Draco Tail is kind of unique because they chain block too. They're like a fusion deck that chain blocks. There are portent effects, so there's a lot of things you can't respond to. I feel like this is case by case. Because I can definitely, and then there's just some weird moments where, like, getting a card back is crazy. Yeah, it's just like how to describe it. It feels like my hand traps don't do anything because they just don't give you moments to interact with them in the first place. I don't even know if like Bell interacting with Artholion would be that crazy. Because I bring that up because I mentioned the chain blocks. But like it's not just that like Ketu and Rahu are pretty hard to interact with, but they're also triggering two Draco Tail cards at the same time, right? To set. So like if you trade with one card, they still at least have another interaction. So it's weird. I feel like with Draco Tail, I don't know. It's like it's pretty unique in that regard. He already mentioned Killer Tune, where if you open Rotary, the interaction of Rotary and Trackmaker, and additional normal summon pretty much just makes all hand traps feel useless. And then the reveal from hand makes it harder to. Now they have more knowledge of what to play around. Um, it's a lot of fuck things going on at once, and I feel like it's really unique to Cool Tune. Better off keeping Bell for the traps anyway. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, like sometimes like you can't even play past the horn, so you just or flame, so you just Bell or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. Draco Tail, like I like that he's using examples, but this still feels case by case. But yeah, Shadal bricks so Draco Tail could combo. Just let me Ash Blossom twice. I don't know. They just gave Draco Tail a lot of tools that just like I think what annoys me about the Verte, like holding the bell for the traps, is the Verte in Master Duel specifically, because there's just some hand. Sometimes I don't know, you just have to let the like Verte just kind of makes that all meaningless, because then they get another trap with the Frixel dump and whatever the Sanctifier, they just get another push. Secretarion's also pretty fucked because it's threatening the revive, so it's kind of messed up. Sometimes Imperming Cartesia is just like good too. I don't know how to describe it. It just doesn't feel like there's good places in general. Similarly with Killer Tune, they just made the deck so hard to interact with like one or two hand traps because they just gave it more options. I don't think I've ever won after they got Verte. Dude, Verte, it's mostly the decks I play. The decks I play don't have as much pushes, and I feel like Verte is one of the tipping points where like I can't let that happen, but I have to allow other things to go through, you know. So it's case by case, in my opinion. I don't mind that he used used examples, but like Coulson is broken. Oh yeah,
Baylor, and then they show me Rotary Rico, and suddenly, no matter where I
Rat Mag.
I'm just done for. Like, I feel like the reason why mid-range decks exist is because there's enough of these overpowered starters that always trade up, such that you can build your deck in a way that is both consistent, powerful, and then also has room for a bunch of non-engines. Because a bunch of non-engines is what makes.
Oh, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. You know, like they concentrate your power on White Albaz. You just play ways to support White Albaz or search for White Albaz, and then within that space, okay, I don't know. Does Brandon really play 15 hand traps? Is that is he exaggerating? I don't feel like Brandon plays 15 hand traps, but I get his point because it applies to other decks, right? Like the circular, right? Circular. I would not call Math Mech mid range, right? But like it does have that power concentrated in one starter, multiple ways to grab that starter, and then the rest is like hand traps. But I would not. I don't know. I don't consider that.
Combo decks don't have that luxury. Like, for example, I don't know. A lot of people like to shit on Elf Note, but frankly, as someone who played Elf Note and somebody who I think understands Elf Note to the highest point, because not to toot my own horn or anything, but
the Elf Note Go.
Before that, I was the only Elf Note player that publicly released their deck was to have both Arcanine Edition and Context.
The Elf Note Freak.
In the top 4 of the YCS Montreal, they had both cards, and Poncho specifically stated that they took inspiration from my Elf Note list to create their.
Brandon was like that with Brandon Fusion too. Yeah.
I'm like, I think I'm ahead of the curve.
Yeah, that's fair.
Elf Note has some of the worst starters in the entire game. Like,
if you need more than 100 seconds to set up your combo. I think that's how most people like vibe. I think most people would agree with that. Got Mog from Branded and Plat. Need to learn the interaction for Holy Sue stealing OG Albaz. Oh yes, yeah. If he changes control, he fuses. I don't. It's not obvious now that you mention it, but like, yeah. I could see that working out, working the way you're saying.
For example, if you have any two hand traps that stop from your opponent, like for example, you have Ash Blossom, you have Ghost River, you have Imperm, you have like any of these quote-unquote 1-for-1 hand traps that are just not good. For example, if you open 1-for-1 hand traps versus Cool Tune, a lot of the times if they open the right 2-card combination, you can open 3 1-for-1 hand traps, and that just doesn't work against their deck. But if you play against Elf Note, there is only exactly one 2-card combo in Elf Note that beats 2 hand traps. Every other 2-card combo loses 2 hand traps. For example, if I have
I'm imagine it's like opening Power Patron and like I don't think it's Lucina Regina, because Imperm Ash actually beats that, but you have to Imperm the Lucina early so they don't chain Regina. So like, okay, like if they summon Lucina and you Imperm there, then they can't chain Regina. they have to activate their Regina because their middle zone's occupied. Then you ash them on that. But most people don't imperm on. I don't do that. I don't. I wait for the Lucina to activate. I imperm, and I have not gotten punished yet. But I can see like level 6 plus Power Patron does it. I know you can play through like Droll and imperm, Droll and Ash. Anyway,
Lucina and Medius. You interact with Lucina, you interact with Medius, I pass. I have Tinia plus Terminus. You interact with Tinia, you interact with Terminus, I pass.
I actually don't know what Terminus does. What the fuck does that do? June Pride. Terminus. Is that the one that searches the Dark Fairy? Send 1 Power Patron from your deck or extra. Add 1 Dark Fairy. Oh, so you send... I don't know. Is it Jura Predo or whatever? The Elf Note one? That's the one that draws a card, right? Okay, so this adds Medius. Okay, I'm just going to let him talk because I actually don't. Holly So stealing Lucina.
Combo that sometimes beats 2 hand traps. It has to be 2 very specific hand traps. Is I have to have either Lucina / Tinia plus I have a chicken. Because I will summon the Lucina, I'll summon the chicken. The Lucina or the Tinia forces.
Oh my god, the chicken! Chicken!
My chicken can then make +3 to make a June Pride. And my chicken
is the
says
Power
Barrow.
Patron. Okay.
Oh, this involves June Pride. I just thought of Barone. I was just thinking of Barone.
Yeah, the chicken turns follow up, and then
Yeah.
the June Pride forces a hand trap. So
But
that's
what
the
about-
only case where it trades up.
What about Regina against Imperm Veiler? You just assume they Imperm on
Regina
summon?
inherently is like Regina is inherently.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, information, yeah. The peacock, yeah, he's talking about chicken. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Yeah, if you hard open peacock, I feel like, because in MD, you make Barone, I'm just like, okay, I'm fucked. The guest interpret peacock is chicken.
Neg in card advantage, and Regina can be played around, right? For example, if I have Imperm Veiler and I play against Elf Note deck, like for example, recently I've been watching a lot of high-level Master Duel gameplay. Like shoutouts to T2. They like stream a lot of their ladder climb content, but in Master Duel, I see a lot when you know you play against Elf Note and you have Imperm Veiler, you play around the Regina by preemptively imperming and veiling the.
I don't do this shit, okay? This is probably correct though. This is probably pre-coaching here, but I understand this completely though. I understand like if they summon a guy in you imperm, you probably don't get punished as hard than if they hard your Regina. Hello. This is why you table 500.
Level 6 on the field. Obviously,
Yeah, table 500 Fusion Cup.
But a lot of the times you can play around a card such as Regina. So even though, yes, like Lucina plus Regina beats Ash Blossom plus Veiler if you don't Veiler them in the correct place. But if you play like you're supposed to play, that even that 2 card combo does not beat 2 hand traps.
I have a question, and like my issue with this, because what you said is true, right? Like some of these starters you've mentioned are definitely better quality starters because they guarantee setup through hand traps. My issue with this is that we are measuring health just by the ability to not get hand trapped to death, which from my perspective, the fact that you can...
What are we
imperm
watching?
Lucina-
I wouldn't call this drama, but this is a notable player named Anthony Zhu. He made a tweet. It's a little bit inflammatory, basically saying like, "Oh, a fan of this particular deck type is kind of full of elitists. You know, as a combo player, I get a lot of harassment or whatever." I'm like paraphrasing, okay, but basically he got some unjustifiable harassment, and it kind of blew up to talk about these, mid-range and what's mid-range, what's combo. A bunch of people reacting to this stuff. I mean, by bunch, I mean like 4 people, but like they're pretty influential. So this blew up like 2 weeks ago, so I'm like pretty late on this because I was avoiding it. We were watching old man argue. But yeah, so they're basically, instead of the inflammatory Twitter debate or whatever, they're having, basically, old man debate. Is this at all levels? Yeah, I think I feel like you're more exposed to it too, especially because, the internet just like shoves extremes in your faces, so you're more likely to see it. But he was also talking about in real life experience too, at his locals or some like people, and I've experienced that too. Like not necessarily people being elitist, but like just like weird people who just get upset at everything you do. I'm just trying to play the game, brother. you know, and like I got my opponent growling at me for like like activating a hand trap or something, you know. I was just like, bruh. Josh reacted and Zoo didn't like his comment. Ah. Zoo was in the chat while Josh was reacting to that too. Oh, YouTube comment section. I see. You should have done that. Now I have to bring out my fangs. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the bottom line is like no one should be harassed. You should never be harassed. Like I don't care if you play stun. You don't deserve to get like called names or ostracized or anything like that. You can definitely call out stun as being unfun, right? But there's no reason to take it out on someone else. Runic ID? Oh, that is crazy. The Runic ID. Nothing will beat the Runic ID. Oh my god. For what it's worth, the Runic ID is something Genmu encountered in the while on ranked or whatever. I don't know what it was, but in Master Duel, someone basically said something to the effect of, "If you play Runic, your mother deserves." Multiple people deserve carnal knowledge of your mother. I have the short. Blame the game, not the players. Yeah. If you want to see. Only players that are okay with blue players and Magic. All right. I actually don't know what that means, but I know isn't Thoughtseize a blue card? Or I might be LARPing. Getting that mad at Runic? Yeah. See, that's too far. You get just link the short. I can watch it. I can watch the short after, or in the middle of this. I don't care, but just share the.
Does not make a deck healthy or unhealthy because I think negation.
Blue is the control color in Magic. I see. It's infamous. I see.
A little bit. Like I think winning a game because you just got to imperm their starter and take pass is not very healthy either, or very rewarding at least. And I think I would argue that the fact that these mid-range.
What does that mean?
Is not necessarily a bad thing because
I don't know Magic.
Like, people would actually stop playing these cards altogether, and I wouldn't hate that. The reason why people still play cards like Imperm or Veiler in a Draco Tail format, the reason is not Draco Tail. The reason is because like other decks FPK you if you don't.
I agree. I think everything you're saying is correct. I think that in a world where we have more of these cards that unconditionally end on more through hand traps, we will naturally deck build in a way where we move away from combo decks.
Yo, Hikari Chino, thank you for the raid.
The combo players themselves will admit that combo
Thank you.
Less non-engine space, and there's like more variance.
What time is it right
I
now?
want to bring up the issue that causes combo decks to go towards an extreme. Number one is because
I
Konami designed these combo decks
hope
to have less high quality
stream went
cards.
well.
For them to live in a format where the top deck, like Cool Tune or Draco Tail,
DM.
upwards of 20 hand traps. In order for them to even
I'm so brain rotted that I thought you typed in Dark Magician of Destruction. Quadruple raid. Thank you. All right. It's just straight up.
Oh my god, this ID is like, this ID is reportable. Play Runic, your mom get content, like, what, game rape? Like rape content.
I didn't pick the cover?
Like,
that's
multiple
crazy.
rapes.
YouTube.
That's the ID. Oh my god.
Number one Runicator.
attempt to play the game, they have to forcefully remove some of the non-engine slots that could have went to non-engine to more pushes. If my engine
Look at the
was-
comments. Oh my god. Got me. Whoa. That's me, by the way. This is me. I forgot I commented on this. See, you can see. I don't know if you can see the top right. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master filled with positive players from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community who only are great players but great people as well. Why do you do that? Why do you add that part? Why do you have such good things to say about these players? I love her dual disc design. I love the Raider. Understandable. I imagine it says "Have a nice day." This person's also complimenting your Raid Raptor. Compliment? No. Like, why is he saying no to you? Like, report. Ignorant is bliss. Yeah. Like that wasn't your ID. Difference between Yu-Gi-Oh! and other cards is in normal card games. There's healthy interactivity between players. Admittedly, there's technically lots of it's like, okay, you just straight up admit there's some. All right, but Yu-Gi-Oh is more of a card game where you make your opponent regret sitting down with you, or you'll probably lose. I see. Okay. I have even more reasons to hate. What this was? And what is this? What is it? Did he not? Did he misread? Did he think a Runic player named himself that? Bitfar, have you played against Runics? Oh my god, I can already imagine you're talking about the duelist cup replay. There's an insane play that I had. Yes, yeah, okay, I know exactly what you're talking about here. Holy, you hate Runic. You hate. That's not even your ID. Oh my god, the comprehension, the media comprehension. What the actual 07? That is kind of like, that is pretty fucked up.
One for one hand traps, I wouldn't have to play more pushes.
Yep.
I think that's a lot of what the mid-range players don't get. Combo players don't go towards more very skewed hand trap non-engine like ratios because they want to. It's the exact opposite. I don't want to play 40 cards that are all engine and then 2 hand traps. I have to play 40 cards that obviously I'm being extreme.
Yep.
Let's just take like an example. For example, for example, let's take Combo Rollad, for example.
Mhm.
Combo Rollad and has very little hand traps because in order for my Rollad end board to push through one Ash Blossom, I have to put another engine through it, or else, like one of the biggest issues for Rollad is all 3 of its unique starters don't play through one Ash Blossom on my shuffle.
Yep.
And Konami designed their deck that way. So how do you expect Rollad players to play games when
Okay, I have never played Rollad, but that's what I've observed while watching the YCSSO. Like, people who have played pure Rollad, the only person who has resolved Mind Shuffle without any interaction is Joshua Schmidt. He's the only person I've ever observed do that. It's not even raging people being dumb. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. So it's not surprising. I mean, I'm not like well versed in what TCG is doing, but I think the last YCS showed like there's a lot of hybrid Rollad decks. I feel like I would expect to see them in Master Duel, but who knows? I don't know that much about the TCG. I just saw a YGO Pro deck article.
the best deck in the format runs 20 hand traps. They run 3 Purge, 3 Ash. So if you have 6 cards in your 40 card deck that unconditionally stops all 9 of my starters, I have to then respond to that by making my deck more extreme, by putting aside the slots that I could have put for non-engine for more pushes.
Yep.
And that will only get more extreme as the decks just don't have high enough quality starters.
Also, I just
I think
realized
that combo, that point just loops around
under
itself
this
because you look
framework,
at the individual starters in the 60 card
doesn't
deck, they
Yummy
are all
fit
worse than
under
every
the
starter
quote
in the
unquote
because
mid range?
Stronger starters means you can play better ratios. Worse starters means that you have
Yo,
to play
Judeo,
better
how's it
ratios before
going?
you can begin to play Yu-Gi-Oh. But
How
the
is
issue with that
Duel
is
Links?
because I'm putting more
I'm
starters
doing
to
good.
play
I'm doing
Yu-Gi-Oh, if I
good.
just draw all those going first, the going second mid-range player feels like they got unfair out of the game because
Yes.
they have
Master Duel has more
pushes,
bridges?
I
Yeah.
get the
Yeah, it really is just one big cycle. But just a couple of quick things. I think your argumentation works a lot better for your Mitsu Rollad deck than it works for something like Elf Note, right? Because Elf Note still very well gets to play like 15 hand traps. The deck is not that far behind.
Great as
other
always?
decks in terms of
Hell
the,
yeah.
like, the amount of non-engine that you can
I
play.
saw
Like,
your
six
Master Duel
Harmonies,
setup.
those meaning like 3 Harmonia, 6 Charmies, a Magnamute, which
Dude,
is
it looks
in
sick as
3
fuck.
extra strength, and they even got the Fitfall into Virtuous, which they could have played more hand
I
traps.
can't
But
believe
think
you
there's
got
some
like 2
reasoning with-
switches to double as the camera. That's insane. Well, okay. That's goated. Goat strategy.
well, so it easily has room for like 15 to 16 non-engine, which is a whole issue that, like, I mean, I don't want to get started on a discussion on one-card combos in general, but this is something that has happened recently or over the course of the last few years, where if now decks just get to play 15, 16, 17 one-card combos and they don't need to draw multiple cards to even play
Yeah, the
the game,
Switch
well, they're forced
prizes.
to play 20 hand
Oh my
traps, like you say,
gosh.
which is something that I
They
originally
don't
was
even
kind of
give you
started doing this
switches
years ago when I
anymore.
was
It's
looking
like some
for them,
Asus
that was stopped doing
ROG,
that. And
like
so now
Steam
we're getting to the
Deck
point where, like, because everybody's playing so
thing.
many hand traps now, they are further power creeping the starters to create value even if they get hand trapped. Like, think of something like most of like Ether Barrel creating a Link 1 even if it gets impermed, or Fallen of the White Dragon, like you said, like all those things, right? It's all true. And I would argue that it's all I suppose it's a cycle, and different people play in different parts of the cycle for for what they're frustrated with. But to me personally, I look at it from a perspective. I wish we could move away from hand trap gameplay a little bit. And I can only say from my
Winner
perspective, I
PC.
would love to play less hand traps. Like, even if my deck could play 20 non-engine, I would love for it to be different. I would love for it to be a secondary engine or other non-engine cards that are not hand traps. I would do this on purpose because I don't even feel like hand traps.
For what it's worth, I feel like a lot of decks, like I would also want to live in a world where I don't play non-engine, but I feel like the driving force for that is like these combo decks, right? Like or I don't want to call them combo decks, but shit like Elf Note, right? Also Killer Tune as well. But the point is like they threaten to do more. Like, you can't even like play like it doesn't feel safe to play board breakers because their boards are too layered. Like Elf Note in particular just stands out to me because what's it called? They have the trap, they have the hand rip, I'm talking about Master Duel Elf Note. I don't know shit about OCG. Only raffle for PC, Diabell Razor one. There's a Diabell Razor? What the fuck? That's great. What? Have 2 evenly matched. Dude, they beat 3 evenly matched. Well, technically the third has to be hand ripped, but like they have Barone negate and the trap to negate the 2 evenly matched. It's so fucked. But the point is, I feel like to prevent all that, I feel obligated to play hand traps because they're just like there's just like too many layers. Sometimes it's 3 evenly matched in 1 gate and 1 starter W. Wait, didn't Ray beat an Elf Note player with that shit with Tempai? Wait, you're right. Well, he didn't use evenly matched, but he did some bullshit.
Losing game there anyways, even though you drew 2 of your hand traps, because like most decks are so good at playing through it. But the one thing that is consistently stopping me from being able to not play hand traps is what some decks in the format will do if they go first, and that is why my frustration is mostly aimed there.
And I think that's fair. I will say though, to argue in, like, so I also never said that like combo decks that have the ability to not only be like extremely frustrating to play against, but also have the space to play lots of non-engine. Think Malice. A lot of people were using the fact that Malice as a combo deck existed for a while to attack my point, saying that, oh, he's just trying to justify the existence of Malice. I'm not. I think Malice.
That is such a bad. I don't know why people do this. I think people think they're so smart, being like, just like saying you're trying to justify something you've never said before. Like, why? Like, I think when Josh released his "Why I Hate," I forgot what the title of the video. "Why I Hate Cybers" or something like that. I forgot. The point is, it's just he's going into detail about the design choices in Cybers decks or whatever. Particularly spurred by Mathematic Circular or whatever. But people were like, you don't get opinion, Josh. You like Runic. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? You guys, huh? What does that have to do with anything? Like Cyber what?
But Malice, to an extent, Elf Note is a very good point against the combo decks, and I don't think such.
So I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know if it's worth bringing up these people. Like, but he brought it up anyway. So
you have to I want to circle back again to the point for Elf Note is that because I had to theory craft Elf Note for any WCQ, I think I have a different perspective about Elf Note than a lot of people who don't play Elf Note. Because if you build Elf Note the same way that you build Cool Tune, for example, you just stick 20 starters and 20 hand traps in that deck, you're just playing a worse Cool Tune. Your deck has many starters that strictly require 2 cards to play the game. For example, if I go Regina, pitch a card for cost, and I get hit by the Regina by a negation, I'm down 2 cards. If I go Welcome Home and if I go Welcome Home, I pitch a card in my hand, I get Ash, I'm down 2 cards. Cool Tune does not have that issue. None of Cool Tune starters get rid of the body on the field if they get Ash on, for example, a Mix. If they get Ash on, for example, a Rico.
No, it would be safe though showing your fave and most hated. I'm never filling out that stupid hated card thing. I don't want to go to Super Hell. All right. Wait, was it hated or favorite? No. Oh my god, my bit doesn't work.
Any 2 like correct disruptions, and quote unquote correct. There's a lot of disruptions that are correct.
But yeah.
Except if you draw the power beat, right?
Yeah, except if you draw the power. That's why the way I built the deck, I built 3 power.
Cirque Eagle's unfair while Josh himself was playing Runic. I don't know. There's not really like logic to it. People are just like convinced that in argumentation, if you can disprove, how to describe it. There's like credibility, logic, when forming arguments, right? And people tend to, it's just easier to attack someone's quote unquote credibility than the actual argument itself. It's more convincing to those people. So there's not really like a rational explanation for why people do that. I don't think it's, and when I say people as in that specific group of, I don't mean people in general. I mean like, I got a Foot Locker ad. Oh wow, so surprising. Runic in any shape equals opinion invalid. You could do that for anything. For a long time, people who played Dragon Link got like mad, I don't know, flack, because it's just like one of those decks that kind of like comboed off and you couldn't do much about it. Yeah, like, I don't know. People just move on to the next thing, Dude, oh my god, I'm not a Dragon Link player myself, but like, I feel like that used to be the poster child. But times change. Why Josh on screen? Because I'm reacting to his video, which is mostly him talking with another player about mid-range versus combo. Which at least this one was better. This one I'm chill. This one's more chill, and there's more like now a React streamer. I just woke up from my nap after like work, and I decided I'd do React. Otherwise, it would have been Yu-Gi-Oh or something. Holy shit! I dropped like 5 billion frames. Still waiting Josh doing scuba? Do you think he's gonna scuba? I feel like you'd have to pay him to scuba. like you, I. Do you think Jesse scubaed for free? He did not. He did not.
Yeah,
We don't
but
talk about that,
there's a lot of like you are exaggerating a little bit. I feel like because also like having access to the power patron via something like Terminus will require your opponent to have specifically Ash or Purge, because then like all of a sudden if they don't have that specific one, you will get to the power patron and then you will beat most other hand traps in even 2 or 3 combinations. I think.
That's not necessarily true, because when you get to the power patron, like let's say you resolve Terminus,
Yep.
you dump and then you add. If you get Belled on Vidolium, or if you add Medius and you get attacked on Medius, it's the same thing.
Okay.
You might think that Terminus is really good into hand traps because you see Doomsy and Pure Power Patron doing it. Because Doomsy and Pure Power Patron are fundamentally different to Elf Note. Elf Note's utilization of the power patron engine is so bad because Junora and Junoldo are the worst power patrons.
Yeah, this is
Obviously,
true,
the
yeah.
Pro 2 is very frustrating, but you can't compare Junoldo to Jupredo.
Yeah, no,
Like-
I agree with you. It's because the extra deck effect is like so much worse than all the other ones. It doesn't create board presence. It just
Yeah,
acts
it
like
doesn't
a card
create
that
any
you've already used.
value. So, like, you know how the Terminus in a Doomsy deck unconditionally plays past any non-Ash Purge hand trap, and I do agree with you on that. That's toxic.
Mhm.
But the same Terminus in Elf Note sucks. Like, I don't even max out on my Terminus because my Terminus, even if you don't Ash it, if you bell the Vidolium, I pass on nothing. If you interact with the Medius, I pass on nothing. So I think the point that you're trying to say was like, oh, Terminus requires Ash Purge, or else it does more than what it's supposed to do, is also like not completely honest.
Well, then you're just
I
extending it
promise
to it. It requires Ash Purge or Bell, right? Sure.
Yeah,
I'll give you
I
that.
promise you, like the only 2-card combo in Elf Note that beats 2 hand traps, and it's not even conditionally 2 hand traps. If you have like a Harmonia, I still just die. But it has to be a blue 6, a red 6, plus the chicken.
Mhm.
It can't even be the green 6, it can't even be the yellow 6.
Yeah, but I mean, we
Blue
are, at this point, we are
six,
cycling
red
back to the whole thing
six,
of like, should
chicken.
a deck require you to draw hand traps or you lose the game, right? I think that's more
I
my
think
like.
that's an even bigger topic.
Yeah.
Because I can argue all I want about how Elf Note's quality of starters is really low, therefore they're forced to play more unfair stuff. But in the end, it's because if Elf Note builds a board, they win.
Yes.
That's the biggest issue. I think combo decks should not be at a point where if you build a board, you win. I think Malice was very unfair in that point because they got to draw 6 to 8 cards. So even if you got rid of everything on their board, a lot of the times they drew into 4 or 5 hand traps and you were never winning the game.
Mhm.
But Elf Note was in a different way. Obviously, they can go Librarian, draw 4 to 6 cards, but they can also attack your hand.
Mhm.
I think one thing that pushed Elf Note over the edge in Beyond the Brave was the fact that they released this card specifically for combo decks. By the way, it's called Mind Mirror.
Who is
That
the
card completely
guess?
Destroys combo
Yeah,
decks.
this is the original creator of the PowerPoint about mid-range elitism. I mean, he had other points in that were more interesting than that, in my opinion. But this is what people ended up like hearing about. But yeah, it's just Josh basically saying, "Hey, let's talk," or whatever. They agreed to talk it out or something like that, you know.
But it doesn't do anything with Elf Note because I can just rip the card out of your hand, or I can Librarian draw 8, and then if I draw hand traps, I invalidate that card.
Yep.
Right. I think that's an issue with specific combo decks, but that's not an issue with combo decks as a whole. I think combo decks as a whole that aren't like specifically Elf Note or Malice. There's very few combo decks that are actually like inherently out of line. Elf Note and Malice being 2 of the examples. They get around it by skirting past the decks, the cards, for example, like Dark Ruler or Mind Mirror Force, where they're weak to it, but they're instead not. So I think combo is a lot healthier than people think. It's just, and they do have counters. It's just sometimes like a
Okay, see, this is a little use of healthy that just like does not make sense to me at all. But I feel like there is misconceptions that he's clearing up about combo decks. You know, but I don't know about healthy. Okay, like see, it's just so loaded. It means like I think it's more like combo has a role to play in this like metagame or like this ecosystem. This like we've created a responses to responses to responses as the as the metagame develops. You said Malice combo and Elf Note. It's whatever you want it to be honest. But like, at the end of the day, I think it's like you can make a case. It just the point is like you can't really fit it into a box, like Yu-Gi-Oh decks into a box. Sometimes they'll play like one, like an aggro deck. Sometimes they'll play like a, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't understand the terms in the MTG context anyway. So, but I don't like it. They as far as back as I remember, which is like only like 2014, it's probably gone on for longer. I don't know how long Next Level Magic has been out. Oh, but I feel like this discussion has been in the foreground or in the background.
Anomaly occurs, and I think we should be pointing the spear at the anomaly instead of pointing at a combo as a whole. Because, for example, if you had a Mind Mirror Force and you didn't interact with my 60 card pile and you just Mind Mirror Force me, I lose.
Yeah, okay, that's a fair point, and I think I guess this is also maybe I will say I think I've come to terms with the fact that combo decks exist in Yu-Gi-Oh and that they will exist. My frustration comes from the fact that, and I wonder how you feel about this, but I feel like at the moment I don't think we have adequate amounts of counterplay to combo decks in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh. Because one of the things that you brought up in your initial video, and yeah, the whole like you said combo decks in a way need to exist in order to
my
challenge the
foot's
mid-range decks
asleep.
because they're the one thing that can like push over their board when a mid-range deck goes first, right? And I can accept that, but I wonder because in other games you brought up the example of like, well, it's natural that like the mid-range deck loses to the slower deck, right? The combo or control deck in other mana-based card games. The reason why
Can you
that
turn it up a
balancing
little?
works in
Holy
RPGs is because there's a third,
shit.
like aspect to it, right? There's a third.
You're
deck
so
that
right.
completes the triangle to make sure that like, well, mid-range beats aggro, aggro beats control, control beats mid-range, right? And I'm just wondering where do you feel like the third
Are people
like,
so
axis
hooked
is
up
in
on
Yu-Gi-Oh? Because from my
Wildest
perspective, you're saying like if I
Because
don't want to play
they're on,
mid-range
like,
with you, let me
my
play my
deck
combo
that's
deck,
clean,
right?
also has
And now I
negates,
ask you, if I don't want, if I'm sick of losing to combo decks,
I
what do I
think-
do?
I think that's a very good question, and I think you're not gonna like the answer that I currently have.
Mhm.
I think there just isn't a better answer than this currently, but I think that's something we can change via like like
That's a
I do think there needs to be
very
some game design to change that, but I think combo decks are disproportionately more affected by a bunch of
reductive
things. For
way of
example,
putting it.
as I said, a mid-range deck with a better starter to hand trap ratio and a better starter quality can afford to play a very good balance of starters to extenders to.
For what
non-extenders,
it's
and
worth,
they will-
I'm
they
the
will
one
open more
digging it
playable
up,
hands. Combo
okay?
decks, because
I
of their
think
lower
for
starter
what
quality,
it's
are forced
worth,
to play,
like,
jam in more starters, and if you jam in more starters, you also
Me
have to jam in
choosing
more
to
engine
react to
cards.
it is just
And
me
combo decks are
beating the dead horse
disproportionately
anyway. So
brickier than the other decks. For example,
Mhm.
You might have like two starters, two non-engine, and an extender, but the combo deck might have two starters, 3 bricks in their hand.
Mhm.
Right, and combo decks are also
that
disproportionately
what-
more
why do
likely
those
to
that stop
lose to silver
exponent?
bullets. There are a lot of like silver bullets that completely
Any
destroy
rat
combo
mix
decks.
push?
For example,
Maybe
Charmies, for
tomorrow.
example, control, and I know
Maybe
I'm
the
asking you
day
to draw the
before
out, which is what you
Worlds?
probably don't want to hear.
We'll
But
see.
a lot of the time, there's no out versus the mid-range decks a lot of the time. For example, think Vanquish Soul. When Vanquish Soul was strong, what was the out to Vanquish Soul? There was no out. That deck is just so good at everything that there was that.
Are you
people
talking
struggled to
about
find
Vanquish Soul
like,
Canine or are you talking about pure Vanquish Soul?
I'm talking about like towards the
I
end
like
of the
how
format
it's
where
like,
there was
which
like this
one?
build that was really popular in EU
Choose
where they
yours
played Vanquish Soul Canine, but the
carefully.
Canine package was really small. Like they played like one Jokal. They played like
to me this is a combo deck.
Oh, to you that's but like even like pure Vanquish Soul.
Okay.
Like even like because I know for a fact in 2023, when Vanquish Soul first came out, I was playing Lab and I hated the Vanquish Soul matchup because I was playing Furniture Lab and I thought that matchup was unwinnable.
Mhm.
Because as long as the Vanquish Soul player played, I lost. They just did too much. They got too much value on my turn, too much value on his turn, and there was nothing that can like sufficiently to combat that because they being a mid range deck, you just are so you just have a game plan prepared for everything, and there's nothing that I can do to silver bullet you. You can play shifter, you can play like you're not affected by shifter, you're not affected by dual deck, you're not
Hello.
affected by like 1-for-1 hand traps because you bounce,
Yeah.
and then you replay. So it's like yes, I'm asking you to draw that out, but having an out is better than having no out. For example, versus like you know how like towards the end like of Draco's Helper ended, people got very annoyed at that deck because that deck just forced a bunch of decks out of the format.
Mhm.
Those decks couldn't play anything to silver bullet that the Draco's Helper ended deck because there just isn't a card that exists that like does it that well. You kind of have to draw two outs.
We
Like,
go
for example,
trials.
I'm forcing you to draw Droll versus my combo deck or a Charmy, but if you draw
Oh
a
shit!
Lightning Storm
Okay,
versus
yeah.
Draco's Helper, that
I
doesn't work.
mean,
You have to draw the
I'll
Lightning
just
Storm
do
in
that
conjunction with
offline.
a Gauntlet. Like,
That was pretty
remember when
funny
you told
though.
me how if you had a Ghost Spell plus a way to make your card dodge,
I played
you can
Vanquish Soul in that
be very
one
well off in
actually.
the Draco's Helm here.
Yep.
Well, but see, you're also asking me to draw the out in this case. So I'm saying like, yes, I'm also asking you to draw the out, but it's significantly easier to draw the out versus a combo deck than to draw an out versus the best mid range deck of the format.
Okay,
I
so
don't
you
think-
bring
I
up a
don't
lot of examples. Let me go one by one. So let's just work from the back because that's the one that's the freshest in my mind. I will give you that once the branded cards were introduced into the Draco Tail deck, that is where I started to also feel like the deck was doing too much. This was something I
Bounce,
didn't like,
bounce
and in
is
retrospect, I still hate that they felt the need to hit the Draco Tail deck on the ban list because it got too powerful. And I think the Albaz cards are kind of responsible for this, which is where like we just have a whole other discussion about like archetypes being splashable and bridging into each other and yada yada. I don't want to get into that right now, but I will give you yes. At that point when that deck opened branded and Draco Tail cards, it was doing too much, 100%. But the other thing is, I think draw the out gameplay is not necessarily good, but at the same time, it does in card games it does work. If there's a sufficient amount of outs for a specific problem, then I think it becomes acceptable because I have tools at my disposal, right? And to compare the two examples you gave, if I'm playing against Draco Tail, you don't need to have Bell. It can be Ash, it can be Droplet, it can be Fallen into Virtuous, it can be whatever it takes to dodge that Draco Tail flame. There was a lot of things you could do. And there was a lot of like, you had meaningful decisions to be made. There were actual choke points. You could Ash their fusion spell if you wanted to prevent two traps, or you could hold the Ash for the flame if you wanted to make sure that your most important spell in hand resolves. And just in general, you had a lot of different ways to go about it, right? You didn't have to, it was not specifically, oh, there needs to be a Charmy in your opening hand or you're screwed. And for the most part, when we're talking about Charmies, like we also have to talk about the fact that combo decks have answers to the answers. Like we already have a very limited amount of silver bullets, quote unquote. It's essentially 6 Charmies, and against a lot of combo decks, honestly, these days. Like Perulia doesn't even do it anymore most of the time. In some cases, Fuwa isn't even good anymore. And Droll is also kind of unreliable depending on how they open. And like they do have access to Ash and Called By, which is 4 copies of cards that completely invalidate your silver bullet, and now you're playing down a card. And so it's just it's not necessarily that I'm frustrated specifically with combo decks and I wish they didn't exist. I think certain aspects of it shouldn't exist, but I think the combo playstyle is valid. I think it can exist in a world where it's balanced. My main argument right now is I don't think it's balanced. I don't think there's the same amount of like answers or silver bullets or whatever. Like I mean, I don't even necessarily want there to be countless silver bullets. I wish we didn't even need silver bullets to begin with. But like, do you feel what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah.
But yes, that's the case. That's why I said you might not like my answer because
Mhm.
like I said you have to have the silver bullet versus the combo deck at this
Yeah.
point, but also you did mention that if I had Ash for your Charmy, I will win. But let me get you back to the same argument where if you're playing Draco's Helm mirror matches,
Yeah, I wonder
and
if
you said you have a bunch of options and you save your let's say you save your
things
Ghost
will
Spell
feel
for
different
my
if you
flame
get
that
mine
checks your
mirror
Ren Infusion. What if I had
force.
Ash for your Ren Infusion? Because one of the biggest things I heard because I talked to a bunch of
And,
competitive players during that
what's
format,
his
and
face?
they asked
The
why they didn't
Goemon
want to play Draco Tail,
card?
and the number one thing they said was if my opponent had Ash in the mirror, I always lost.
Yep.
But I did see like Elf Note players just play the Goemon card as part of their non-engine. So is Elf Note Does Upload even lose to? No, Upload doesn't lose to Mind Mirror Force. No, because they can like hand rip you to as a response to that. But that might be an exception. I don't know. Point is, maybe things will change. Are we gonna get reacting to a reaction of reacted? Hopefully after this is done, I can put this topic behind me. You know, it's just like I'm not huge. We were originally we were watching that Josh video where he was reacting to his video and also his tweet or whatever. But I'm just like, okay, I think we're like I said, I'm beating a dead horse by bringing this topic up again. You know, I don't really think my perspective is that adding that much color to the discourse around this anyway. But it was requested by chat, so I was like, okay, I might as well.
Always lost.
Yeah. No, 100%. It's not like Draco Tail is like the perfect deck that has no unhealthy like things to it, or the mirror match is completely perfect. The better player will always win. Like, yes, sometimes you have Ash plus Ketu in hand, and you decide to let your opponent cook, let them play, make their board, and then you activate Ketu and thinking they will flame it, and then they Ash it. Like 100%. Yeah, and then they start looping the Ash back to their hand for your traps on the next turn. It's like, yes, Ash was one of the cards that made the Draco Tail mirror match. Like, if the player going second had it, it made the mirror match good. But if the player going first had it, it was
a guiding
Ariadne.
Holy.
That is
like,
a whole different thing.
It's more than just that though. It's like yes, you might be able to more like you need one specific silver bullet versus a combo deck, which I would argue like there's like 8 of them right now technically. Yes, they don't all work perfectly, but there's 8, and if you run a 40 card deck, which mid-range decks typically run 40 cards, and you have all 8 of them post side, the chance you see at least one is very high.
Yes.
But versus like say the mid-range mirror match,
I forgot the chances of 8 in 40 take 5. I know if you play 5 in 40 take 5, that's 50% chance you open at least one. 8? Let me go. Is that Boomer combo? It's an old pendulum technique. You would. I don't know. How do I put this? Yes, it's old. Yes. Okay. You know what? I'll just say yes. All right. I'll skip the history lesson. Yes. Using my I'll give you the year. I remember it in when did Breakers of Shadow come out? I'll give you a year at least so you know how boomer it is. 2016. There you go. Mosquito Woman. That is a 69% chance to open at least one if you play 8 copies.
Like these 2 cards can be like 17 different cards, and as long as you choose to use them at the correct time, they should work. They should work until they don't work because the mid-range deck plays so many more hands.
10 years is a lot. Right? Some people have not played Yu-Gi-Oh that long.
The combo deck won't have that because they
69%. Yes.
Well, the combo deck won't have.
I was gonna say 70.
This is once again, this is true for your roulette deck. It is not true for.
It is not true for whatever. I will admit. I think
it's really 69.3. So
I think Omega and Librarian need to go. Even though I think if you still play Librarian in your Elf No deck, that's wrong. Don't play it. That card's bad.
It's weird because there's like so many things that you can play after those get banned. Like the Montreal when he listed didn't even play Omega to begin with. And
you don't need those cards, by the way. Like you can play Elf Note in a better way without those cards. You're making your deck worse and making the game more unfun by playing Librarian because like I've always tried to say
2010 doesn't feel retro
and have a chance to win, or you can like instead of picking Librarian you make something else and you always win.
But 2000.
I mean, if you draw 8 and you don't draw into it, you feel bad too. Like, and it's happened to me before. I draw 8 and it's like Regina, Tinia, Lucina. I'm like, what?
It's just
I want to
challenge you on one more thing because you did say like, okay, where's my counterplay to the mid-range deck, right? And at the same time, you did mention that the combo decks are your counterplay. Your counterplay is just strong engine pushes because that does work.
Chat would say
2010 was 60 that doesn't require drawing a specific card or silver bullet against mid-range decks.
Technically, but like as I said, the mid-range decks, a lot of them like also draw cards during their combo, and a lot of the times I'm trying to play their board and they hit me with a roll, and I just roll them.
Right, okay, but that is first of all, I mean, Droll and Lockbird is going when the player going first draws it is a disgusting card. Absolutely, I agree with you. But it's just like on paper, there is a realistic way to beat this deck going second without having to have it. Right? It might be unlikely. Or
I get his point.
Of course, it's not 100% because at the end of the day, we're talking about good decks. Right? We're talking about Yu-Gi-Oh meta decks that should win some games going first. Like it's not like we're expecting these decks to lose 100% of the time. But when you have a solid engine hand into a mid-range deck, you have a chance of winning the game.
You do.
Yes, and you don't have that same chance against the combo deck.
Oh, this is 4810. This is what the timestamp was referencing. Oops. 4810. Josh asks how to deal with a combo deck that established an FTK level board when going first. Anthony's response, however, is mid-range decks aren't teching against combo decks. If they did, they'd win more going first or second. I see. Okay. 2010 2010X boomer. Vander almost become a teen.
But I want to argue that a lot of the times the combo decks form because of the mid-range decks. So my combo deck is here to snipe your mid-range deck, but your mid-range deck is here because it's just generally the best deck. So you're not being taxed against me, but I'm being taxed against you.
Okay.
But if you actually change your deck to beat me, you will win more going first and going second, because that's actually happened. Because for example, a lot of combo decks have to tech to beat for example, in order to beat Cool Tune, I'm not saying Cool Tune is a mid-range deck. Cool Tune is a combo deck disguised as a mid-range deck. But yeah, in order to beat Cool Tune, I main deck Quadra's Loft, I main deck Droplet to try to like sack them, right? That's like my answer. I'm specifically teching for that matchup. And if Cool Tune then techs for me, let's say the Cool Tune players now suddenly they main deck Droll, or like they play the hand traps that hurt me harder, and they don't play like the general hand traps that are not good against me. Suddenly, I find it that regardless if I go first or second, I have a worse matchup. So I think a lot of the times the mid-range player feels unfair by the combo player because the mid-range player is the person asking the questions. So when you're the best deck of the format, you're the one that puts the question out. You're like, this is Remix, Zalin, KTS, search Ash Blossom. Out this.
Yep.
And then the combo player presents the answer. I'm gonna out this by playing these cards that your deck is not good against, and I'm gonna try to sack you. And that's my answer. And if my answer, I have this answer because I know it works against your question. So now it's your turn to answer my answer. So I threw the question, can you beat me when I try to sack you? And now it's your turn to answer, but you're not trying to answer because in your mind you don't need to answer because you're the mid-range deck. You're supposed to be asking
Best
questions.
deck in
You're
any
uncomfortable
format?
trying to answer because if you
I'm not familiar with TCG enough, but I guess it's fair to say that. I'm trying to think about. I know there was a period of time in Draco Tail where Draco Tail was one of the best decks. It's hard for me, especially because like, I mean that happened in Master Duel for Draco Tail specifically, but I think Malice needed to get hit because Malice was uniquely well positioned against Draco Tail. That's why Unk did so well in the Duelist Cup. You see the first Champions League in 2000? I think, yeah. Was it this? I think I saw drastic drop off or some shit, and I was like, "What the? This is too boomer for me." Hold on, let me see. Oh, is this one? Is Edison all mid range? I can't answer that. There's Yada. Oh yeah, there's Yada right here. Killer Snake. Holy shit. Confiscation and oh my god. Forcible Sentry. Oh yeah, I saw this card. Drop off. Okay, drop off. I see. Gemini, oh my god. What you mean too boomer? I didn't play Edison. I think the earliest format I played was 2012. Electric Snake. Oh hey, this is the Ben PFP. Is that Triple Book of Moon? Yeah. In my earliest format I played, I mean like physically, like experienced. I played Goat format, but that's like retro. You know, I just went back to it. I will say those games are very slow though. Actually, I don't know. I can't speak for Edison because Edison has probably been in development by people revisiting the format that it might have changed. When I played Goat format, it used to be Goat mirrors, so you had some like you know like some challenging like some skill testing interactions or something. But now I hear that there's like FTKs, like library, and there's chaos. I remember people laughing during that time, not during Goat format, but like when people were retro Goat format playing in like 2014. I remember people were laughing at attempts to play chaos, and now there's like actual chaos decks with like dimension fusion and shit like that. Set Maneater bug and pass. Oh my gosh.
answer me, now you leave yourself open to another mid-range deck.
But I think that's not like a viable deck.
You now lose the mid-range mirror.
So that's a good point. That is, I agree with you. That is a very interesting dynamic that happens with like metagame development. What I don't agree with is that the mid-range decks in Yu-Gi-Oh are fundamentally the best decks, because I do think this is something where a lot of formats start out by people trying to play mid-range decks, and my theory on this is actually a little bit different than yours, because I felt like Justice Hunter's format is a very good example of this, where people were expecting a very healthy like triangle format, and people were excited to play mid-range decks with like Yami, Pure Mitsu, Draco Tail, and then also Vanquish Soul K9 in the mix, right? People were excited for that kind of format, because I think it's completely fine if people disagree with this, but I think people want to play this type of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it is more interactive. At least I want to play it because of that. And often in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, and this is also happening right now, these combo decks, yes, they're forming as a response to mid-range, but they always end up being, or very often end up being, the best decks in the format because there is no adequate answer to it.
That is fair. I think so the way that the meta, I don't know if I understand this format a little differently because I actually played that format. I think the main shaper of that format was always a combo deck. I think the most oppressive deck at the start of Justice Hunters was always Vanquish Soul. I think K9 Vanquish Soul shaped that entire format.
But they hit it relatively hard, relatively quickly, right? Like I'm referring to like the maybe you're thinking of it differently because you didn't play like the European YCS.
That is
Our first
fair.
YCS was after the ban
What
list,
did he call
where they hit
fair?
Vanquish Soul cards, right? Ours was like the YCS where it was like it was mainly supposed to be Draco Tail, Yami, Mitsurugi. That's what everyone was expecting.
I only
Like,
caught
still
that
remember
he
like vividly
called,
how excited I was that was going to be the format, right? Like, I was like, okay, all these decks are
called
reasonable. You don't have to hand trap people to
Vanquish
death to actually play the game and so on and so forth. Like, I was
K9
very
has,
excited
like,
for
the
it.
driving
And what ended up
force for
happening
that
was that
metagame.
format was very quickly like turned
I
into
missed
the
Justice
complete
Hunters,
opposite
yeah. That's
direction
saying his
because
combo
people
decks the
discovered stuff like
best.
Yami Mitsurugi. People discovered stuff like the K9 Crystron deck that summoned like the Mjolnir lock onto the opponent's side of the field. And my point is like I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has this tendency to gravitate very heavily towards combo decks because at the moment we do not have an adequate answer to it. If people play mid-range decks, people can exploit that. Like you said, people can build high engine, high ceiling decks because if you're not forced to hand trap your opponent, you can just put as many engines in your deck and board breakers and whatnot, and going second is going to be fine, and going first your deck's going to be insane too because you're doing all these things. Like this is just, I think, in Yu-Gi-Oh! A very superior strategy over mid-range. Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is geared towards turn 1. In Yu-Gi-Oh! You have an inherent advantage if your deck does as much as possible on turn 1 because that's when you're going mostly uninterrupted or your opponent is using very low quality cards like Imperm or Vela. Like we're not pretending in the grand scheme of things, like Imperming a card that then stays on the board is not a great interaction for you when you're second.
But I do want to argue against that as well because I think the combo deck forms as a result of a mid-range format, right? A lot of the times the combo deck appears out of the blue in the middle of a
Chud
mid-range
or
format
Teto
as an
Plush?
answer to the
Okay,
mid to the
Chud.
currently dominating mid-range deck. But I wanted to throw the question out that a lot of times this combo deck was already discovered like way long ago. Like the bridge between Yami and Mitsurugi was not discovered by Triff. Triff just put it into action. But why was it not popular before mid-range like became the most dominant way to play? I think that's because that deck inherently has its own flaws. Combo decks has its own flaws too. I've been speaking to a lot of people that are trying to prep for the bigger tournaments, and they tell me that they want to play combo because the last three they have all been. I don't want to say that. But like combo decks, the issue is also the combo mirror. The combo mirror is miserable. I'm trying to play combo to snipe mid range, and my deck inherently has a way to break the mid range deck's boards when I go second with just engine. But if your combo too, I auto lose versus you if I lose the dice roll, and that I think you might think it's not good card design, and I also think it's not good card design. I'm not trying to argue against it. This is the original sin for combo decks, and I'm gonna eat it right there. This is the sin of combo decks. The combo mirror is very interactive. If you play a combo mirror, 99% of the time whoever wins the dice will just completely runs the other person over, unless the combo player inherently bricks or the mirror match they draw to unlock or they draw the chummies,
Which is not good gameplay either, I think.
It's not good gameplay at all.
Yeah.
But that's also why combo decks are never at the forefront of the meta because the instant the combo deck is at the forefront of the meta fixes itself.
How?
Because nobody wants to play the
I
combo
guess
mirror. So
like they just, people in response play like hand traps and stuff like that. I feel like that was or you know what was okay. He brings up Triff, right? At Anaheim, right? Triff brought his 60 card Ritual Habakiri Miracle Raven pile, right? But he got he got pretty far into the tournament. Don't get me wrong. He didn't win, but he got stalked by a guy who pretty much exploited him by the guy just floodgated him and he did. I don't know if he had the non-engine to beat it, but see all the top decks, yeah. But I feel like that's another okay, it's either other decks play hand traps or you just because Triff might be a special case because he was wasn't necessarily playing was he? I think he was mostly playing breakers and stuff, and you can exploit breakers by also by just floodgating your opponent, which is I bring this up because I remember during the feature match. Well, I mean, I didn't watch the feature match, but I remember being in the venue and I actually know exactly what I was doing. But during that time, but Triff got Mjolnir locked. And he didn't seem to have an out to that. So I wonder if that's the secret third option. But that might just be a unique development of the meta. I mean, okay, I don't want to bring up YCS.
just get more hand traps in the mid range deck.
I don't know if that's how it works. I don't know because I feel like that never happened with Yami Mitsu.
I think
Yami Mitsu was the best deck until the end.
Have you been paying attention to the Japanese format, the OCG format?
Oh, he brought up
I'm-
OCG. Oh. There's more combo that does good. Yeah. I think it can for a time. I guess what I'm clueless on is like, I think I don't know. I'm pretty clueless to be honest. I don't know like when's a good time to do it. When good time to play like something like Draco Tail or whatever. They can only respond to a certain non-ninja is unfair. 07.
I think you made a video about that, right? OCG is currently going through a combo renaissance right now, and I don't know if you've seen a deck that has been nerfed that isn't that good anymore. Is suddenly good again because Elfno's the best deck. I'm talking to Cool Tune.
Oh,
So,
is this Cool Tune? I was gonna say this is Cool Tune.
when Tune was the best deck and they nerfed Cool Tune, Cool Tune was way less popular because
Right.
Cool Tune is just not as good of a mid-range deck as Tune was. But as soon as Elfnote became the best deck because of like Gallon, because of Spatial Trunade, because those cards are disproportionately stronger versus mid-range decks than combo decks. Because when Elfnote finishes combo, they don't care about Gallon.
Yeah,
But if I think
Spatial
about-
Trunade is pretty fucked. Like it doesn't target if I believe. Spatial Trunade. This card is like for in I don't know. Where you're saying it's good versus mid range, but like for a deck with like, yeah, this doesn't target. Yeah, like return up to 2 cards on the field to the hand, and each player places cards on the bottom deck in any order. Because it doesn't target, you're forced to like if you don't have like a straight up negate for this, or like a way to negate its face up, a card face up on the field. They can just like you have to do something, otherwise they just get a trade. Like I was thinking of like I don't know, like IP. There's no good like good interaction if you have like an IP at face up with this card or something like that. Who combos better than mid range? I guess what he's saying right now is probably Elfnote is good, but like in the future, well, I mean he's saying now Cool Tune is good, but I think we'll probably see those results. Like Cool Tune is now good because you have the hand traps to stop Elfnote or whatever. But I don't know. I in my opinion, like for now, like things change, right? Before Elfnote was like, best deck or whatever based on the Road to the King, pie charts. Tune was like the next best deck. People were saying Tune was the best deck or whatever. Saying Tune is mid range. Yeah, but I think he's saying Cool Tune next is going to be the next top deck or whatever, or the next best choice into like a tournament or whatever. If that was on top, yeah.
like two monsters and you tribute them both, I lose the game, right?
Mhm.
Cool Tune is a deck that can run an infinite amount of hand traps, like 19 pre-side, 25, 26 post-side. That deck is inherently good versus combo decks. It doesn't matter how good that combo deck is. If I play 25 hand traps, you will die to me. And that deck fought like
Can you look at
complete
that?
waste of
No,
popularity.
I
And that is the
don't.
most
I'm
mid-range
not-
deck I can get.
I
That
don't want
current
it.
Cool Tune build that plays 25 hand traps
Mm.
is as mid-range as it gets. And I think that's a part of the format solving itself.
Tune
I
is
think-
mid range.
I think
In
we
terms
move-
of
we move past
criteria,
the format a
like
little bit too quickly
yeah,
sometimes,
like
but I think
the
whenever this
bunch
happens,
of
the
hand
format will always
traps
self-adjust. The
spam.
format starts out as a format where combo mid-range are the same, and then mid-range gets too strong, combo
Tune
rises
feels like
to
stun.
a more extreme length to
That's-
answer the mid-range.
You
And the format
can
has
feel
zero
that
links.
way
They hit the
'cause-
But I think if we just allow the format to self-adjust, the mid-range players will then a lot of the combo players will then think, why am I trying to roll dice rolls versus my opponent if there's just 70% combo in the format right now? I'm just gonna play a deck that has 30 hand traps and I'm just gonna hand trap you. And because there's less people on mid-range, I don't have to worry about me not
You
being able
don't
to play
think
the game
Cool
and then
Tune
slowly lose
coming
the game.
back?
And that will just start to like
You're
lessen the amount
doubting
of combo players.
Anthony
Combo players
here?
get tired of
I'm
getting
kidding.
hand trap 17 times with the Cool Tune player
Right.
and passing on nothing. And so
It's
those
an
are decks that play mid-range
interesting
decks with a very balanced hand trap ratio that
development
lose the
if
combo
it
deck
does
to beat
come
the
to
Cool Tune
pass, though.
Okay, so what you're
Well, I
saying
mean-
is
But
the third entry in the triangle that we're
I understand what he's trying to say. It's just like if there's a lot of combo decks, like you're more incentivized to just play a deck that plays a bunch of hand traps because you're not like as like defenseless going second into that.
missing, quote unquote, is like the very high hand trap decks like Cool Tune, right? That's the
Yes.
we've got like the high engine mid range decks like Brandon and Sky Striker. Then we've got like the combo decks like Elfnote and Mitsu Rollat as Amina. And then on the third one in the triangle is like the high hand trap mid range decks like Cool Tune.
Yeah, but then you
Or-
break.
I mean, not mid range, but the terms don't matter, right? Here's my
the
issue. Like
current version of Cool
on
Tune is actually like a combo deck type of Cool Tune, but they're
we
playing
can just
more.
call them hand trap
to
decks,
value.
honestly. Like something like Yummy or something like Cool Tune. I
Yeah.
think those decks, like we can just call those
Pure
hand trap
Ideal,
decks.
Pure Young.
They also rip you, but the
Well, I
hand
think
traps
that
are
is the
supposed to
difference
prevent
with
us
that.
from getting
Okay,
that
fair enough.
far.
But here's my personal
But,
issue with this because your balancing cycle works. Like that is true, right? Like the response to
I
everyone
could see
playing combo
them
decks
ending
is to
on
just jam
that
20
once
hand
you
traps and hope
grow.
it works out. The issue that I have with this is what if like we're talking about balancing here and balancing wise this works, but what if you just don't think that that is good gameplay? Like
I'm
myself.
talking about like the here. Fuck. I want to call it Iron Hair Jar. It's not called that. It's a stupid ass. It's like the fourth form of Trishula. But okay, like ending on something like shit. Okay, I will never. I don't know what his fucking name. It's some Nordic name, but like that new synchro is like worth ending on. Summon Ash Typhoon.
No, I agree. That is not a good.
Hey,
Right, and that's
hey,
where
that
my
could do
frustration
it.
comes from, right? It's like, okay, well, the answer to this combo deck is now I have to sit across from my opponent and play Go Fish with my hand traps, and it doesn't matter how good I am at the game, right? If you draw your Lucina plus Medius, I either have the 2 hand traps or I don't.
But I would argue like a lot of the time.
I feel like yes, this is true, but he's arguing that to maximize your chances of having 2 hand traps, you play a deck that plays a bunch of them. So it's just like this is true. You're pretty much hoping you have that, but like it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of like talking past what he's saying. Yeah.
mid-range deck presents the same question. If you draw Q plus Rotary,
Well, no,
I either have a hand that
Cool
you
Tune is a
Oh,
different
never
thing.
mind.
Cool Tune is not the mid range, right? Cool Tune is the third
Yeah.
entry, right?
You can't run 20 Ash.
but like, yes, but like obviously, yeah. Like I'm not trying to defend the combo decks. Like I'm trying to win here. And if you don't have the 2 hand traps or my 2
Yeah.
starter, I will win the game.
And that's why, like, on the once again, on the thing that we talked about right at the start, like, I 100% understand it is completely reasonable to play combo decks in a format where everyone's playing mid range. Like, yeah, I'm not salty if someone farms me if I'm playing Sky Striker and they play a very high ceiling deck. That is a natural development. My issue with combo decks is never when they go second and break my board. I think that's a healthy development. I'm like, okay, I'm trying to play with few interactions. You play a deck that exploits that's fine. My issue is the dynamic that specifically combo decks create when they go first.
Yes, but I think I sort of answered that question last time, although I don't think to you it was a very satisfactory answer.
Mhm.
I said that in order for the combo deck to have enough pushes going second, it
Yeah.
must play the same cards that are just as effective going first.
Yeah.
Right? Because like for example, if I get stopped on Mind Shuffle, I want a Habakiri. If I get stopped on Habakiri, I want it.
Yep.
Because I need to have engine unique pushes because
Mhm.
the smarter players will let me play a few parts of my engine, get some of the really important hard ones for turns out of the way,
Mhm.
and then they'll hand trap me because they're not stupid and they're smart players.
Right.
And in order to win against smart players, I then need completely unique engine pushes. And I don't think that's out of the woods to ask because like if we just go like everybody plays perfectly, you're not gonna hand trap me on Habakiri. You're gonna wait for me to Saji.
Mhm.
But then my Mitsurugi engine can't really like extend through the hand trap on Saji a lot of the time
Mhm.
because the deck wasn't designed to extend
Not
because
stupid.
Konami knows
Erm.
basic game balance. So
Oh yeah. I feel like I do get away with some decks because people hand trap really early. I'm not gonna say anything about their abilities or whatever, but it is something. Like there's just some things you can't really bait out, and if your opponent is patient, I feel like it's not always the case. Sometimes there's literally like if someone normal summons Q, you have to hand trap that. There's no choice. There's like probably no choice. But he's like he brought up Rolad, for example. If you wait for Mind Shuffle and Ash that, you probably, if it's pure Ritual of Light and Darkness, you're probably chilling. Or should have Shotgun Maxi.
I need a completely unique engine to then be able to push. But the downside of playing a completely unique engine to push is that this completely unique engine will then help me going first too. But if I don't play this engine, it's literally impossible for me to beat you going second. So it's like in order for the combo deck to fulfill the fantasy of beating the mid-range deck going second, they then must have to accept that going first it'll be problematic. I don't know how to solve that.
I think there is a solution to this. I think there is a solution to this because I think like you could have a deck like this, and I actually don't think it's that hard to imagine or to come up with it that actually does what you wanted to do going second, but it's just more fair going first, and that is one of the main things I'm arguing for. I think there are, because if we take your Azumina Mitsu Roulette deck as an example, I think there are a couple cards in it that are responsible for the deck being very, very high ceiling going second, and then there's other cards in it that are responsible for it being auto win going first. I don't think those are the same cards because you are not breaking a board with a Mitsu.
Because you know what I think of, like counter traps. Some counter traps are like just there to just like augment a board, and they do just amplify how awful it is to go second to that deck, because they're just like unrespondable, or not just counter traps, just like the additional trap that like Konami throws in. That's also additional interaction. What's weird is Elf Note has that too, but it actually, well, it doesn't really help them going second. But you do use it, you do weave it in as part of your combo because of the revive. Stupid Factorial. Yeah, okay, you know what? Fine, call me out. Stupid Factorial. I'm not gonna even like lie because like it doesn't really do anything going second. But if you wanted to, okay, you know what? I will engage in this hypothetical, but you could theoretically ban that card. And you, how to describe it? Like you can ban that card, and it's probably for the better. As the person across the table, they don't have to deal with an interaction that's like threatening to rip a card from their hand. It's kind of hard to interact with unless you play like I don't even think it's like possible because sometimes there's negation propped up in front of it. But yeah, you could theoretically just ban that card, and like it would in a sense improve the game because you're not like you're getting rid of like a piece of the end board that's hard to interact with, and like you can like going second, you don't have to you don't change the deck's ability to go second. That actually doesn't change. Stupid backdoor. Okay. There's other examples, but
Rugi Great Purification.
Purification.
You're not breaking a board with Zena, the Deceiving Doll Maidens. Like, you don't need those cards to play into
that's
a
true.
board
Yes,
most of the time.
yes.
Of course, sometimes they'll come up, like after you've exhausted all the interruptions, maybe you'll go into a Zena to make an end board because you couldn't kill or something like that. But I think there is a subset of cards that we could
Yeah,
get
there's
rid
like
of
cards
without
that
impacting
just like
these decks'
exist
ability
to
go
develop.
second.
They either exist to develop a board going second, or they're just like an end board piece, or yeah, like the purification, like you were saying. They just like make your board more unbreakable. But like they don't factor in. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. That one's more interesting, you know? I don't think it's a... That's an interesting point.
And another example of this is when we've talked about earlier, Cypher Mode Omega. You're never breaking a board with Cypher Mode Omega. You're probably also not making a Dawn Dragster going second very often. Like, these are all cards that you could take away tomorrow, and it would not really hurt deck's abilities to go second. It would only hurt the going first.
And I agree. And I said that I agree that these cards should not be legal, but I also think that you can't be too extreme because sometimes, like I'm not saying sometimes, a lot of the times, the combo player needs that one negation to check like the important card that because like for example, if I play against Vanquish Soul and they just hold Snow Devil forever, what am I gonna do about it, right? I need like I can't just SP the Snow Devil because then now I can't kill them. So I need like this one negate that forces them to be honest about the Snow Devil. So I think you have to give the combo player like maybe one negation that they need to always have access to because I think going second sometimes you also need negation. It can't always just be pop, bounce.
Yeah.
Because
Although I mean in your example it would work if you had a good back removal that isn't specifically SP, right? If you had a way to force cards when playing into a board, that would also take like all I'm saying is I'm not saying like all of those cards should be banned, but I think there is a way to balance this. I think Konami has the tools to do this, and I think in this world you would still have a reason to play the deck that you consider a combo deck, right? You would still have that reason of, well, I don't have to draw a specific silver bullet going second because my deck just has great pushes. It's got great ceiling into boards. It can like Murakumo blow up the board and then keep playing afterwards with whatever else I have, and like we've got pushes after push after push. But like going first, it's just like we're taking away like I don't know, maybe the Mitsuri trap or the Zena access to the floodgates or whatever. It's like it's still gonna be a strong deck going first. It's not like your board is gonna be bad because you don't have great purification. You still have a lot.
For sure. I think that is a good plan, but I think also you can't just hit the combo decks and that's it because I think the reason why the combo deck formed in the first place, again, the combo deck is never at the forefront of every format. It forms because of as an answer to an already existing mid-range deck. I think you have to also hit that existing mid-range deck so people can feel comfortable playing other decks.
This
again.
is weird because I feel like this framing of like, oh, combo decks are a response to something, so they're like less at fault compared to other, you know, the mid-range deck, which is the driving force for why a combo deck. Like, so you should also address that. I feel this is weird because it's like, I feel like you're not playing the mid-range for fun, right? Like, you're also probably playing this in response. It's kind of like a chicken or egg. So, I see what he's trying to say, but like, obviously you just hit like the outliers in general. So like, I don't know. Crescendo looks really good. Oh yeah, Crescendo.
A two centralizing
oh my
deck
god,
every deck
Crescendo.
Yes, I think honestly, I think that can be said about anything that is too powerful. Like this is something that like you can have a control deck that is way too powerful. You can have a mid-range deck that's way too powerful. You can have a combo deck that is way too powerful. Ultimately, I think what we can agree on, because we've been going for over an hour, so I kind of want to get this to a close, and I think this is a good point to leave it at. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, we all just want to play the game together with the player going second having a chance, right? Whether it's the mid-range deck creating a situation that is impossible to win from because they've got so much card advantage, or whether it's a combo deck FTKing the opponent into oblivion, I think both of them can definitely be a problem, and that is something I can definitely agree on.
For sure. And I can also agree with some of your points as well. I think that there are some cards that a combo deck shouldn't have access to. I don't think you should be able to play past cards specifically designed to out your board, like Mind Mirror Force or Dark Blue No More, by having virtue of like Librarian drawing 17,000 cards, or like Malice having access to like Chessie Cat plus Lair of Darkness plus like all that, and you shouldn't have access to multiple forms of hand ripping. Like for example, Omega shouldn't be legal. I think that's fine, but I think you have to leave a little bit as well for the combo players because I mean that is a playstyle, and I think that having to be able to play combos answer mid range is very important to a healthy format, and I think the people have to stop like defending like over centralizing mid-range decks just because they have interaction. Because I feel like the illusion of playing Yu-Gi-Oh is a thing that a lot of like lower I want to say lower skill players. A lot of people who don't play as much Yu-Gi-Oh don't realize that, but a lot of the games that you're calling interactive was already planned from turn one. I planned for you to struggle a little bit. Like you have normal summon, special summon, Fallen of White.
Dang, the predeterminism.
For that, like you normal summon Lucius, I answered that. But, oh, you have this Ketsu, but it doesn't get you to where you want it to be. You end on like 2 traps, and then suddenly I start getting my Cartesias, my Ecclesias back, and I just blow through what you have. Like, I planned that from turn one, but I let you squirm a little bit. But was that Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't think that was Yu-Gi-Oh. So yeah, but it's like. I do think we need to start being a little bit more honest about like how powerful some of these mid range decks are.
Okay, I can get behind that. And ultimately, I think this whole thing, I'm glad we did this because I think one thing that definitely this shows is that you can have different sort of preferences, but you can still talk about it in a reasonable manner. You can just articulate your points, and you can, even if you disagree on something, you can do so respectfully. You can like challenge what someone else is saying. And well, unfortunately, I know this is not always how it works on the internet, but I really would encourage the entire Yu-Gi-Oh community to maybe go about it like this a little bit more often and just try to understand each other. And at the end of the day, don't hate someone just because they have some, like sort of different preferences in terms of like what kind of deck they like or whatever. Which is just cycling back to the beginning of this video, but I did want to end it on that note because ultimately I think that is the main takeaway from this entire thing. So yeah, thank you so much for coming on today. I think this was definitely a much needed talk to round out this entire discussion. I hope you feel better about your entire the points you wanted to make, and I think ultimately I feel like no one who watches this video in good faith and follows the discussion, I think everyone's gonna understand your points, and I think it's gonna feel
Also,
more reasonable.
If you want, we can like get a little bit of interaction. If you want, like, I have this extra Starlight Zeno here that like I don't need.
I thought he
can,
was
like,
gonna
wrap it
pick up a cat. Like it's like some cat walked up to him, and he just the way he was angled downward. I was like, some cat just showed
You
up
should,
to
you should
bother
do that, but you
him.
should do that on your channel because I'm going to
Yeah,
leave a
well,
link.
maybe I'll, like,
I'm going to leave a link.
I'd like to-
I'm going to leave a link to your channel in the description down below.
71 minutes.
You've been making a lot of great content.
Yeah.
Recently, you've been doing super well. You were in the World's Playoffs, if I remember correctly, right, as well for NA. So you've been innovating, you've been grinding, you've been putting out a lot of great content.
This
So
is one of the better videos I've watched. To be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the topic, but like this is one of the better like, mid-range combo. Let's see. Nothing burger. It is kind of a nothing burger. The bottom line is like, don't be dicks to people just because of their choices. Oh my god. Don't. Any shice? Okay, fine. I'll read the comments. They're probably not gonna be that bad. Well, I mean, I don't know. YouTube kind of scares me with what they're able to cook up. Josh might not be going to Master Duel Worlds, but this race is gonna be Yu-Gi-Oh! Yapping World Champ. That's crazy. He's coming after that title. Holy shit, you gotta yap. Oh, hey, it's Anthony right here. Thanks to Josh for inviting me on this collab discussion. I think we presented a lot of great topics and a very healthy discussion. I think, okay, yeah. I mean, I think like them elaborating on their points was like worthwhile. We need to go to comments. Is better than Tier Zero. Tier Zoo is like the lowest bar. I'm so mad that like I the audacity of the guy to just like bring up like the most he like did zero research on like anybody else talking. Oh my, I hate. He didn't even talk about. Oh, I'm done. Tier Zoo should remove his yapping license because that was. He should stick to animals. Holy. I've not finished the video. I think the situation has exposed that we have lost the plot. These things are brought up or simply symptom to the actual problem. Everyone's coming up as not outright named power creep. Okay. Allow you to easily visualize the power creep in an over manner. Mid-range decks are not as overt. What? Some people will not like the overt nature of combo decks are power crept. Some players we are all skirting and not addressing. This isn't a deck or a classification. It's a power creep issue. Huh? I'm confused. Like I get he's mentioning how like combo decks make it obvious that like some cards are so powerful, but they gave him 0.1 sentence. You should just leave mid-range gone, change it to scuba deck. This is why TC community is a joke. Five episodes are okay. Okay, finally. This might actually be a real comment. I disagree with the premise that combo decks are made as a response to mid-range decks. Combo decks aren't created to answer the question, how do I beat mid-range? They made to answer the question is, how do I efficiently beat my opponent? Okay, I mean, I feel like that's a little pedantic, but yes. I think that's what they're getting at. I think that's what Anthony was saying, but whatever. And the answer is either put up more negates and the opponent has cards in hand, Okay. I noticed a lot of the comments was focused on how hard a job Elf Note has with dealing with hand traps, going second, but in my opinion, that's those mid range, giving you the illusion of a playing. What is more of a Elf Note not being a good combo deck? Did he not listen to the? Take Snake Eye for example. It ate hand traps like popcorn at a movie theater. You in for Messy Ass, cool. Activate Simple Spoil. You Ashy Simple Spoil, cool. Activate Bonfire. You draw my Poplar Surge, cool. Activate Divine Temple, set Flamberg, summon Linkuriboh, send Flamberg. Snake Eyes did have a lot of pushes for what it's worth. So what I'm trying to say is I agree that mid-range should be put on a pedestal of good game design, which is effectively creating non-games that take 4 turns to arrive at a foregone conclusion. I also don't think combo decks should be effectively FTKing. This is like the most, like, how to describe it? Like, this is not a hot take. I don't think Elf Notes is a good example of the struggles of combo stated. I think Elf Note has subpar starters compared to he turned off his ears. Anthony literally said that the starter quality was not up to par. A good discussion to be sure. I hope we get more in the future. I feel like he just like, I don't know how to describe this type of person where they just he's just rehashing Anthony's points. What is he disagreeing with? Oh my gosh. Who is better? We literally have all data from top, so we're gonna try to prove a statement like that. Yeah, I mean, well, it changes from event to event, you know. So whose range is mid? As someone who watches Yu-Gi-Oh without playing, everything looks like a combo deck. That's fair. I can't argue with that. When the combo players unironically tell you, just draw the out. Why does he bring up Yugi Boomers? At least Yugi Boomers are rightly blaming the direction. What? What? Percent and trends? Yeah. Okay, yeah. True. Okay. I mean, okay, whatever. Snake Eye was able to almost play 20 non-engine. Oh, what are they talking about? This was a difficult watch. I felt like a lot of times Anthony's frustration was misplaced towards mid-range as opposed to other unfun elements of the game. It is not mid-range's fault that combo has silver bullets. Those should not exist. It is not mid-range's fault that combo lacks starter quality. That is concession you make in deck building for spreading yourself thin to introduce different engines. No, what? That's not the reason why they have... What? The reward is higher ceilings. A lot of the videos, Anthony arguing points I felt disconnected from the overall thesis and trying to loop it back to mid-range's fault. All of which were valid frustrations and points analysis, were divorced from the point that was trying to be made. Only argument I found enjoyable to listen to and engage with the perspective of mid-range versus combo is that mid-range can't build to beat combo, that conceding to being a worse deck versus mid-range. That is definitely a good observation. Would love to hear. Stun and combo, Tenpai mid-range, seal pass. I don't even know what to call Tenpai. Tenpai is just how to describe it. Okay, this guy, I don't know. These people are. Yeah, I don't know how I would put it. Tenpai just tries to end the game, you know. I don't know. I don't want to say it plays on a different axis. It does ignore a lot of interaction. I feel like it's not threatening follow-up though. Maybe it did with like seals though. Tenpai's aggro. I guess it's as aggro as you could get. I assume that's a misuse of the term. Easy. But it didn't have follow-up, but it did play a bunch of non-engine to simplify the board so you'd have it easier time OTKing. It wasn't until I don't know. It felt like a different deck afterwards too when it got hit. I don't know. Some of these people are like, I'm struggling to understand Anthony's argument. I didn't feel like Anthony's arguments were like that difficult to follow. I don't know. They felt concise. Maybe like the conclusion was kind of weird because he's like, I think there is some truth to like him like kind of like, well, I don't know, he's trying to take the heat off. It was mostly clearing up misconceptions of what by using specific examples, you know, like when he brings up Elf Note about its starter quality, you know, I thought that was pretty. I don't think not many people are aware of that. Most people are just used to like Elf Note threatening the combo like 5 billion interactions, and some, you know, it just doesn't feel good to hand trap that deck if they like hard open. All these decks make me glad I'm an Unga Bunga Blue Eyes player. Let's go. We didn't need to play 50 board breakers back then. I know. You had like Charmies. But also the weird part was also sometimes like Tenpai can just lose the Ash on Sangin Kaiman. And like before, when you had more engine, like you didn't even have to worry about that because you could just like make, like you could just make Quibel no problem before. You could like answer a lot of threats with your extra deck, which was actually the crazy part. You had like Samurai Destroyer. Ash on Sangin Kaiman was fake because you could, yeah, like you could just make you just had enough engine to make level 10. Now you literally have to kill that. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Fake. Well, nowadays it feels like sometimes I'll just Ash like the field spell or Sangin Kaiman, and then I'll live. And there's also like the striker deck where like if you happen to have Droll, you end up like having a chance. Anthony makes 2 points. Cyclical balance is acceptable, and if one deck, combo or mid-range dominates, it's the player's job to find answers. And mid-range decks are guilty of the same sins people accuse combo. This is more, finally, okay, I think this guy is way closer to what Anthony's arguing for. This actually is very, very succinct. I appreciate this comment. Finally. Now it's just a matter of, oh my god, okay. Give me a second. I like, my headphones died, so I have to charge them. Like the comment? Fine. I agree with the first point to an extent. All right, finally. Oh my god, finally. There's gonna be a disagreement. It's probably gonna be reason. Oh my god, thank goodness. What's his name? Yang Understanding. So I guess they're just highlighting that he has understanding in the name. I agree with the first point to an extent. There's a difference between adjusting to the meta and gameplay that simply doesn't allow meaningful agency. Mid-range can create an illusion of agency, letting you struggle before it outpaces you anyway. But that's a card design issue, not a flaw of mid-range itself. And that's also something Josh was saying too. He agrees with that point as well. The same way Anthony admits combo needs bans on certain cards while still being legitimate as concept. Neither extreme should exist. They both agree on this. Yes, this is something Josh and Anthony were both agreeing on. I disagree with this second point. I agree mid-range players are being hypocritical, but the fix isn't to fight fire with fire. It's to address the root issue. Lower the ceiling on both sides so each deck has room for agency. Don't let combo decks auto-win by negating more than an opponent's starting hand, and don't let mid-range decks develop resources far beyond what other decks can keep pace with. I think that this is also something they both agree with. The same spirit of argumentation saying we need Droll in the format because combo decks exist. No two things can be true. Combo decks could be checked, and Droll should be limited or banned. Let decks do their searching that are fair and mid-range, and let combo decks do their thing without it needing a silver bullet to answer. So the solution isn't to fight fire with fire, it's to lower the ceiling on both ends, which is the root cause. And I think that's something Anthony's kind of pushing for. Like anytime when he was advocating for what's it called? You know, when he says like, "Oh yeah, combo decks should at least have this one thing." You know, like he is pretty much pushing that idea that like, you know, these mid-range decks, you know, like you need at least something to deal with the Vanquish Soul, hold smart enough to hold their what's it called, Snow Devil, you know, because they can't just have that, you know, without recourse. If I go first and don't break, which is something only Konami can do. Yeah, and I think Josh says that at the end too. Well, he doesn't say, but he says like it's possible that the game can go in that direction, but it's kind of clear that it's not. I mean, we're getting board breakers. You know, we're getting Spatial Trune, we're getting Mind Mirror Force, we're getting Goemon, but like it feels like it's more like we're getting these so that other, you know, strong combo decks or whatever, you know, like can exist. Because it's fair mid-range deck. True. I don't think Brandon is mid-range. Also true. People also keep calling Brandon mid-range deck, guessing because of the insane grand game. A modern Brandon is doing combo deck turn ones and is still having grand game. Might as well started mid-range deck, but I think what people will be like, oh, but they're not setting up negates. They do set up a lot of removal, which is like pretty strong. And there's also a lot of redundancy too. So it's like, people don't realize that the game is like probably over. Like it's kind of crazy how Mirror Jade plus Mirror Jade banish, send Rinbrum revive Albaz to fuse with your opponent's board. That's pretty strong. And that's just like, and they have like a lot of ways to guarantee that. It's not like you can just like imperm Cartesia or something like that. They'll try to threaten it with Quem or something. Main phase 3. Brandon can end on good half boards if they're interrupted. I think through hand traps. But I'm not impressed with the branded half board. I feel like it's kind of the full branded end board is pretty strong, but like, and they can do that pretty decently through hand traps. But like the half board, it's one of the reasons why I don't like the deck. I feel like you can exploit the half board. You need a card to get rid of all cards in the graveyard. Are you saying shifter to 3? We have a few that's hard to access. What you mean by what you're referring to? Something like Strategic Betrayal would be too broken. Like cards already engraved. Okay. Do you think they'll ever print a card better than Soul Release in that regard? Ruddy Rose. Oh yes, Ruddy Rose. So true, Ruddy Rose. All right. Going on field trip. Scuba. Have you watched any Jeopardy? Nah. But I already got spoiled because Jesse was on them. Let's go. Hey, if Tenpai was at full power, you could actually do this. So clearly the solution is unban Chandra, unban Sangin Kaiman. Ruddy Rose not gonna get summoned? Oh yeah, but what if I had Sangin summoning on the field? Ruddy Rose to kill your own follow-up. Alright, fine. Strategic Betrayal. Strategic B. I assume that's Scryfall. Target opponent exiles a creature they control and their graveyard. Wait, just their entire graveyard? It's just like exile one guy and their graveyard, and then everything else. Termon's Crypt. All right, Termon's Crypt. Yeah, I just like how like. What the fuck? I'll pay half point life points to the users, dude. This PMO'd me, but when Red Reboot was printed, there were like people in my circles that were like, I will not pay half my life points to stop traps. I'm like, you're so freaking. I was like, you. This is not one of those life points. I'm gonna Tor mods. Okay. Dude, out of all the things you're not, bro, people pay half their life points for Fallen Judgment. Sacrifice, Tormod's Crypt, Exiles. Wait, what the? Oh, Crypt Keeper. I see. Wait. Huh? Would you pay $7.99 to draw 2 cards? Good question. I think so, yeah. Oh, it depends on like if it's just like Pot of Desires, pay $7.99. Yeah, probably. Most Acro calls will like effect banish entire grave when activated. I think I remember Karibo mentioning how there was like a lot of grave counterplay. That one was kind of funny. This one's kind of funny because I'm assuming this is 0 cost. Yeah, I think I would pay $7.99 to draw 2 cards. Just slam down and use it. Nice. Holy moly. Okay, so I think this comment saved the day for me because he actually understood what he was listening to while actually disagreeing with it in a reasonable way. I don't know if I'll read the rest of these people, but like this is so pedantic. I think saying combo appears as an answer to mid-range is slight misrepresentation. Not saying intentional. Seems to me combo appears as a way to exploit my mid-range. This is so pedantic. Like you could literally present both statements and they'd agree with them. And also it happens a bit after during a format. What do you think? An answer? How do you produce an answer to a question? Needs to be labbed out and tested. That's this is really this guy really posted something. Draw 2, Reversal Quiz, and Spark. Oh, I forgot Reversal Quiz. Okay, you know the ban Reversal Quiz. Also, Fiendsmith Lacrima. Let's go. So you don't even have to draw Spark. You just have to draw like 2 bodies. All right. What's okay? I'm not okay. Triff is just gonna say, "Play whatever you want. I don't care. I'll still beat you. I'm the best Yu-Gi-Oh player on earth." This is gonna be the video. Okay. Elf Note is a very cool deck to not play, and there's Triff. Okay, this one I think I will have to get rid of this one. Scream about Cooltoon for 50 minutes. I forgot about this video. I don't know if I want to watch this. Nothing against but this is a 40-minute video about this topic we've spent like 2 hours on. Want another vid to react to. I made a Yu-Gi-Oh quiz, but every answer is wrong. Few years, yeah, it's been. I remember it as far back as like 2014. Except the battlefield was forums instead of these videos. I keep most of my cards in boxes. All right, okay, I'll check this out. This will be the palette cleanser. All right.
Today, I got 4 of my dumbest friends to answer.
You know what this guy is trying to do? There's this fucking YouTuber who makes all these like, PowerPoint games. This is the exact style. Like these bubble profile pictures. Oh my god. Where is the Kevin Garnett? No, it's not Kevin Garnett. Magic the Noah, yes. This is a Magic the Noah video. Oh my god. There's no new topics in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's crazy. Here. Magic the Noah. This is the exact video this guy's mimicking. Look at this. 30 YouTubers fight against a demon. Trivia, but all the answers are wrong. Yep, okay.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trivia, except every answer is very, very wrong. Play along in the comments. I
Discord
don't think
thing?
you're gonna get any right.
That like little heart thing. Is that like part of its fur or a tramp stamp?
Pretty much.
Cutie mark.
That's
Cutie
so
mark,
real.
yeah.
That's
That's
definitely
true.
That's fair.
That's very true.
What's the thing that like succubuses give you? Like the womb thing?
The head.
Jesus Christ.
You know, new group of people. I feel like it would be appropriate if we all decide together where to go. You know, as a family or found family.
Oh. Can we go to Poplars, please? Let's do one.
Poplars, please for one. All right, this one. Tiny explanation.
Yeah,
Y'all play
the
papers, please?
fucking Google Sheets. My Little Melfi, yeah.
I'm familiar with it.
So in the game, that's it. You gotta check people's passports, and if there's anything wrong, you got pointed out. But if they're all good, you can let them in. So it's the same thing like that, just a few Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So all you gotta do, Buzz, just tell me what's wrong with this. If
What's wrong with this? Okay.
anything.
Oh god.
If this card is added to your hand except by drawing it, you can special summon this card. If this card is normal special summon, you can add one Snake Eye spell and trap from your deck to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard. JJPM in the vid all closed stream now? 07. He's blocked on Twitter. I blocked his ass on Twitter. You can target one fire monster in your graveyard, place it face up in its owner's spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. You only use each effect of Snake Eyes. Poplar once per turn. Is it just Snake Eyes spelled wrong? Was that? Yeah. If it's that, that's so stupid. Yeah, it needs a dash. You're right. Why you blocked?
What the
Buzz.
Because he does the little he does he's not farming, but he's doing the bit of like engagement, like wine posting about like nothing burgers, and it's just really annoying to see. Also, it's about stuff like also complaining about how Konami specifically hates Pendulum, which is just like not true. It's kind of unfortunate that there's a lot of things that counteract the deck, but I just as someone who likes pendulums, it just makes me roll my eyes,
Buzz? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Nothing.
There is something wrong with this.
Alright,
Everything you
There's
guys
the
know.
dash. This is stupid.
Wait. Oh,
this
is
is
this?
stupid.
Is there a hyphen between snake and eyes?
You did get it.
Oh,
Snake
I
eyes
see.
This is stupid.
Okay, okay. It's like
are the name, except they're a little zoomed in.
Buzz?
JJ?
Is this Toon Dark Magician?
Oh yeah. Oh well.
I see why you say that. It's not Toon Dark Magician though.
We gotta kill this guy. Buzz?
Thanks.
Most base
Magic
combo deck video?
Karibo?
Okay, I'll take a look.
Magic, I do kind of see that.
Oh.
Probably because it's right.
Okay, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
stack-
Kariba, nice. Okay, you
Let's go
actually
to it.
knew.
Punctionary. 1.
Alright, this is just Pictionary, but I'm kind of bad at drawing, so I made them little puns to help you out. You just gotta tell me the card name.
Green blast. This looks like the blast sphere. Dude, this looks like blast sphere, but what the hell is this? Propeller? Why is it on his shirt? I know. Is this like Agito? Oh, I'll be sick.
Buzz.
JJ?
Speed Raid Terratop.
You got it.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Really? I don't get it. I get this is Bagel Max. Why is he on a green shirt? All right, I guess I'll get an explanation.
Oh my
That's good. That's good.
oh,
That's
it's
good.
Terratop.
No, that's really good. Yeah.
Incredible.
I was very proud for some of these.
I couldn't
Okay.
think. I was just,
Then if
Oh,
you're
I
Slipknot,
guess top is a shirt. Shirt is a top.
let's go to number 2 for Punctionary.
Alright, Punctionary for 2.
21. What am I looking at here? Basketball.
I know the answer, but I just
Buzz?
don't know the name.
MBT
Who is UA Dreadnought Dunker?
is not Dreadnought Dunker. No, I think I got the
Is
post
it
pretty accurate. If you
UA?
ask me.
Player manager.
I think I know what it is. But they should, I don't know the actual name of the card, but like. I don't get the
Okay,
funny thing.
Buzz,
Hanks,
Destiny Hero Dunker?
it's not Destiny Hero Dunker.
I don't think I got it.
Goofy, you got it.
No.
Come on, guys. It's Garnet.
Oh, Kevin Garnett. Okay, I'm not familiar with sports, but if this 21 is a reference to Kevin Garnett, I get it. I see.
I don't think I got it.
Goofy, you got it.
All right.
No.
Garnett, that's good.
Well,
That's
now I
good.
feel
I
like
like
a fucking idiot.
Kevin Garnett.
Who's Kevin Garnett?
Anything is possible.
He's a 2004 NBA MVP.
How do you know that? You're
2004?
4 years old.
I know ball.
He was a major character
same
in.
pun as-
I forgot which year it debuted, but it was one of my favorite movies. Uncut Gems.
Last time. God damn it.
The ball that was born before you.
You do know ball.
Oh, let's do. You know what? Wordle for one.
Wordle for one. All right, this isn't actually Wordle. It's just you gotta tell me the name. Real simple.
Destiny Hero Dyna guy. Fuck, it's not Dyna guy. That's the OCG name. Yeah, this is Destiny Hero Dynatopia. Fuck.
Buzz.
I don't
MBD?
know.
Just Destiny Hero Dynatag.
Oh my
That's good.
god, he got it.
Dynatag. Oh, okay.
That one was kind of cheating
What do you mean?
because I read that card.
Oh yeah.
Let me do Wordle for 4.
Wordle for 4. All right, we going in.
Machina Fortress.
I will say you should know most of these cards. Like I didn't make the answer like some obscure pack filler, or if it is a pack filler, it's like something you could reasonably come up with on your own.
I just can't
Dynatag.
visualize them.
Dynatag is like very
That A is
obscure.
fucking me up. I think I have it, but for the A, but of course then it would just be a different.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be that guy. But like Destiny Hero Dynatag is some glorp shit. Fucking. I mean, it's all play, but like. This is not a well-known card.
I know what the second word is, but I don't know what the first one is.
This is
I mean,
Machina
if you know the
Fortress.
second word, the first
I'll-
word pretty.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm stupid. I was reading Princess for some reason. It's not Princess. I'm stupid.
I also think I have the second word, but I can't be right because then the first word would be wrong.
Oh,
I know the second- what the
is
fuck's
it
the first word?
Fortress?
Wichita, Kansas.
Which is
No,
not-
it
That's a
is
pretty good one.
Fortress because this is
I don't know how to spell
Machina.
that, so I can't give it to you.
This is 2 letters.
Fair
and
enough.
it's the
Hold,
same
I
one.
feel so stupid. Buzz.
MBT.
Is it Machina Fortress?
It's Machina Fortress.
Oh my god.
I was on Sorceress forever.
Yeah,
I'm not
same.
right. Let me get Poplars, please, for 3.
Poppers, please. All right, you should be able to get this one easy.
Oh no.
Elemental Hero Brave Neos, Light Warrior, level 7, 25. Level 4 lower monster. Must be fusion summoned, gains 100 attack for each Neos patient. Card destroys the monster, you can add 1 spell trap.
His abs are distracting me.
Yo, he is
Think
built
about
like a-
underlying together for multiple levels.
even
Yeah,
said
you
they're all,
kind of
this
have
guy,
to suss it
they're all
out.
built like this, man.
which
He's got like
is-
circular biceps. Look at that.
Not enough ass in this art for me to get
Oh
distracted.
no. Oh, if
This text. 1 level 4 lower monster? Is it really one level? Any level 4? Looks him so brave. Damn. Oh, dude, knowing this is gonna be
if
some
you really
like,
look at the right thigh there, I mean,
No,
it's fancy,
stop,
yeah.
stop saying that. I don't want to get distracted.
Okay.
It looks like if you like frayed a bunch of rope together.
My bad.
as
I
like a human
remember
body.
dumping light monsters with this, but I'm just
That's
thinking of
insulting.
Brilliant Fusion.
I keep
as
looking
well.
back.
Buzz
Goofy?
is the last thing. The last thing should be a card that mentions Elemental Hero Neos.
No, that's not it.
Bruh.
Ooh,
Buzz.
MBT Linux.
It requires a level 4 lower effect monster.
Holy shit, how'd you know that?
Wow,
Because you can't use it to
Wow.
send Clayman.
Oh my god.
that's so specific.
He's a hero at heart. What can I say?
Give me flipping out for 2.
Flipping out. All right, this one's real easy. I'm just gonna show you a foot monster, and you just gotta tell me what it is.
Is this the guy from Sopranos?
Yeah, man.
It's face down, so you know it's a foot monster.
Yeah.
Well, I should hope so. I
Am I allowed to
know you're
ask
gonna
who
flip
is
this up, and
bro?
I'm gonna feel stupid. You know who's bro? No.
I mean, many times this card has been flipped up, and I have felt quite stupid.
Buzz.
MBT?
The fucking Soprano Melodious isn't a flip monster, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
Okay, I don't know.
This is
You know
technically.
what? Buzz.
Did
Hane
it?
Hane.
It's not Hane Hane.
Okay.
It looks like him.
Now, this is technically my culture. I'm not Italian, but like technically, I guess.
How would it be technically your culture then?
That's the hint.
This one was bullshit. That's
Mm.
crazy.
I have
But-
become Italian just for this
Thanks.
question.
Thanks.
Wake up, Mocha.
It's not like
Oh my god.
Buzz.
That one's really good.
I
Goofy?
like that one.
Doom Donuts.
It's not Doom Donuts. I do get it though. Yo, Buzz. Any final guesses?
Is it a different wake up?
It's not a wake up. It's Ryko
Are you sure it's not Ash Blossom?
Why is it Ryko?
because the Sopranos take place in New Jersey, like Edison, New Jersey, where Edison Format
Oh
started.
my god.
That's so stupid. If the theme is these are like impossible to get or whatever.
Really bad. Just really
Oh,
not
of course.
Holy
It's
shit.
not
Yeah,
like-
this
come
one
on,
sucks.
it's,
This
you know,
one
alternate
also
format trivia.
sucked.
Just it's okay because we get to kill him after this.
Oh man,
Let's
I didn't know that was part of it.
does the bunny change your mind?
I'll do flipping out for 5.
Fortune's
Flipping up for 5?
Channel.
Okay, I forgot what I played this
Alright,
one.
3 more
I don't know,
strikes.
yeah.
Oh, this could be fucking anybody.
The Hound of Tindalos. Oh, this could be. Is this not the Tindangle? Tindangle Hound.
There's
Oh,
15
Buzz.
guys in this.
JJ, I heard.
Buzz. Tindangle Hound.
I see what you got there, but it's not Ting Dingle Hound.
There's like a million of these fucking guys.
I'll give you a pretty big hint.
Buzz.
Luffy?
Shadow Hound.
So you see the Hounds of Tindalos, and you guess not a Tindangle card?
No.
No, because it's correct.
I see. It's supposed to be like. It looks like the shape. Pokemon League logic. That one wasn't too bad. I'm not mad at that one.
I'm gonna.
Ridiculous. You,
You know what?
this is
Yeah,
a
no, no,
justified
yeah.
cash out for you.
Yeah, we gotta.
It says Hounds in the title. That's the best thing I could have given.
We gotta do something.
Let's
The
do
puzzle hint,
Wordle
yeah.
for 3.
Wordle for 3.
What the? Deep Sea Diva.
This is a space, by the way.
Buzz.
Okay.
MBT?
Is Deep Sea Diver?
It's
Diva.
not.
Sorry. Deep Sea Diva.
Oh,
Ref? We decide where we go as a family. I think we should decide on this ruling as a family.
Oh,
I'll
don't
get
don't.
Snazzy, you have to be the ref.
You can hear you. You can pretend that I said Diva the first time, but I said it like Tony Soprano. Is a Deep Sea Diva.
You know, I no, the New Jersey Heritage won me over. Is Deep Sea Diva. Like, you know the chocolate, like Godiva?
I like Wordle. Let's do Wordle for 5.
Wordle for 5? Alright, yeah.
Really? I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Buzz.
MBT?
Is it Kevin Garnett?
It's not Kevin Garnett. Don't tell me it's Kevin.
Hell yeah!
Garnett.
Baby. God damn it.
Holy
Okay,
shit.
this bit.
okay, that fucking rocks.
Alright.
This is a good quiz. I like this a lot.
Oh my god, we're getting bodied.
He's insane with
JJ,
it.
you fucking suck. JJ, you're awful. Give me Wordle for 2.
Takes like any like the Kevin Garnett question, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm just so confused on how many like letters we need here. It's like
This
The
is
lines are
2.
typed-
Volcanic.
this is 2. Okay.
Yeah, I can highlight. So this is 2 and this is 1, 2, 3.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
1, 2.
It's a 3-letter last word.
Volcanic. It's not jet.
3 letter last. Buzz.
Goofy?
What is volcanic rat?
Let's fucking go!
Yes.
That was really good.
That was good.
Yeah, I was in cat as well. Ah, that's so good.
That's a
I
good
got
one.
hit by
Okay,
a
that
ghost
one's good.
accelerator too many times in my childhood.
Volcanic.
I think I got hit by a cat.
So true.
Likely thing to happen.
Let's go punctionary for 5.
Functionary for 5.
What is this? This better not be Raiko.
This looks good. Yeah.
Is that weed?
This could be anything.
It looks kind of like a gun, maybe like a fucked up gun.
Buzz.
Thanks?
Canine Azuna.
Nah, I would give her tits. I mean, being honest,
That'd be
I'm
saggy tits.
just trying to communicate an idea here.
Gene-Noir Werewolf?
I'm like confused if like the last 2 like legs are legs
That's
or
so bad.
It's
or
not
should I be?
sex.
I
It's
don't
not sex.
What the fuck animal is this?
That's
It's
so
a quadruped.
bad. Why is
It's
it-
got 4 of them.
Why
I
is
don't
it not
know,
bipedal?
it also
Is
has
it
a gun.
Gene-Noir
I'll just give that as a
Werewolf?
gun.
Why is it
A
this?
fucked up dog with a gun? Is that? I assume it's a good guess.
my god, guns and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, it should be censored.
But symbolically, it's a gun. I'd say symbolically.
Okay, so it's not a toy gun or something.
I guess I have a guess.
Yeah, sure. Let's do
I'm
MBT.
Buzz. Yeah. Is it a salt dog?
It's not a salt dog. I would never sell a dog.
Are we sure this is a dog? Like,
No, not at all. I'm not confident.
It looks like fucked up and like evil and shit. It's like warped. It's not right proportions at all.
also, why is there like a random
Oh, he just gave it away. I see. I don't know, man. This sucks.
dot in the right corner?
Oh yeah, so this is the first picture I drew, and I just accidentally left the MS Paint thing on.
Okay, so that's
Actually,
my
it's
question then.
Like a horizontal kangaroo.
It's fucking warped and disturbing.
Buzz.
Goofy?
What is Foxfire?
It's not Foxfire. That's
That's-
also really good though.
That's
I like
such a
that,
good
yeah.
answer.
I like that. Who's still got one in the tank?
It's just
I
it's
got
JJ
one.
Hanks, I think.
I got one, but like I don't know what to say. It's like I can't think of a single gun in this game. It's like I don't know.
Well-
It's clearly Cannon Soldier, right? Or Buzz Cannon Soldier.
Did everyone go?
Yeah.
Alright guys. This is Gene War to Werewolf.
Oh, it's not gonna
Where's
be.
the gun?
War.
Is it? Where's the gun?
Yes,
That's
it's
so
war, you know?
bad. Don't even.
Also,
Don't
why
even.
does it have a nose? I
Don't
compared to
even
the
do
actual
that,
Well, it's
bro.
Gene Warp, so it's not gonna look right.
That is
my
true.
goodness.
Yeah.
They got like
Oh, that's
crocodile
right.
teeth. I gave it like rabbit ears.
I'm glad I got so many of the Wordles because that
What?
was the only one that was
It
normal.
was like
Holding out for one.
featureless.
Flipping out. All right.
British.
The Union Jack in it.
Hey, Buzz, is
MBT.
it Wake Up Earl?
Wow, fuck.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
I was thinking the
Oh.
Earl Grey tea, but
Wait, I don't get this
yeah,
Earl Grey.
that's the
Earl
one.
Grey
Oh
tea.
my god.
The British tea.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Move
No,
on.
it doesn't, I
Moving
mean,
on.
it's not great, but what do you expect at this point? Let
Yeah.
me flip it out for 3.
It's not great what we expect at this point.
Jesus Christ.
What the hell could this possibly be?
Yelp.
Oh, man.
Oh my
I don't know.
god.
What the?
You guys want to hit?
Yes.
Mm,
Thanks, man. Thanks, man.
mm.
Huge.
I got you. But do I have
We
for
get
you?
a couple more, please. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, a bit more.
Actually, I think this is the
There you go.
perfect amount.
Buzz.
Goofy?
What is white ninja?
It's not White Ninja.
It's only
What?
white people use yellow.
That is your heritage. Yeah, that's
What?
correct.
At my job, I got a Yelp review saying this man is not fit for serving. He knows what he did.
Awesome. What did you do?
Honestly, I gave him free ice cream.
Oh, you knew.
It was like a kid's birthday. So I'm like,
Oh my
I'm not gonna
god.
charge you.
Think of the big corpo.
I don't know. This is a bad one. Buzz.
MVT?
Is it Man Eater Bug?
Close but no cigar.
Oh.
I feel like this is like the perfect hint I can give. Maybe like this.
He-
Marmiting
Pete?
bug? I don't
Yeah,
know.
this is probably better.
Oh, there's something here.
Is it the logo?
What's like Yelp known for? Oh my god, I feel like
Like
I know
reviews
it's like-
on restaurants.
yeah, but like, is there like any controversy or something that I'm like missing? Like, I feel
It's
like there's something.
Karen's complaining that the water that they serve is like a little bit too cold and giving it a 1 star.
I feel like people are
You know what?
overestimating my
What
Yelp
is
back.
this?
Hold on, this one's gonna
A
be like really
game
dumb.
show
How about since you put a lot of Yelps? How about
that's
cheap, cheap,
like
cheap?
meant to
Oh,
be
sorry, Buzz. Cheap,
super
cheap, cheap, cheap.
frustrating.
No shot. That's not it, but that's a great guess.
Ah.
We got one more, right?
Oh god. Something that screams. Something that be hollering. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. All of a sudden, I don't know any flip monsters.
I feel
Why are
that.
they all small now? Says Lakuta.
Nice. It's 4-star Ladybug.
Oh, I actually did think that, but it's got
Oh my
5 in the
God.
logo.
What?
It's
Why?
4 stars.
Stars Yelp
Yes.
review.
Oh,
There's, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Is
you
that
get 4
the-
stars to a restaurant.
did you get 4 stars in your review?
The bad one?
Yeah.
They gave me 1.
Wow.
That's
I
what I'm saying,
have
Green.
no
Not to
strong
suck myself off as
opinions
a
on
server,
that
but
one.
I hit the point where I was getting so many good reviews that people started. One guy, he reviewed like 3 stars. He's like, I haven't been here, but the reviews under this person's name are obviously fake. So my boss had to make me stop asking for reviews.
What?
Wow.
People are fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Alright, who's choosing?
I don't even know anymore, I'll be honest. I think it's
Let's go to
MBT.
flipping out for
Goofy?
4.
No, because I'm MBT. Flipping out for 4.
All right.
Oh.
Worm?
There's another Hungry.
Wait,
This
this
could
could be
be
W.
anything.
I hope it's not a fucking worm monster because there's 1,000 worm
Yeah.
monsters.
Which worm would I pick if you were in my shoes?
Would you still love me if I were a worm Dimocles? He's like
You
eating
think it's
stuff. Is that part of the
Kiseitai?
clue? Maybe.
That's not really a flip
Oh.
though.
I'm gonna Google worm and see if this is on the first page of Google Images.
Maybe don't do that.
Yeah, it is. Okay, it literally is. Okay, so eating has nothing to do with it. You just Googled worm.
Wow. Ooh, it's getting hot in here.
Okay, now it's figuring out which worm it is.
Every worm. Hmm.
I guess I'll start. Is it worm apocalypse?
So you're starting from A. It's not worm apocalypse.
Oh, okay.
You see how he clicked on the answer to give you hope?
I know. It's,
Dude,
it's
we're gonna kill
this
really
guy.
evil.
It's my favorite move. It's a little pump fake.
I'm
Actually,
actually that each.
Buzz,
JJ.
is it Worm Hope? Is he trying to give him hope?
Ooh,
No.
I like that.
Oh,
Okay, okay, dude.
Like, you actually had it. I was so excited.
Man,
it's eating shit off the ground. Buzz.
Goofy. I
Is it needleworm?
think it's needleworm. It's needleworm.
Let's
Oh.
go.
There we go.
It's like the non-worm worm.
Champion.
What?
I was thinking because it mills your opponent's stuff, so it eats crap off the ground that your opponent drops.
I wasn't thinking that, but I'm glad you got there.
Poplar for 4.
Poplar for 4.
If it's some fucking thing in the flavor text, there's just no way.
Do you think I would honestly do that?
Yes.
Please hesitate a little, man.
Wait, Buzz.
Here's JJ first. Then
yeah,
MBT.
Buzz. Defense is on 21.
It is 21, unfortunately.
Buzz.
MBT?
This bitch a warrior.
Yeah, it's not a beast warrior.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I just assumed because man on horse, but no.
Beast warrior doesn't mean beast and warrior.
I thought they had like a beneficial.
I
like,
think
remake
I've seen
style.
enough. I'm good. I think. All right. What was the? This deck is warping the standard meta. Reanimator. Holy
Hello,
shit.
welcome to another standard video. Today we're going to find out exactly how powerful this Sultai Reanimator deck has gotten with the additions from Lorwyn Eclipse, since this was already one of the more popular decks, especially in Best of 1, and it has only gotten better and more consistent. So the general game plan, for those that don't know, involves casting Kiviro Mindbitten. In paper, this is Superior Spider-Man with a copy of a Bringer of the Last Gift in your graveyard. Since we're technically casting the Bringer that way, we also get the ability where it essentially wipes everyone's board and returns all creatures from the graveyard back to their owner's control. So this can be a very powerful play that will sometimes even win the game on the spot, especially if Terror of the Peaks is involved, which can now give us a bunch of trigger.
Oh hey. think I've seen this card before. Spells your opponent casts that target this creature cost an additional 3 life to cast. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals damage equal to the creature's power to any target. Huh.
Where we get to deal damage
That's
equal to the
interesting,
power of
yeah,
all the
like-
creatures that just entered, which can directly target the opponent. With Arden, the Usurper, we also get to give all our demons haste in addition to
Ward,
reanimating
pay
an additional
3
creature each
life.
turn. That turns into a 5/5 demon with all those abilities, Menace, Lifelink, and
Is
Haste.
Ward the
And Bringer
one
is also
where
a demon.
you like have to target it? Or is that something else?
So then we get to attack for a ton of lifelink and menace damage in the air on the spot. So those are the ways we have of instantly winning the game. Of course, we do need to have Kiviro in hand and enough cards in the graveyard to set that up. But Lorwyn Eclipsed now also gave us Formidable Speaker, a 3-mana 2/4. When it enters, we may discard a card. If we do, search our library for a creature card, reveal it, and put it into our
Ward
hand.
is
So
target
Formidable Speaker
protection,
doubles up as both
okay.
a discard outlet for some of these expensive spells that we want to have in the graveyard, as well as a tutor to find Kiviro if we don't have one in hand already. And then we can also potentially pay a mana to untap another target permanent. Can also occasionally come in handy to give some of our creatures pseudo-vigilance. And then we also have the new Elemental Incarnations,
What are
mainly
we-
playing the set of Wistfulness, which we
Okay,
can
so
evoke
we
for
need
either double blue
gameplay.
or double green. The double green mode will
Oh,
essentially
okay,
give us
I'll
a
watch
removal
a
spell for
couple.
artifacts or enchantments, especially powerful against the blue-red lesson decks or the blue-white artifact deck where we can take out a Simulacrum Synthesizer or some other artifacts. And then the double blue mode is the main reason we're running it, as a very cheap way to draw 2 cards and then discard, in
Those
addition
are
to
all
putting a
ones that they
6/5
have
creature in the
already,
graveyard.
okay.
So this can also be a way to get our Bringer and other creatures in the graveyard, setting up our Kiviro very nicely. And we can always hardcast Wistfulness for 5 mana, and if we paid double blue, double green, we also get both modes, so that can also help in the grinder matchups, and also gives us some more main deck answers to opposing graveyard hate that often takes the form of artifacts and enchantments. And then we also have 2 copies of Deceit, which is very similar, have the double blue or double black evoke mode. The
I
double blue
remember
gives us
this card. I forgot who brought up Deceit. But this is the one with like, yeah, water was spent on caster, return up to 1 target non-land permanent. If it was spent, target opponent reveals their hand, discards that card. Dang, I forgot what Evoke did.
a bounce effect. The double black gives us discard, and if we combine both, we can maybe bounce a permanent and make the opponent discard that same card as well, which is a pretty nice combo. So this also gives us a way to maybe snipe key cards like counter spells out of the opponent's hand to make sure we clear a path for Kiviro. And interesting to note, if we have Deceit in the graveyard and cast Kiviro for double blue, double black, targeting Deceit in our graveyard, then now we also get to enable both modes where we get to bounce and discard. So that's another very cool
You play the card and it gets exiled. Okay, okay. Focus creature procs, ETB, and then dies. I see.
interaction. Otherwise, the deck is very similar as it was before. We have Overlord of the Baelmurk, which we can impend to mill a bunch of cards and to return a non-avatar creature from our graveyard to our hand, so that can also grab a Kiviro if we happen to mill one earlier. And then a Town Greeter can ensure additional land drops while also filling the graveyard for us. And then Awaken the Honored Dead gives us another versatile removal spell, destroying any target non-land permanent on Chapter 1. On Chapter 2, we get to mill 3 cards, filling the graveyard even more. And last but not least, we can also discard a card, so that can also be a discard outlet for the expensive creatures, and then return a creature or land from our graveyard to our hand, so that can also maybe get back a Kiviro that we milled on Chapter 2. And there's also an important land here that we can return against blue control decks. We can get access to Cavern of Souls pretty reliably between Awakened Honored Dead and Town Greeter, so that can also make our humans uncountable, which will count for Kiviro, Arden, and the Town Greeter as well. So that can also help out. Occasionally, of course, can also make our other creatures uncountable. And then Kiora is kind of the last addition here. Can draw 2 and discard 2 when it enters, so that can also set up our graveyard nicely. And we can pretty easily enable Threshold, where now if Kiora attacks, we get to make an 8/8 Scion of the Deep token. It is legendary, but still very powerful when it's already just a desirable effect to have in the deck. But of course, now with Formidable Speaker, there's a ton of flex slots available, as we can just tutor up
Oh, come back.
when it's already just a desirable effect to have in the deck. But of course, now with Formidable Speaker, there's a
You discard a card, search your library for a creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Untap another target permanent. Hey, this is
ton of flex slots available, as we can just tutor up specific one-offs, assuming we didn't mill them. So that can also give us a nice toolbox, especially after sideboard, where we might want to bring in some other creatures to answer the opponent's game plan. And then the mana base also picked up Overgrown Tomb as another shock land. We already had Watery Grave and a Breeding Pool, pairing those with the additional Verge
As I
lands, which are also very
understand it,
synergistic with the shock lands, since they'll reliably make
this
both
is a
colors.
tutor,
And then we're
right?
mostly
And,
focusing
like,
on having double blue
Magic
early to
doesn't
evoke
have that
Wistfulness
many
and Deceit.
tutors.
Of course, also need double black for Deceit, but we don't need a ton of green mana,
least
just
that's
single
what I
green for
heard.
Town Greeter and Speaker, so less of a priority on green mana. But for now, let's jump into some games and see how the deck does. Okay, we're on the play with a fine
Oh,
hand.
that's cool.
Got some self-mill with Town Greeter. Speaker gets Kiviro while discarding Bringer. And we even drew one. Still wouldn't mind a land to maybe cast Awaken if needed. And we got one. Okay, so let's see what type of Banter Mold deck our opponent is playing. So far mono green, but they're off to a good start. And another Cub, so opponent could cast a Craterhoof next turn for all we know. So I definitely have to interfere. Take out one Cub. Is it better than taking out a Pollinator? Yeah, it's gotta be. No attacks. So our opponent only has 7 mana for Ouroboros. So unless their last mana is spent on some graveyard hate, I like my spot. Quantum Riddler to draw. So we should be good to go. Can even jump. Mill 3 more. And we have Kiviro with the Bringer already in the graveyard. So don't mind if I do.
What the fuck just happened? The Cavero just showed up and then everything got
Yeah, I don't think our opponent's recovering from this. Can discard 2 cards now. Set up another bringer. And grab a Deceit. Kiora's also ready to make an 8/8 Scion token. And our opponent scoops it up. On to the next one. Okay, we're on the play with a functional Haint. No early plays, but can get our mana sorted in the meantime. And then Cavero is kind of our most important card. Turn 1 Moonshadow. Alright, nice. Overlord can start filling the graveyard on turn 2. Did not get any creature back, but that's alright. Stalactite, Stalker. And our opponent gets to descend with our fetch lane, which also grows a Moonshadow. They have some pretty neat synergies. So, I've got a few options. I don't hate going for Speaker, discarding maybe one of the Caveros, getting Bringer of the Last Gifts, which I can then discard with Kiora to then set up Cavero. It's going to take a while to set up, and in the meantime I'm taking a bunch of damage that I cannot necessarily block. The alternative is just play Awaken and then hope to mill something while also drawing a land, which could work. But I kind of like the more guaranteed line where we get Bringer in the graveyard. And then Kiora plus our draw steps are likely to find lane 4. Right, Diviner can make extra copies of creatures that return out of the graveyard, so they might have a bit of a reanimation theme themselves. So I'm at 9. Town Greeter, also interesting. I think I still go for Kiora to try and discard the Bringer to set up Cavero. And we found a land. I guess I'm fine discarding Town Greeter as well. Kiora is active, but I'm happy to block with it if needed. And not just that to a removal spell. Second Diviner is fine. Worst case, they would have milled a Bloodghast and then had a land to make 2 more copies. I guess I'm down to just soak up as much as possible. Opponent takes out Kiora. And then
Dude,
I
this
may as
guy
well
still has like
attack
20
first, but our
life,
opponent can just
right?
block.
I
Yeah,
just
we'll just play Cavero.
expecting this guy to just like
Opponent did
OTK
mill a couple
him or
creatures of their own,
something.
but yeah, they're still going to scoop it up here to Bringer, wiping the board and putting some stuff in play.
Okay.
Okay, we're on the play.
Just- Okay. Do I watch another one? Yeah, I'll watch one more.
Our hand is pretty solid. Just missing Bringer of the Last Gift in the graveyard. But we've got a few ways to look for it. Opponent the blue-green. Alright, can start with Overlord, since there's nothing I particularly need to discard with Wistfulness. And did not mill any creatures there, so not ideal. Hoping for a target to destroy with Awaken, so we can start milling with Chapter 2. Cavern on Human for their own Town Greeters, so we are playing the Mirror Mage. So yeah, it's all about being the first one to maybe resolve your Cavero with a full graveyard, but filling our own graveyard can also counteract the opponent's plan.
Did you
Cavero can
play
also exile cards from the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
opponent's graveyard if they were to
MTG
discard or mill
videos?
Bringer.
Are you never
So we have to be
playing
very careful.
again?
I think for now it's still
I
implemented
swear
Overlord.
that's like a real. That's happened to at least
We get a
someone
speaker.
streaming.
And then, ideally, we get our dragon in the graveyard so we
What
can win on the spot
happened?
once
Did
someone goes for a Bringer of the
you-
Last Gift. Opponent's got their speaker. We'll see if they have a Bringer
Did
to discard.
something go wrong? Why
Yeah, their own
did
Tower
you
of the Peaks.
switch?
So yeah, that's the dangerous card. Now, I could try to use Cavero to exile the
What
Tower of the
just
Peaks if I draw
happened?
land next turn.
Okay, so apparently this card just like copies another card, and like that other card, like nukes everything. Oh, watch this
Which I did.
instead of those YGO videos.
And what's the alternative? So I guess what I could do is play
You
Cavero,
wanna hear
turn it
about
into the Cavero,
mid-range?
and then exile Terror, just to kind of clean up their graveyard a little bit. I think that's reasonable.
You want to fight over what's combo?
So we exile both Cavero. Never mind. So we can Cavero the opponent's Tower of the Peaks to exile it here. I think that's reasonable. Sadly, can't Cavero into Cavero and then gets Terror. Opponent with her own Awaken. That's fine. So there's still no demons in the graveyard. We know we both have Caveros. So yeah, it's kind of tricky. I could cast the Wistfulness, blow
What's
up Awaken,
mid-range and
draw this
MTG?
card. That
I
seems
can't
reasonable
answer
here.
that because I don't know any.
Again, just looking at the available options. So cast normally,
I
double
have
blue, double green.
zero MTG knowledge.
Alright, so there's Bringer. Does it benefit me to discard
But
it?
like, I
Opponent
don't
can
know.
essentially
I know. I don't know, to be honest. Good question.
use their Cavero on my Bringer to get rid of it. I might want to have more control over it with Wistfulness when I can discard Bringer and immediately get it back. So what's my plan? Maybe I ditch the Awaken, and then plan as Speaker, get Terror of the Peaks, and then try to discard Terror and Bringer in one go, and use Cavero. It's a pretty long setup.
Just roll back.
And in the meantime, our opponent can do the same with Cavero, exiling Terror of the Peaks. So I'm not sure about this one.
Cavero
We have the
guy?
two
I
Overlords
think
coming in soon, so those can
he
help.
might be,
Yeah, maybe I'll get rid of the
actually. He
Wistfulness
might be
anyway.
Transaction rollback.
I think Speaker's slightly more useful when it comes to tutoring stuff up. Also leaves a bigger creature in my graveyard. Although my opponent could technically use Cavero on Wistfulness to blow up the Overlord now too. Alright, add another Awaken. Destroy Wistfulness, attack for 3. And a Town Greeter. They milled another Terror. And the seat.
For
The seat
both
is useful since I can
graveyards?
maybe take their only
Bruh.
Kavero. So I think we'll start there. Since next turn they cannot get it back. Speaker can get Kavero, but they cannot cast it. So I have a one-turn window where I'm the only one with a Kavero. And I need to try and make the most of it. Other opponents can potentially win with Terror triggers if we're not careful. I think I still discard the Bringer here. And then is there anything I want? Probably just another Kavero, in case your opponent's got their own discard effect.
Probably the worst mirror. Sag.
Because there's no way I can necessarily discard a Tower of the Peaks if I got one here. Alright, we'll see. They did mill just a Speaker, so not the most power for Terror, but they might already have enough as is. And yeah, Overlord can fill the graveyard some more. They did find the seat, so yeah, they can snipe that one Kavero I have. Never mind, this is naming human and not
You just
elemental,
had
so
a
they
new
don't have double
mana
black.
list.
But
I
they
think
did
I remember
get
someone
another Kavero
mentioning
back, of
it,
course,
yeah.
which can now choose my Bringer. Yeah, that's too bad. So now I get a Kavero as well, so I guess I do get a chance to exile their Terror before they do. So we both get a Terror.
Holy
And
fuck.
importantly, triggers go active player, non-active player. So the non-active player's triggers will actually resolve first, meaning my Terror triggers resolve before the opponent's. So now we get our triggers. Target my opponents. Wow, what a game. Yeah, these mirror matches can get pretty crazy, but as I've said, it often boils down to Terror of the Peaks. So, does this matter? Probably not. And there we go. Awesome.
Me, who's only
On to
played
the
tier
next one.
limit mirrors. This reminds me of tier limits.
Okay, we're on the draw. Our
Failings.
hand is missing a couple elements, but
Okay. I have no clue. What was... I mean, I think I got the gist of it, but like I have no clue. All right, is there anything else? We still have a backlog, but we got through most of the 2 weeks old. Wow. Hey, that's pretty recent. Okay. Pew. Okay, every Pokemon Worlds Explained. By Ray Rizzo? Isn't this one of the VGC goats? I'm not watching Pokemon Worlds though. Is Wolf?
This is every Pokemon VGC World Championship explained in half
Oh
an
my god, it's like okay.
hour.
Ray's one of the goats?
2008,
Nice.
taking place in a
I only
small
know about
hotel
Ray
conference
Rizzo
room
is-
in Orlando, Florida.
The only thing I know about Ray Rizzo is when Blunder, when he plays Pokemon Champions, he's like, yeah. Basically, all he does is joke about how he beat Ray Rizzo.
Florida, this World Championship is almost unrecognizable compared to the World Championships
Does it
nowadays
mention
inside
him?
massive arenas with tens
Oh,
of
I
thousands
know
of
who you're
fans in
talking
attendance.
about.
For starters, the Video Game Championship Series wasn't
My-
actually even called VGC yet, as in this inaugural season, it was
I
called
know who you're talking
VGS.
about, the
But the much
second
more
place guy.
significant difference was the number of countries represented, as only the US and Japan were present. With 32 players invited to Worlds this year, the entire
The
tournament was
guy
just
who
one
got
best of one
second
single
place to
elimination
Park
bracket.
Seo-joon.
And not only were we 15 years away from open team sheets being a thing, but team preview didn't even exist yet. Anyway, of the 10
Ray
Japan vs
just
US
got
matchups
to
in the first
the
round,
GGC.
Japan won 9 of them, beginning a trend of Japanese dominance at Worlds for years to come. With this Worlds being played on Diamond and Pearl, some of the best strategies were weather, especially rain and hail, as due to a glitch, Thunder and Blizzard could hit through Protect during their respective weathers. And while not weather-related, Machamp could similarly glitch his way into becoming an Urshifu cosplayer by breaking through Protect himself with his powerful Dynamic Punch. But probably the single best strategy was Sleep Spam, with Hypnosis having 70% accuracy back then, and of course the dreaded Dark Void Smeargle, which was exactly what helped Japan's national champion win Worlds this year, as his level 1 Smeargle and Trick Room Bronzong lead allowed him to almost guarantee he could immediately twist the dimensions. From there, he could put his opponent's Pokemon to sleep before they could even move, giving room for his Snorlax in the back to set up a Belly Drum, and his final Pokemon, Metagross, to come in and psych up the attack boost. And keep in mind that back then, Steel types resisted Dark and Ghost type moves, so Bronzong and Metagross
I
had
can't believe he has to clarify that. For me, that's just been like a constant. and then they just updated that like it no longer exists, and then it's probably been longer though that Steel no longer resists Ghost and Dark. Woofa. Yeah, Wolfie. Dang, that's so crazy. Smeargle the degen Pokemon? I never got to use the almost a decade? Wow. Jesus.
Fewer weaknesses than you may be accustomed to. 2009. This was the first year the circuit officially became known as VGC, and with it came the first time European players were included in a World Championship since the first ever Worlds back in the year 2000. But Worlds this year moved from Diamond and Pearl to Pokemon Platinum, which fixed all those aforementioned glitches as well as nerfed Hypnosis's accuracy. But this Worlds was still dominated by Snorlax and Metagross, thanks of course to their
Won't I just be accused of like stealing content? Not stealing the idea? 6 year ago run seems it was cute though. Watching Pikaspray play for the first time. Pimp Knight? No, Pikaspray is the GOAT for 6 Miracle. He is the pioneer of that. Pimp Knight, I've seen him do the stupid Caterpie bullshit. The baton pass, golden Caterpie soloing. That's what I know Pimp Knight for. But yeah, he probably would have done this Miracle. But for sure, Pikaspray. Java Java. Dude, he had such good nicknames for his Smeargles too. That's like the best part. That was one of the best parts for Picaspray's run. Go Caterpie was peak. I don't know. Is it possible? I don't know. 6 Smeargle run. His shiny Smeargle? Yeah. Oh my god. I don't know. I can't the GOAT Picasspray, I can't just copy him, bruh.
excellent stats in typing, but also due to explosion and self-destruct. See, the games back then never told you this, but these two moves actually halved your opponent's defense as part of their effect, making them effectively 500 and 400 base power respectively. Anyway, the two finalists had some of the craziest team compositions in VGC World's history. The runner-up from Japan had both Hippowdon and Shedinja on his team, and keep in mind, Safety Goggles didn't even exist yet. He was also rocking other unconventional picks at the time in Yanmega, Moltres, and Rhyperior, making his team look like it was almost like a collection of Pokemon from an in-game Nuzlocke. But the eventual champion, Kazuyuki Tsuji, also from Japan, used his tried-and-true duo of Toxicroak and Empoleon. This is the duo that also helped him win a regional championship back home in Japan's circuit. And Empoleon didn't even have competitive or Defiant yet. It was just there because of its unique typing, spamming Surf next to Dry Skin Toxicroak. As you can probably tell,
oh my God, I like how to clarify, like, oh yeah, Dream World abilities weren't a thing here.
VGC was a much different game back then, with a far lower power level than we have nowadays. But the big controversy this year was that compared to the year prior in 2008, there were a lot more players interested in competing in the VGC circuit. However, there were only 128 open spots at each regional championship, and if you wanted to compete in Worlds, well, there was no way to qualify without entering one of these regional championships. And the way Pokemon decided on which 128 players would get a chance to play was, unfortunately, with a plain old lottery. This left a number of the West top players unable to even attempt to qualify for Worlds this year. 2010. And thankfully, Pokemon learned from last year's backlash, allowing everyone who showed up at a regional championship to actually get a chance to play. This led to NA in Europe, this time sending most of their top players to represent them at Worlds. And with it being held in a massive resort in Hawaii and finally featuring most of the game's top players from numerous different countries, it was fitting that the format this year allowed players to use up to 2 restricted legendaries in battle for the first time in VGC history. And unlike nowadays, literally every single one of the restricted legendaries was viable. In fact, all of them except Rayquaza advanced into the top 8, which was actually a bit surprising because Rayquaza was coming off a first place finish at the US National Championship just 2 months prior. But the lack of Rayquaza helped pave the way for all 4 different kinds of weathers to make it into the top 8 as well, with this year in particular being one of Abomasnow's best ever in its entire VGC history, as it was legitimately one of the best Pokemon in the entire format, and one of the most creative teams in VGC history featured it, as Suiha took his Abomasnow into the quarterfinals alongside an Iron Ball Trick Room Mewtwo with Blizzard and even Parasect. But the creativity didn't stop there this Worlds, as even Lantern played a big role in advancing into the top 8. As you can probably tell after hearing about the success of these Pokemon, Kyogre was a huge threat, so having Pokemon that could heavily counter it no matter how obscure they were, like Parasect, Lantern, and weather changers like Abomasnow, was key to advancing far this Worlds. Unfortunately though, Kyogre proved proved to be just too strong, with all those pocket picks fizzling out in the top 8 and Kyogre advancing as part of every single player's team in the top 4. But one of the best new moves introduced in Diamond and Pearl continued to be one of the best strategies this Worlds too, Trick Room, as 3 of the top 4 teams had both Cresselia and Dialga capable of twisting the dimensions. And I invested a bit more heavily in Trick Room than the other users of it in the top 4 did, having items like Iron Ball dropping my Kyogre and Groudon speed in order to always move first, with Fake Out Hariyama allowing me to all but guarantee I can set it up. I also had the Kyogre and Ludicolo duo who can excel outside the twisted dimensions. Now, one of the key rule set differences between all Worlds up to this point and all the Worlds after is that because there was no team preview yet, you were actually allowed to swap held items in between games during the best of 3. Because when you registered your teams, you had to register your 6 held items as well, but they weren't assigned to specific Pokemon. This meant that depending on the matchup, players could have their Kyogre hold an Iron Ball to outspeed everything in Trick Room one game, a Life Orb for more damage against teams where it doesn't need the decreased speed another game, and even a Choice Scarf to outspeed everything out of Trick Room in a game 3. It was truly a nightmare to play against, and all the top players this generation built their Worlds teams with this kind of item swapping strategy in mind. But at the conclusion of this year's Worlds, even though America claimed first place, Japan was still seen as the strongest country, as every single quarterfinal match but one saw Japan defeat the US head-to-head. Meanwhile, Europe was still seen as the big underdog, as across the first 2 VGC Worlds, they still had yet to manage to break through and qualify for the top cut bracket. But that would all start to change. 2011. This was the first Worlds played on the new Generation 5 games, Black and White, and with it, VGC got a lot closer to modern competitive play, as we finally got Team Preview added to the games. This also eliminated the held item shenanigans you could do last generation, but also added a brand new type of held item that would raise the power level of Pokemon closer to what we know today, Gems. Gems came in every type attribute and provided a one-time 50% boost to the first move of their respective type. This made attacks like Dragon Gem boosted Draco Meteor and Flying Gem boosted Acrobatics almost impossible to defend against, especially when the newest pseudo-legendary Hydreigon and one of the newest legendaries Tornadus became 2 of the strongest Pokemon of the generation. But 2011 was the first Worlds to feature a limited Pokedex format, which is actually very similar to what we've seen these first few months in Pokemon Champions. Only the small pool of Pokemon found natively in Black and White could be used, which kept the power level down compared to what it had been in the past. This also opened the door for Pokemon who otherwise would have never seen the light of day to not only actually be used at Worlds, but even have a lot of success. Pokemon like Electros, Emboar, Beheeyem, and Samurott made it into the top 8, yet never accomplished anything else at a tournament ever again. But when it came to more common Pokemon and strategies of this Worlds, aside from those occasional creative bad Pokemon, the format was mostly dominated by Pokemon like Thundurus, Tornadus, Terrakion, Amoonguss, and Scrafty, with Thundurus and Terrakion being particularly problematic because they induced a whole lot of luck-based outcomes. Prankster Thunderwave combined with Fast Rock Slide gave anyone playing this Worlds nightmares, and is something I'm sure Pokemon Champions players nowadays can relate to. And yet another thing Pokemon players nowadays can relate to is domination by Wolf Glick, because this was the year he burst onto the competitive scene, where he managed to make it all the way to the top 8. But perhaps the even larger breakthrough this tournament was by European players, because up till now, Europe had yet to advance to the top cut bracket. But this year, we saw a whopping 5 Europeans make it to the final 8. As for the Asian countries, this year Japan unfortunately had to withdraw from the World Championships due to the horrible natural disaster. But we also saw the circuit continue to expand, with Korea taking part for the very first time. But in the finals, we saw Matteo Gini of Italy face the defending world champ, me. And fitting for his last name, Matteo had one of the most creative ways to counter the Genies, his rivalry Haxorus. This gave his Haxorus a massive boost in power when attacking the always male Thundurus and Tornadus, while decreasing its power against female Pokemon. But even though no one had been using Haxorus before Worlds, I intentionally surrounded my Thundurus with all female Pokemon just in case someone ended up using it. And luckily for me, this paid off massively, as my entirely defensive Thundurus was the MVP of the finals, and quite frankly, the entire tournament. Because up till now, Thundurus had been used exclusively as a fast attacker, and often with the Electric Gem for even more power, which when looking at its stats made a lot of sense. But when I looked at Thundurus, I saw an oppressive form of speed control and disruption, thanks to its prankster ability and Thunder Wave. And as many of you probably know, this way of using Thundurus would catch on and become the standard for many years later. But I wasn't just using common Pokemon with uncommon sets. I also had some pretty off-the-wall Pokemon on my team, like Gothitelle, who was deemed so bad that Smogon even refused to publish a guide on it. Keep in mind, this was before it ever got Shadow Tag as an ability. I only used Gothitelle since it was a bulky psychic type that could provide speed control, while also naturally being fast enough to easily outspeed max speed Amoonguss, a set that was surprisingly common back then. And I also used Escavalier, as the combination of its stats and typing made it a great answer to Trick Room teams, which were really common in the lead up to Worlds after Wolf won US Nationals with one. 2012. After 2011 restricted players to only the Pokemon native to Black and White, 2012 allowed all of the franchise's Pokemon back into competitions, which meant that while the occasional Gen 5 Pokemon would see play, it was pretty much just Thundurus that saw a lot of play, as this year was dominated more by older Pokemon, especially when holding Gen 5's new gems. Japan also made their return this Worlds, making top cut as they tend to do, while Europe continued their surge with another 2 players making it into the final single elimination bracket stage. Stage Park of Korea also reached the top cut in his first year in the oldest age division, but the biggest storyline this Worlds was the old guard versus the new guard, as in the finals at this year's World Championships, people got to see a rematch from last year's quarterfinals, the defending 2-time world champion versus the back-to-back national champion and rising star, Wolf Glick. Wolf had one of the most creative teams in the entire tournament, led by his favorite Exeggutor, powered by a Sunny Day Cresselia that was capable of skill swapping its Levitate to Wolf's Heatran. All while I had one of the most boring teams in the entire tournament, just a collection of what I felt were the 6 best Pokemon in the format. Because even though I won the last year's Worlds with a much more unique team, I noticed that the Pokemon I thought were strongest this time weren't the same Pokemon everyone else was using. For example, most players were using Latios, while I thought Hydreigon was the better Dragon type, since Cresselia and Metagross were so common. And speaking of Cresselia and Metagross, most players that year weren't using them the way I thought was best. That was to set up Trick Room, and then swagger my own Lumberry Metagross to turn it into a devastating sweeper. And in the finals this year, that decision to go with Trick Room Cresselia instead of the more common Icy Wind Cresselia, which Wolf was also using, proved proved to be the difference, helping me become a 3-time world champion. 2013, and this was what might have been the start of power creep becoming extremely apparent, as this Worlds only added a handful of additional new Pokemon. It's just that one of them would go on to become one of the strongest Pokemon ever made, Landorus Therian form. And this newly released Dream Radar gave players access not only to the Genie's new forms, but also to the next major change to this Worlds, the introduction of hidden abilities. This made a number of the new Gen 5 Pokemon even stronger, but this Worlds would go on to have one of the more diverse rosters of top Pokemon, as the up-and-coming Sage Park would reach the quarterfinals with Magmar and Marowak, and Pokemon like Rhydon made it to the semifinals, and the anti-meta Mamoswine would take down the entire tournament, which, speaking of that Mamoswine winning Worlds, that also became a historic moment, as this was the culmination of the past 2 years of Europe's improved performance, with Arashi Madi of Italy becoming the first ever European world champion. Now, this Worlds also had the historic in a bad way, infamous semifinal match featuring Aaron Cybertron Zhang, as this match encapsulated all the things that we dislike most about competitive Pokemon, as all the RNG elements from Thunderwave, Rockslide, and Swagger made Aaron completely unable to even play the game. But the lone bright side from that was Aaron's sacrifice would cause Game Freak to nerf all of Thunderwave, Swagger, and the Prankster ability, so future Pokemon players wouldn't have to go through all the suffering he did. Though we're still waiting for that Rockslide 2014, and this was the birth of Mega Evolution. But because this was the first year of a new generation, this Worlds, just like in 2011 with Black and White, only allowed players to use Pokemon found natively in X and Y. The big difference, though, while Black and White didn't have any of the old generation's Pokemon in its native Pokedex, X and Y did have some, which meant that some of the strongest Pokemon in the format this Worlds were classics, like Garchomp, Tyranitar, Salamence, and Rotom. But the cost was that very few of the actual new Pokemon introduced in Generation 6 saw any play. It was only really Talonflame and Aegislash that made any kind of major impact this first year, and these two were actually strong enough that they'd both be nerfed in future generations. While Aegislash only had its stats decreased, Talonflame's Gale Wings used to activate no matter what its HP was, not just if it was at full HP. This made it an offensive powerhouse, as it could spam increased priority 120 base power Brave Birds over and over. But if you consider Mega Evolutions to count as new Pokemon, then we did see a lot of diversity there at least. Of course, Kangaskhan, Mawile, and Charizard Y were heavily used and put up great results, but this Worlds also saw a lot of the lesser used Megas, like Lucario, Gyarados, and Venusaur make it into the top cut bracket too. And speaking of diversity in the top cut bracket, the countries represented were also extremely diverse. We saw Japan, Korea, Germany, America, Spain, the UK, and for the first time in VGC's history, Australia, all have representation in the top 8. But the biggest storyline this Worlds was, of course, Sage Park of Korea, who before this Worlds was seen as an up-and-coming star. And this year, he finally managed to break through after a 5th place finish at both of the previous 2 Worlds, winning the World Championships with one of the most famous bad Pokemon, Pachirisu. Most teams this Worlds featured pretty fast and offensive teams with little defense or setup, trying to overwhelm opponents through sheer offense. Sajin, though, decided to play the game on his own terms, as his Gothitelle Shadow Tag could trap opponents on the field while lowering their attack stats, paving the way for his Mega Gyarados to set up with Dragon Dance. This would let it become faster than all of its opponents, and because they lacked defense or setup of their own, once Gyarados got a couple Dragon Dances, it became capable of soloing entire teams before they could even attack. And if the opponent had Pokemon bulky enough to survive attacks from a boosted Mega Gyarados, Sajin had his famous Follow Me Pachirisu ready to protect it, redirecting any attacks aimed for Gyarados onto itself. 2015. Moving from X and Y to Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, this Worlds brought back all of the previous generation's Pokemon that weren't native to X and Y, which led to one of the least diverse World Championships we've ever seen. Landorus Therian was on 7 of the top 8 teams, Kangaskhan, Heatran, and Amoonguss were on 6, and Cresselia wasn't far behind, being used on 5 of the top 8 teams, which, when you look at the first letter of these Pokemon's names, led to these boring bog-standard teams simply made up of the strongest Pokemon in the game to be dubbed the notorious Chalk. The other major story from this Worlds was about the absolute domination by Japan, who captured 7 of the top 8 spots, but Shoma Honami would grab the crown back for Japan with his version of Chalk, adding Thundurus. 2016. This World started to swing the diversity pendulum back the other way, with the addition of the restricted legendaries, of which players could use up to 2 of per team. This year was a throwback to 2010, which was the last time these powerful legendary Pokemon could be used, but the game had changed a lot since then. Mewtwo, Dialga, Palkia, they were no longer some of the strongest legends. In fact, they were some of the weakest, because it was Primal Kyogre, Primal Groudon, Mega Rayquaza, and the new Gen 6 legendary Xerneas that dominated the format. In fact, these were the only 4 restricted legendaries players even used in the top 8, and these new primal forms were incredibly powerful. Groudon, for example, became a ground and fire type, but his new Harsh Sunlight made all water type moves, which hit him for double super effective damage, completely fizzle out. Not to mention that Primal Evolution didn't even count as a Mega Evolution, so you could still Mega Evolve a Pokemon like Kangaskhan or one of the new Megas in Oras, Salamence, as these two were also incredibly strong this World. And fitting for their lore, Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza were a bit like trying to play rock, paper, scissors to get the upper hand with your weather, all while Xerneas was off on its own doing its own entirely separate thing, and that was being one of the strongest setup Pokemon the game has ever seen, because the combination of Geomancy and Power Herb let it double its special attack, special defense, and speed all in a single turn, which led to one of the strangest Pokemon you'd probably never expect to be on 7 of the top 8 teams at a World Championship. But Bronzong was everywhere in part because it could counter Xerneas so well. Not only was it bulky and resistant to Fairy, but it could use Xerneas' boosted speed stat against Trick Room, would allow slower Pokemon to move first, while Gyro Ball would become a 150 base power move against it. Bronzong also worked really well with Groudon, as Gravity could turn it into an unstoppable Trick Room sweeper, and if you ignored Bronzong while it did all this setup, then it could spam Hypnosis too. And speaking of sleep spam, we can't talk about this Worlds without mentioning Smeargle, because not only could it use Dark Void to sleep both opposing Pokemon at 80% accuracy, but it also had Moody, which would randomly double one of its stats. This was infuriating to play against, because not only could random speed or defense boosts win you games, but Moody could even boost evasion or accuracy back then, either making it impossible to hit Smeargle with an attack, or making its own Dark Void reliably hit. Yeah, Smeargle National used to be even more degenerate than it is now. But one of the most surprising results after Japan dominated the previous year was that this World's top 8 didn't feature a single Japanese player. And
Yeah,
this was
Powerful,
the
yeah.
only time it's ever happened in the entire history of VGC, aside from 2011, of course, when there were no Japanese competitors. But one of the least surprising results was the eventual winner, with Wolf Glick finally capturing the game's highest title. And he did it with one of the most innovative counter teams in VGC history. Following in Sajan's footsteps with his own
They made,
underused
like,
electric
Dark
rodent,
Void,
Wolf's
like,
support Raichu was
specifically
extremely effective in shutting down these legendary
burnable
behemoths,
by-
thanks to Nuzzle and Endeavor. And Raichu's Lightning Rod could even protect his Primal Kyogre from super effective electric type attacks. But the star of the show was the hate that Wolf's concoction had for Primal Groudon and Xerneas, who were the two most common restricted legendaries. Mega Rayquaza was capable of shutting off Groudon's weather, enabling a Kyogre that was stuck on the field in the desolate sunlight to hit it with a double super effective water spell, while Mega Gengar was capable of trapping Groudon on the field so Kyogre could then come in and one-hit KO it. And being a poison type, it could also trap Xerneas on the field without taking much damage in return, while Bronzong could also come in and wall it, and the combination of the two can knock out even a Geomancy boosted Xerneas with ease. 2017. And like 2014 and 2011 before it, with a brand new generation comes a Worlds where players are limited to only Pokemon found natively in that new generation's games. This included all the Gen 7 Pokemon newly released in Sun and Moon, but also a handful of older Pokemon who could be caught in Alola, like Arcanine, Salamence, Porygon 2, and Snorlax as some of the strongest. But unlike in Generation 6, this time a ton of the brand new Pokemon became top tier. The Tapus, the Ultra Beasts, regular Pokemon, and even Pokemon's brand new attempt at regional forms. And like 2011, it was an electric type legendary that was most dominant, with 7 of the top 8 teams including it. This was because the Tapu's signature terrain setting abilities, aside from Tapu Fini's Misty Terrain, would give moves of their respective types a 50% power boost. But each of the terrains also provided separate small benefits, such as blocking priority moves and preventing status conditions. Now, as for Tapu Koko, it had dominated the entire year leading up to this Worlds alongside Arcanine, whose usage was also usually around 70% of all teams. That led to top finishers of this Worlds debuting a really smart counter strategy. They decided to replace Arcanine with a different fire type, one who had barely been used up to this point, Alolan Marowak, because thanks to its Lightning Rod ability, Tapu Koko couldn't touch it, and it would even protect your allied Pokemon from Tapu Koko's insanely powerful Gigavolt Havoc. This was Sun and Moon's new mechanic, Z-moves, where once per battle, assuming your Pokemon was holding a Z-Crystal, they could launch a ridiculously powerful attack. Some Pokemon even had signature Z-moves that only they could use, which were often even stronger than regular Z-moves. But this year's world champion, Ryota Otsubo, not only got revenge for Japan's poor showing the year prior, but he also utilized the anti-meta strength of Marowak and the power of Z-moves to perfection. With 2 of the terrain-setting Tapus, his Normalium Z Whimsicott became capable of using different Z-moves, which Ryota could control at will. When Tapu Koko's electric terrain was active, Whimsicott's nature power would turn into Thunderbolt, and the Normalium Z would turn it into Gigavolt Havoc. But when Tapu Fini's Misty terrain was in effect, nature power would become Moonblast, whose Z-move would become Twinkle Tackle. But what made this unique way of utilizing Z-moves even more powerful was the fact that nature power wasn't actually an attacking move, so Whimsicott's Prankster ability would let it use these insanely powerful Z-moves with an increased priority. But another big takeaway from this Worlds was the rise of Latin America, who were recently added to the VGC circuit, and Sebastian Escalante of Argentina and Paul Ruiz of Ecuador both reached the top cut, showing the world that LATAM wasn't a region to be underestimated anymore, something Paul himself would prove the very next year, 2018. And this Worlds changed everything, because Game Freak created a monster. They gave Incineroar its hidden ability, Intimidate. Oh, and they added Mega Evolution back into the game. Only this time, that came with a new mechanic change. You've come to take it for granted, but this was the birth of what we call dynamic speed. Previously, the turn order would play out based on the speed and priority of everything at the very beginning of the turn. So if you use Tailwind with a Prankster Whimsicott, you wouldn't receive the speed boost until the following turn. Now, that was still the case this generation, but not for Megas. Now, when Megas got faster, like in the case of Mega Metagross, the turn order would be calculated after they Mega Evolved, while Megas who picked up an ability that made them go faster, like Mega Swampert and Swift Swim, they would also receive that speed boost immediately, unlike the previous generations. This was a big deal for a lot of the strongest Megas, as 3 of the game's best were Metagross, Salamence, and Gengar, who all benefited massively from it. But back to Incineroar for a bit, because Game Freak had yet to release much counterplay to Intimidate, one of the best strategies this Worlds was to utilize double Intimidate, pairing Incineroar with either Landorus Therian or Mega Salamence. This made life almost impossible for all but the strongest physical attackers, which gave rise to Pokemon like Snorlax, whose belly drum set didn't really care about Intimidate, and Snorlax was almost impossible to KO, because not only does it have a massive HP and special defense stat, and dual Intimidates to reduce physical damage against it, but the previously useless Pinch Berries were buffed into arguably the best items in the game, as they went from restoring a measly 1/8 of your HP to now restoring half, but only when your HP fell into the red. For Snorlax though, his Gluttony ability caused these Pinch Berries to activate when his HP fell into the yellow, and when paired with Recycle, Snorlax could bring back its consumed berry, restoring its HP over and over and over again. And this was exactly the strategy Paul Ruiz used to win this year's World Championship. He had Dual Intimidate with Incineroar and Mega Salamence, and could have his setup Pokemon take advantage of those Intimidates with that same Mega Salamence knowing Dragon Dance and the aforementioned Belly Drum Snorlax. 2019, and this World's brought back the restricted legendaries. Since the last time we had this rule set back in 2016, Game Freak had added some new top-tier legends to the mix. Lunala, Yveltal, and Necrozma Duskmane were all really powerful, with each of them reaching at least the semifinals. Necrozma Duskmane was most interesting, as its Z-move, Light That Burns the Sky, let it completely transform into a brand new Pokemon, which was crazy. But if these new age Pokemon mechanics are giving you a headache compared to the way it was at the beginning of this video, don't worry, because Kyogre, Groudon, and Rayquaza were still just as good as they were in 2016. And considering the insane power level of the format, it was still relatively diverse, as aside from Incineroar, who was on 7 of the top 8 teams, the next highest was Kyogre at 5 out of 8. But we did get to see another rarely used fan favorite have an incredible run this Worlds, as Hirofumi Kimura's Umbreon garnered everyone's attention, as he made it all the way to the finals. But it was Naoto Mizuguchi who defeated Hirofumi and his Umbreon using the classic classic Groudon and Lunala duo alongside a Trick Room Stack Attacker with a lonely nature and a 17 defense IV. While it's not something you can do anymore, with its Beast Boost ability, Naoto intentionally lowered his own Stack Attacker's defense. That way, whenever it took a KO, its attack would get the boost instead. 2022. Yes, if you're counting properly, you will have noticed that we've skipped ahead 3 whole years. That's because there were no World Championships due to the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. But once Worlds finally returned, the Sword and Shield generation was already just about over. In fact, because it was the last year of Gen 8 before Scarlet and Violet's release, just like had been the trend for the final year of a game's lifespan, the last rule set of the generation would allow restricted legendaries yet again. But there was one big change. I alluded to it earlier, but Sword and Shield is where dynamic speed, as we know it today, was fully implemented. This meant that Tailwind and any other speed boost you could give your Pokemon mid-turn would change the order that the turn progresses immediately. This led to Sword and Shield's new generational mechanic, Dynamax, being incredibly powerful for anything that learned a flying type move, as Max Airstream gave both of your Pokemon a speed boost on top of doing massive damage. So some of the best Pokemon to be Dynamaxing this Worlds were all Pokemon who could take advantage of that, like Charizard and Thundurus. And speaking of Charizard, his special Gigantamax form could use a signature move, G-Max Wildfire. This move was absolutely broken, because at the end of the next 4 turns after using it, both opposing Pokemon would lose 1/6 of their total HP, unless they were a fire type themselves. That meant that, in total, this move did an extra amount of residual damage that equated to an entire Pokemon's full health bar and then some. And considering Charizard has the Solar Power ability, pairing it with Groudon to boost its G-Max Wildfire even further was one of the strongest things you could be doing this Worlds. In fact, this team archetype became so common, it became known as Rinya Sun, named after the first Japanese player to start having success with it. But while it took 3 of the top 8 spots this Worlds, first place was not one of them. That belonged to Eduardo Cunha, whose Zacian and Calyrex Shadow Rider team took him on an undefeated run to his World Championship victory. Zacian, while not being able to Dynamax himself, was incredibly strong, as his signature Behemoth Blade would do double damage against Dynamax Pokemon. With a massive attack stat and an ability that gave it a free attack boost every time it entered battle, a blazing speed stat making it faster than almost everything, and one of the best dual typings in the entire game, Zacian was the most feared restricted Pokemon. Calyrex Shadow Rider was also extremely fast and strong, and kind of opposite to Zacian, rather than start out with an attack boost, it would gain special attack boosts every time it took a KO. This allowed it to checkmate opponents like no other Pokemon could, while Focus Sash would make up for its poor defenses and multiple devastating weaknesses. Edu could also use his Calyrex as a support in a pinch, as he was one of the only players using moves like Snarl and Will-O-Wisp on it, but his Dynamax Thundurus provided all the speed control Edu needed, while bulky Pokemon like Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Gastrodon let him pivot his frailer, more offensive attackers with ease. 2023, and with Scarlet and Violet came the newest generational mechanic, Terastallization. This was one of the most unique and most skillful mechanics to date, because not only did players have to carefully consider the timing that they use their Terastallization, but there were so many different ways to utilize it. Offensively, if you needed a bit more damage to get over the hump on a KO. Defensively, if you needed to remove your original weaknesses and survive incoming attacks, and for utility, such as becoming a Grass type to ignore Sport and Rage Powder, or a Dark type to gain an immunity to Prankster boosted support moves. But perhaps the biggest change this generation was the addition of what we call open team sheets. This let both players see each other's entire teams. Paratypes, hell items, moves, abilities, everything but natures, and the way players train their Pokemon stats were revealed. This drastically improved the consistency with which top players were able to perform well, and was the reason why we saw in this generation more than any other, the best players in the game were repeatedly dominating every tournament they went to. Open team sheets really turned the game even more into something resembling pure chess. But this first World Championship of Generation 9 featured a wide array of Pokemon, those native to Paldea, as well as a bunch of Hisuian Pokemon and legendary and starter Pokemon from prior generations. But the most dominant Pokemon by far was Game Freak's unseen mistake, Urshifu, who was on every single top 8 team this Worlds. Scarlet and Violet's new Paradox Pokemon were also everywhere, led by Fluttermane and Iron Hands as the premier past and future forms. And the Treasures of Ruin were also incredibly strong thanks to their signature abilities, which lowered all other Pokemon on the field stats. Chien-Pao led the way here thanks to its defense lowering ability, finding its way on more than half of all top 8 teams. But the best team this tournament proved to be Shohei Kimura's Worlds winning collection of the game's strongest Pokemon, with all 4 of the aforementioned Pokemon, as well as Amoonguss for support and Landorus Therian for a mixture of damage and support. 2024. This was an extremely unique Worlds, as for the first time in a long time, players would have to play in a brand new format we'd never had before, because while restricted legendaries were allowed, you could only use one. Now, the downside to this rule set was that since restricted legendaries are so powerful and warp the entire direction of the team you build around them, the game felt more rock, paper, scissors-like than any other format. On the plus side, none of the strongest restricted legendaries felt like they had major RNG elements like move inaccuracy or random chance side effects, unlike some of the previous years. And while Zacian dominated Sword and Shield, it was Zamazenta taking up the mantle of top dog among that legendary duo thanks to its new move pool edition of Body Press. And despite the nerf to Calyrex's Glacial Lance, it was still strong enough for Trick Room teams to perform exceptionally well, making it as far as the finals. But it was Luca Cherubelli's Miraidon team taking home the title. With its absolutely busted ability automatically setting up the electric terrain just like the previously overpowered legend Tapu Koko, it's crazy that it also got a 33% boost to its special attack whenever the electric terrain was active. And when wearing the choice specs, Miraidon's Electro Drift on the electric terrain was capable of one-hit KOing almost everything in the game. With the future Paradox, Iron Hands being able to similarly get an attack boost on Miraidon's terrain, Luca was able to incorporate a Trick Room mode with the priority move blocking for Rigoraph to dominate both inside and outside the Twisted Dimensions. 2025. And like 2024, we're still in an era with restricted legendaries. Only this time, we've moved from 1 per team up to the classic 2 per team. The strongest duos this Worlds were the likes of Miraidon and Electric Seed Lunala, Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta, Calyrex Shadow and Koraidon, and the World's winning duo Lunala and Koraidon. And just like Luca the year before, Giovanni Chischi built a team that could function both in and out of Trick Room. Lunala could reliably Twisted Dimensions and not only do a bunch of damage itself with the Power Herb and Meteor Beam combo, but Ursa Luna could punch massive holes through teams as well. But the team also had a speed meaty component for outside Trick Room. Max Speed Life Orb Koraidon could, just like Miraidon, one-hit KO all but the bulkiest of Pokemon. Deep Past Paradox Fluttermane and Legend of Ruin Chi-Yu were both made even stronger by Koraidon's Sunlight, and Brute Bonnet was the glue that held the team together, supporting the team the same way Amoonguss does. But it would get even bulkier under the harsh sunlight, while its typing gave it a huge advantage against Calyrex Shadow Rider in a way Amoonguss never could. And that brings us to today. Just how will Pokemon Champions World Championships unfold? Well, we'll just have to wait to find out.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go to sleep. I guess I'll give this boom. I'll say, dude, one of these days we're gonna have to sit through all the Karibo LC videos, bruh. They're just piling up. Dude, he takes a. Alright. Where do I send you guys? I think I milked the. Okay, I'll send you guys. Alright, go say hi to Frankie. I am going to sleep. This was chill. Thank you for joining. I don't know if I'll go live tomorrow. Good night. Thank you. I don't know if I will. What's the plan? Let's see, actually. Well, I guess it'd be tonight. I'll probably give myself a break tonight. Then Wednesday, I can climb. I don't expect too much from that climb, but I can climb. And then Thursday's Worlds. Yeah, I should. My work shouldn't. I should be able to get off work and go live for that. Alrighty. But yeah, that's about it. If I can finish the climb by Sunday, and I mean, like, hopefully on Wednesday I can. If I do start on it, I get to Master 3. Then Sunday shouldn't take that long. And then Monday it ends. The season ends. So yeah, there's gonna be time. The next week after, I don't know what to expect the next week after. All right. Thank you for joining me. Bye-bye.